summit, the mega event is going to start, and I would just like to show you around the atmosphere here. It's quite euphoric and everybody is seated just some moments from now, and we'll have the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal who will be here, and I see quite some familiar faces here. I have Swapnil Kothari with me. Swapnil, just few moments from now, the most anticipated event. We're going to go live, and it's going to be an amazing session. The Prime Minister is going to be here. What is that one session that you're waiting for eagerly?
Apart from the Prime Minister's session, of course, which is in the evening, I'm definitely waiting for the session with Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah. That's one. Mr. Vaishnavi has also been some sort of a rock star, the Minister Vaishnav. And also importantly, of course, I'm being a professional lawyer, I'm looking at Mr. Harish Salve because I would want to know the latest legal developments according to his perspective.
I was expecting that
and
from you.
Right, exactly. And having participated in a multiple number of legal debates, not only on Republic TV but across channels, it's always nice to know something. There's always something for us to learn, especially when a senior person like Mr. Salve would come and talk. And not only that, but I would also want to look at the Ministry of Women and Child Development, that's particularly Smriti Irani ji. And that is something which I'm also looking forward, because I believe that the initiatives that she has taken to further women empowerment, and being herself a woman who's climbed the ladders so effectively and so assertively in many ways, I think there's going to be a lot of takeaway for a lot of women out here as to how to look forward, and especially the entire vision of the entire summit as such to look at. And of course, Mr. Devi Shetty, who's probably one of the best cardiac surgeons that we have.
Clearly, there's not one session that you're looking forward to. I'm sure you're going to be on the edge of your seat for the whole session. So like you say, there's a lot of excitement here. Everybody is waiting eagerly for each and every session, and like Sucharita and Abhishek were just pointing out, how the Prime Minister is having a tight schedule today. He's going to be in Jammu and Kashmir, he's going to have a cabinet meeting after that, and soon after that he's going to be here. And I would just like my camera person, if you can pan around, show the atmosphere, the smile on the faces, everybody eagerly waiting, sitting on the edge of their seats, waiting for the session to begin soon. And remember, this summit is going to cover diverse range of topics, including Indian politics. Is going to cover e-governance, business, banking systems, space technology and sports. Talking about space, we're going to have the ISRO chairman with us, S. Somnath. ISRO has reached heights, remember, ladies and gentlemen, from Gaganyaan to Chandrayaan and the new missions that we have had. So quite a lot of interesting sessions coming up today. And with that, we're just going to begin in a few minutes from now, tossing back to the studio for now. So as Tanisha said, a very, very important lineup for the day. Shravan joins us on this broadcast. And Shravan, the Republic Summit, as always, we've seen it. Our viewers have seen it. It's a very, very important platform for crucial conversations on this very stage. And and the lineup that we already spoke about, the Union Home Minister is going to be here. Cabinet Minister Smriti Irani is going to be here. We are kicking off the event with Piyush Goyal. But very, very important, are you looking forward to some big headlines from this summit?
I would say with every passing year, Sucharita, this event only gets bigger. And I would say this is perhaps the biggest event that we are really looking at right now. The best of a lineup, not just politicians, but people from different walks of life. I'm certainly looking forward to my own session. That is the ISRO chairman who would be coming in, expected to come in roughly around.
I was going to ask you about that. I'm sure you've planned your own questions, but the world is looking at India and India's space technology, and he's the man at the center. So a very, very, very important session that we're looking forward to.
Well, and in fact, what's very interesting is that this comes just days after that big announcement that was made by the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister announced who would be the 4 astronauts who would be representing India as far as the Gaganyaan mission is concerned. And remember, this has just come just a few days back. And the theme this year is about Bharat next decade. So what more than having the ISRO chairman talking about India's space program and how it really looks in the days to come. So that's one that we are looking forward to. Then you also have the Prime Minister who would be coming in later in the evening. Of course, that's the biggest highlight, many would say.
Very, very important. The Prime Minister's address that everyone's looking forward to, but do not miss the sessions that lead up to the Prime Minister's address, because as Shravan said it's only getting bigger with time, and you're sure to get some very, very important conversations and conversations that hit headlines. We slip into a short break, but let me remind our viewers, very, very few minutes from now, we start with this Republic Summit of the year.
चाहे एक्टर हो, क्रिकेटर हो या नूडल्स हो, मजा तभी आता है जब ऑलराउंडर हो, जैसे मेरे बचपन का दोस्त वाई वाई रेडी टू ईट नूडल्स। चाहे सीधा पैक से खाओ, पका के खाओ या सूप बना के, ये ऑलराउंडर है, हर तरह से यमी। वाई वाई रेडी टू ईट नूडल्स, नूडल्स का ऑलराउंडर।
Yes, this is a very, very, very big day. It's a day which I have been looking forward to for a very long time.
After a 3.5-year-long legal battle, the truth has won. The TRP case is closed.
The court has accepted Maharashtra's state petition filed under Section 321 of CRPC that there is no case against Republic Media Network. Seeking closure of prosecution, the petition makes some damning revelations, like witnesses were either threatened or tutored against Republic. There was no manipulation of TRPs, and that's a fact which has stood test of time and law. Arnab Goswami and Team Republic stand vindicated.
All efforts to manipulate and conspire against Republic has failed.
टीआरपी के सिस्टम को मैनिपुलेट किया जा रहा था। जितने अभी तक हमने इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया है उसमें मैंने आपको बताया कि 3 टेलीविज़न चैनल्स के नाम सामने आए हैं। सबसे बड़ा नाम है रिपब्लिक टेलीविज़न का।
If you think you can bring down Arnab Goswami, if you think you can bring down the Republic Media Network, if you think you can break nationalist journalists like me, you are bound to fail. So here's my challenge. Our viewership is because of our support. You lie about my viewership. What do you know about? सब लोग ये कहना चाहते हैं कि जो हो रहा है गलत हो रहा है, और आप देख लीजिए मुंबई में रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क मीडिया ऑफिस के बाहर पूरे नेटवर्क पे जितने सहयोगी शिफ्ट से बाहर आके एक साथ खड़े हुए, एकजुट करके खड़े हुए।
It was given to her. She has torn the paper. Don't run.
I am not. I am doing my job. I am doing my job.
First to go, get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this.
मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आभारी हूँ। ये भारत के लोगों की जीत है।
Tonight, Republic has been vindicated. The viewers have won. Truth has won.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय द्वारा हरी झंडी दिखाते ही आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय द्वारा हरी झंडी दिखाते ही ट्रेन अपनी प्रथम यात्रा पर रवाना। कवि सुभाष से हेमंत मुखोपाध्याय, ताराताला माझेरहाट, रूबी हॉल क्लिनिक से रामबाड़ी, एसएन जंक्शन से त्रिपुनिथुरा, दोहाई से मोदीनगर नॉर्थ, ताजपूर्वी गेट से मनकामेश्वर मंदिर। भारत की प्रगति की दिशा में एक अविस्मरणीय कदम, और इस क्षण के साक्षी बनते हुए हम सभी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great
that every Indian is setting for himself are today the drivers of India's future. आज देश में दिशा भी सही है, देश की दशा भी सही हो रही है, देश की नीयत साफ है, देश की नीतियां स्पष्ट हैं और देश सही निर्णय ले रहा है। और ऐसी परिस्थिति में दुनिया की कोई ताकत अब भारत को आगे बढ़ने से रोक नहीं सकती। अब भारत चल पड़ा है, अब भारत रुकने वाला नहीं है। भारत के लोग बड़े बड़े लक्ष्य पाने के लिए तैयार हो गए। अब भारत का जो ये परिवार है, और कई लोग तो कहते हैं कि मोदी जी का कोई परिवार नहीं है, मैं समझता हूं हम सब 140 करोड़ भारतवासी मोदी जी के परिवार। और हम सब मिलके एक परिवार के नाते, मित्र के नाते एक दूसरे के साथ चलकर जब 140 करोड़ भारतवासी एक एक कदम आगे बढ़ेंगे, तब आप कल्पना करिए दुनिया देखेगी 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ताकत। आपका एक कदम देश का 140 करोड़ कदम की तरह आगे बढ़ाएगा। और आगे चल के मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि इसी तरीके से, इसी तेज गति से भारत आगे बढ़ेगा। भारत का एक एक नौजवान नई उम्मीद, नई उमंग, नई आशाओं के साथ, हमारी बहनें, हमारे बच्चे इस देश को एक नया भविष्य बनाने में, नया भविष्य संवारने में आज जुटे हुए हैं। देश के कोने कोने में उत्साह की लहर है और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है, और अगर मैं कहूं तो मेरा विश्वास अटल है कि देश बहुत ऊंची छलांग लगाने के लिए तैयार है, नई ऊंचाइयों पे पहुंचने के लिए तैयार है। हम सब ने तय करना है कि हम उसके भागीदार बनेंगे या हम पीछे रह जाएंगे। और मैं समझता हूं देश का कोई नागरिक ऐसा नहीं है, कोई व्यक्ति नहीं है जो पीछे रहेगा। हम सब मिलके आगे बढ़ेंगे, हम सब मिलके अपने परिवार का, अपने देश का भविष्य उज्जवल बनाएंगे। आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, sir, for that insightful presentation on the decade ahead. We've now got the Republic Media Network's chairman and editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, to be in conversation with Mr. Piyush Goyal on the takeaways. Go ahead.
Thank you, Rini. Thank you, Rini. Mr. Goyal, that was a very fine presentation. I really appreciate your joining us today at the Republic Summit and for lighting the lamp. But the nation wants to know. The nation wants to know whether it's true that you are fighting the next Lok Sabha elections from Mumbai. So let's start with a political question. In fact, at the WTO Director General gave it away when he said, why has Piyush Goyal not come for WTO yet? So he says, you see, he's very busy. He is fighting an election. So they've announced it even before the BJP at the WTO. So maybe you want to tell me that.
We've been fighting elections ever since the day I was born, probably.
The Lok Sabha election.
But I think these are decisions the party takes. We have a party parliamentary board which makes all these decisions. I can only tell you I would love to fight the election.
Oh, great.
If the party gives me an opportunity.
Great. That's a good headline to start with. Piyush Goyal says he's going to be excited to fight the election if the party gives him an opportunity. Fantastic. I actually like this, that, you know, in the Congress time, everybody was only from the Rajya Sabha. I think the next time, almost most of the cabinet will be from the Lok Sabha. So that's going to be very, very exciting. Congratulations in advance. Mr. Goyal, your party has set a target which seems to be going up. You know, you used to predict 335 to 340 till 6 months back. And now your party has estimated a number of 370. is this 370 number a psychological tactic or more than that? Is it a psychological tactic vis-a-vis the
I think it's a
others?
courage of conviction that what we have delivered in the last 10 years is being appreciated by the people of India. And it is our confidence, not arrogance. It is our confidence that ये जनता सब समझती है. भारत की जनता जानती है उनके लिए अच्छा क्या है और भारत के लोग सही और गलत के फासले में इस देश को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से
You think it's achievable?
आगे बढ़ा.
You think it's achievable?
हाँ, हम 400 पार एज एनडीए और 370 एज बीजेपी पाएंगे. पूरी तरीके से अचीवेबल है. और मैं समझता हूं कि आज जो मूड ऑफ द नेशन है, जो इस प्रकार का देश में माहौल है, उसमें इट्स 100% अचीवेबल.
Absolutely. Well, we're all waiting to hear the Honorable Home Minister who's going to be coming in next. We'll talk more politics with him there. Mr. Goyal, under your government, the economy is on track to reach a goal of 5 trillion by 2027. And we've got a great growth rate of 8.2% in the last quarter. So congratulations for that. But your government is still, our government is still in a way unable to convince your biggest critics. So my question is about the narrative. The narrative from the naysayers is that the growth is not for all, the growth is for few, that it's the macro, it's the macro taking a dim view, but individual level change for the people of the country is not happening. We are still not doing well on the global hunger index. Things like that, that our per capita income is still around $2,000. So there's nothing to celebrate yet. So, do you believe somewhere that you need to more strongly counter this narrative? Do you have plans for it? Do you intend to do it?
Well, I think this question can best be answered by the 4 crore families, which is almost 20 crore people, who are today living in a pakka house that the central government has provided for. I think this narrative can best be countered by the 80 crore brothers and sisters, some from poor, some from the neo-middle class, whose food security is assured because they get free food grains month in and month out through years, particularly during the COVID period when we had doubled the food grain that was distributed. This narrative can best be answered by the 55 crore plus beneficiaries of free healthcare under the Ayushman Bharat scheme, or the 11 crore plus sisters and mothers who today don't have to use a wood or coal-based chula, but have a cooking gas connection. It can best be explained, I think, to the naysayers by the 11 crore 20 lakh families who didn't have a toilet at home. And personally, that's the one subject that has touched me the most. That Honorable Prime Minister, as soon as he came into office, his focus was on Swachh Bharat, his focus was on open defecation free India, and his focus was that every woman, or for that matter, every person, has a right to dignity. And he spent large amounts of money to make sure that everybody gets a toilet at home. I think the naysayers have no choice but to take sense what's happening on the ground, where people have benefited from the 3 tracks that I just mentioned.
Yes.
After all, infrastructure has a huge multiplier impact on the economy, gives jobs, gives economic activity, all of which supplemented with social welfare programs, only some of which I listed out. The encouragement to young entrepreneurs through mudra loans, to the startups of our young men and women. I can list out maybe 100 programs right now which have helped change the mindset of India. पर एक पुराना गाना है ना, समझने वाले समझ गए,
ना समझे वो अनाड़ी हैं.
I didn't say that.
I said it. I go for the kill. I go for the jugular. I'm not a politician. I'm not a diplomat.
I'm very used to that. I've had to face you for the last 15 years now.
Now you should also go for the jugular since you're going to be fighting the Lok Sabha elections. You just go for the kill. See, I have this view, Mr. Goyal, that there is a romance going on between India and the world right now that is not going to last. And I believe we should be very clear about the future where things are headed. You know, this whole line, we are working with the whole world. Look at how we managed Ukraine. We managed to work with America. We managed to work with Russia. We managed to work with Europe. Europe is becoming insular. But then I believe this romance will not last, and you can counter this because as we grow from 3 to 5 trillion, 5 to 8 trillion, and you yourself just said we will achieve 15 trillion by 2035, we will not be an object of curiosity. We will be a serious competitor, and I believe a little bit of that wrinkle, that tension, that stress showed up at the optionism. They will say, why is Elon Musk not coming to India? And you will say, we have enough manufacturers for e-vehicles in India. You will say, come to India on our own terms. They will say, we want their terms. You know, so, and if Donald Trump becomes President of the United States, you know how aggressive he is. How will we manage this? Do you see the stress on trade and economy growing between India and the rest of the world?
Absolutely not.
You don't?
In fact, I think this is Arnab at his old aggressive best coming out today. But I'd like to join issue with you on that. First of all, it is difficult for somebody who's used to being a superpower, who's used to being on top of things and dictating to the rest of the world. It's very difficult to reconcile on the changing geopolitics that's evident in the world today. So we had a situation where India, at the Uruguay round, when GATS or TRIPS were being negotiated about 40 years ago,
yes,
we were a weak country. We compromised on many things. And I don't think the then government, irrespective whichever party was in government in the 80s, they could never visualize an India of 2024. They could never visualize that India and Indians will start asserting themselves. They could never visualize that India could also aspire to become a developed or a prosperous nation. And therefore, many wrongs, many decisions were made at that time, which we are fighting for today, where we are holding our ground, where we are working with other developed nations, and we have a very good coalition of the global south.
Yes.
And Prime Minister Modi has led from the front. He's got the African Union full membership of the G20. The entire less developed countries and developing world looks up to Mr. Modi's leadership today. And they look up to India holding the ground for what is good for them. Sometimes, even the less developed countries or countries who are not yet up the prosperity chart, particularly the small countries, do not realize that they're going down a path which may seem okay for the present, but can be very dangerous for them. And I think India plays that role of balancing the interests. We want all the countries to grow with the developed countries. At the same time, the developed countries are also gradually reconciled and recognizing that economic opportunity and business is only possible with a developing country like India. Somebody where there's 1.4 billion people, largely young people, 2/3 of our population in the working age, where the demand for goods and services is going to come from. So I think India offers a perfect opportunity to be friends with, to work with, to engage with as a democracy where the rule of law prevails, and the world is recognizing that. So while there may be some trepidation, some difficulty in accepting it, I think there is no choice but to work closely with India, and you will see in the months and years to come more and more partnerships being forged, more and more relationships being developed between India and the developed world, particularly the developed world which believes in the rule of law, transparency, and ethical business.
I thought there was a lot of stress. I thought you were not getting any hugs and handshakes when you went for your global events. They looked at you with trepidation.
Not at all. I'm received very warmly. I have some wonderful relations across the world, as does my colleague Dr. Jaishankar, who's truly showcased to the world the India story like never before.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I call him the rock star.
You have. That video went viral.
And truly, he makes each one of us Indian proud. The way he presents the India story, the way he stands up for what India is doing, and I can only tell you, Commerce and Foreign Ministry are today working literally as twin ministries, very closely aligned with each other. Messaging goes on between him and me literally by the minute.
Wow, wonderful.
And I can assure you that under Prime Minister Modi's guidance and leadership, both are working in an aligned manner to get the best for every Indian.
So I said to everyone coming to this event today, I said you should come for the event, because if you spend half the day, one day with me at the event, you will get some sense of what is going to happen in the next half decade. We called it the decade. And I believe that is what we want. You know, we go back into our lives. Somebody called me, oh no, what is in it for me? I said, you do your job every day, you do your work every day. Spend half a day, one day on where the country is going. You'll go back more inspired in your jobs. So my last question to you is this. Just 2 minutes if you can give me a sense. You know, you mentioned trade. You know, we are working very hard, for example, on the India-Middle East EU economic corridor. Give us some sense of what we are going to see in our lifetime in the next 5 to 10 years. You know, what is that in the next decade, in a couple of minutes, from your insider's perspective? What are people going to see?
Well, I think in the next decade or so, we'll see a lot of technologies and investments coming from across the world to manufacture in India, which will provide economic activity, jobs to our young boys and girls, which will also provide our young startups with opportunities to innovate on their own ideas. And this will be necessary for the developed world who are looking for a trusted partner. And today, for most parts of the developed world, in Europe, in the United States, in the Middle East, large parts of Eastern world like Australia, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, they are all finding in India a trusted partner, a country where the rule of law prevails. And this is going to drive huge amounts of investment and technology, which will not only serve the needs of a growing aspirational India, which will also be the sourcing base for the world. Case in point could be, I think, Apple. Apple started with very small beginnings.
Oh yeah, that's
They're already at 7-8% of their global production coming out of India.
Absolutely.
Next 2 years, they expect to take it up to about 25% of their global production. And the story across the world, wherever we go, people are telling us our largest workforce today is in India. Our second largest is in India, but in 2 years it will be the largest. Our R&D all comes from India. Our innovation is happening in India. So by and large, across the world, there's a lot of excitement about engaging with India. And I can assure all your viewers through you, as we do in Parliament, that be bold. Go for the big ticket, big vision. Don't ever compromise for second best. India is going to be on top. We'll provide the best quality. Best quality of goods and services, highest level of management talent, best skill sets, and integrity and ethics in workplace, which will be unparalleled anywhere in the world.
That's so important. Well, I'm full of positive energy after this. And, you know, I love the fact that nowadays, when a minister reaches for an event, till the last minute he's checking a file, till he's got 2 phones. So he works incredibly hard, but he still gave us time. And we are proud of you. And we wish you all the best in the upcoming elections at a personal level. Thank you, Piyushji.
Thank you, Arnab, and always a pleasure to be with you.
As always. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Sir and Arnab.
The theme for this year's annual summit of the Republic Media Network is Bharat, the next decade. India is a land of great opportunities. This is the time to grab the opportunities, to catalyze the run-up for the future. The Prime Minister will be
Throughout my life, I've been inspired by arts and culture. It has deeply moved me, and I'm very passionate about it. When it came to my youngest son, Anand's wedding with Radhika, I had two important wishes. First, I wanted to celebrate our roots. Jamnagar holds a special place in our hearts and has a profound significance. Gujarat is where we come from. It's where Mukesh and his father built the refinery, and I started my career.
Arnab, just a small housekeeping issue. I think you could possibly add high ethics also when you describe the Republic in the evening to the Prime Minister. We always believed that you were right, and now the courts have also ruled that Republic was right and not responsible for all the false allegations that were made on the Republic channel, and particularly the harassment that Arnab had to go through personally. I think let's all stand up and give him a round of applause for standing up for what has always been right.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय द्वारा हरी झंडी दिखाते ही आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय द्वारा हरी झंडी दिखाते ही ट्रेन अपनी प्रथम यात्रा पर रवाना कवि सुभाष से हेमंत मुखोपाध्याय ताराताला माझेरहाट रूबी हॉल क्लिनिक से रामबाड़ी एसएन जंक्शन से त्रिपुनिथुरा लोहाई से मोदीनगर नॉर्थ ताजपूर्वी गेट से मनकामेश्वर मंदिर भारत की प्रगति की दिशा में एक अविस्मरणीय कदम और इस क्षण के साक्षी बनते हुए हम सभी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
the rebirth of a brand. This is a brand which has been challenged. This is a brand which has been questioned. We have been called scamsters. We have been called thieves. We have been called money launderers. And I want to tell everyone, don't you dare point a finger. Yes, this is a very, very, very big day. It's a day which I have been looking forward to for a very long time.
Our After a 3.5-year...
Friends, the Honorable Prime Minister is not only a man of vision, but a person on a mission to transform the future of India, to make India once again reclaim the lost glory. And truly, when on the 22nd of January, we saw him at the Pran Pratishtha of the Ram temple, immersed in devotion, after an 11-day Anushtan, an 11-day period during which he followed all the vows that are recommended actually only for 3 days, but he followed it for 11 days, very strict disciplines to truly fulfill the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. I think in a sense, the Prime Minister showed to the world that as a nation, India stands united in the pursuit of protecting our rich legacy, our rich history, our rich culture, ensuring we don't make the mistakes and learn from historical wrongs that have happened in this country. A mission to make sure that no Indian is left behind in the journey of progress. A mission to once again make India, as the old Oneida ad used to say, owner's pride and neighbor's envy. As he's often told us, we have no time to lose, we have no time to wait. Last Sunday, he spent almost 8 hours with the entire Council of Ministers and the top leadership of the Government of India, preparing a roadmap for this great country for the next 25 years in the Amrit Kal, where each one of us has committed ourselves to work with a sense of purpose, a sense of duty, a commitment to make India a developed nation by 2047. And I tell you, the plans that were prepared and in consultation with over 1.5 million people, with the inputs sourced and crowdsourced from across the country, looking at inclusivity and sustainability at the core of India's growth, ensuring that we find our rightful place in the Committee of Nations, working towards a $30 trillion economy, $30 trillion plus economy by 2047, but with well laid out path on how, what and who will do our contribution, will make our contributions towards the goal that we are all committed to. And friends, that is why the Prime Minister says, and I quote, today Bharat is tirelessly working day and night towards a promising future. Sentiment echoing everywhere is India is the future. If today the world thinks India is ready to take a big leap, it has a powerful launch pad of 10 years behind it.
Are you planning a Europe tour this vacation season? Then this video is quite apt for you. Republic Business brings to you the checklist of all the documents that you need for your Europe travel. The passport validity requirement for Schengen visa holders is that the passport must be valid for at least 3 months before the intended departure date from the Schengen area. Additionally, the passport must have been issued within the last 10 years. You may have to provide supporting documents to border officials upon arrival. It is a standard part of the immigration process in many countries, including those within the Schengen area. The supporting documents can be an invitation letter, proof of lodging or return, or a round-trip ticket. A Schengen visa allows travelers to visit any of the 26 European countries that are a part of the Schengen area with a single visa. So the Schengen visa application process follows a similar structure across most countries. First, you'll have to figure out what type of Schengen visa you need. This will depend on the purpose and length of your trip, as well as how many times you plan to visit the country or countries in the Schengen area. The standard Schengen visa is a short stay visa. For longer stays, one would require a work or study visa. You can even apply for a multi-entry visa if you plan to travel to the Schengen area regularly. Next on your list is the Schengen work visa. Indians moving to Europe for employment must apply for a Schengen work visa. So the applicant must have an existing employment contract from the employer residing in the Schengen country. All the Indian students who are planning for higher studies in Europe have to apply for a Schengen student visa. So, the Schengen visa requires the applicant to submit a letter of acceptance from the university, college or school. You must ensure to apply for the visa within the appropriate time frame. Applications can typically be submitted no earlier than 6 months before the intended travel date and no later than 15 days before the trip. After selecting the visa you need, you'll have to get all the necessary paperwork together. Then, you fill out and submit an application. Moreover, you'll need to attend an interview at the appropriate consulate, embassy or visa application center. So what's the cost of applying for a Schengen visa? Well, the cost of applying for a Schengen visa can vary depending on several factors including the type of visa, the country you're applying to and any additional services you might require. A Schengen visa from India for one adult therefore costs 80 euros or around rupees 7,170. The same rate applies to children from 12 to 18 years old. For children from 6 to 11 years old, the rate is
Viewers of Republic, supporters of Republic, believers of Republic. Around 3:30 in the afternoon on the 8th of October 2020, the tainted Parambir Singh, along with his murder-accused criminal in uniform and partner Sachin Vaze, dared to accuse Republic of masterminding a TRP scam. Today at 5:45 p.m. on the 6th, the nation wants to know whether it's true that you are fighting the next Lok Sabha elections from Mumbai. So let's start with a political question. In fact, at the WTO Director General gave it away when he said, where's Piyush Goyal not come for WTO yet? So he says, you see, he's very busy. He's fighting an election. So they've announced it even before the BJP at the WTO. So maybe you want to help.
We've been fighting elections ever since the day I was born, probably.
The Lok Sabha election.
But I think these are decisions the party takes. We have a party parliamentary board which makes all these decisions. I can only tell you I would love to fight the election.
Oh, great.
If the party gives me an opportunity.
Great. That's a good headline to start with. Piyush Goyal says he's going to be excited to fight the election if the party gives him an opportunity. Fantastic. I actually like this, that, you know, in the Congress time, everybody was only from the Rajya Sabha. I think the next time, almost most of the cabinet will be from the Lok Sabha. So that's going to be very, very exciting. Congratulations in advance. Mr. Goyal, your party has set a target which seems to be going up. You know, you used to predict 335 to 340 till 6 months back. And now your party has estimated a number of 370. Is this 370 number a psychological tactic or more than that? Is it a psychological tactic vis-a-vis the
I think it's a
others?
courage of conviction that what we have delivered in the last 10 years is being appreciated by the people of India. And it is our confidence, not arrogance. It is our confidence that ये जनता सब समझती है. भारत की जनता जानती है उनके लिए अच्छा क्या है और भारत के लोग सही और गलत के फासले में इस देश को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से
You think it's achievable?
आगे बढ़ाएंगे.
You think it's
हाँ
achievable?
हाँ, हम 400 पार एज एनडीए और 370 एज बीजेपी पाएंगे. पूरी तरीके से अचीवेबल है. और मैं समझता हूं कि आज जो मूड ऑफ द नेशन है, जो इस प्रकार का देश में माहौल है, उसमें इट्स 100% अचीवेबल.
जब वो सत्ता में थे तो उनका घमंड ऐसा कि उन्होंने भगवान राम का कोई अस्तित्व नहीं ऐसा एफिडेविट देश की एक कोर्ट में दे दिया. उनका घमंड देखिए कि जब वो सत्ता में थे तब उन्होंने दस्तावेज दे दिया कि राम सेतु नाम की कोई चीज नहीं. अहंकार आज भी बरकरार है. जब राम लला का भव्य मंदिर निर्मित हो रहा था, जब प्राण प्रतिष्ठा समारोह के लिए उनको भी आमंत्रित किया गया, अहंकार देखिए, उन्होंने आमंत्रण को ठुकरा दिया. देवेंद्र भाई, रस्सी जल गई, बल नहीं गया. इसलिए आज आप सबसे कहती हूं कि हर राम भक्त ने, जिसने धर्म के लिए धैर्य दिखाया, आज पुनः धैर्य दिखाने का समय आया है. हमको उकसाया जाएगा, कुछ लोगों को एआई के माध्यम से, डीपफेक के माध्यम से बरगलाया जाएगा, लेकिन आज हम डंके की चोट पर कह सकते हैं. और अगर राहुल गांधी तक मेरी आवाज पहुंचे तो कान खोलकर सुन लो. मैदान तुम चुनो, कार्यकर्ता हम देंगे. आओ, तुम्हारे 10 साल और मोदी के 10 साल के बीच में क्या फर्क है, इस पे चर्चा हो जाए. मैं नहीं कहती मैं जाऊंगी चर्चा के लिए, तब पक्का नहीं आएंगे तेजस्वी, लेकिन इतनी गारंटी देती हूं कि युवा मोर्चा का एक भी साधारण कार्यकर्ता जाकर राहुल गांधी के सामने बोलने लगे तो राहुल गांधी में इतना दम नहीं कि युवा मोर्चा के किसी कार्यकर्ता के सामने टिक जाएगा. और अगर युवा मोर्चा के किसी कार्यकर्ता को यह मौका मिले कि जो अन्याय करने के बाद न्याय यात्रा निकालने का ढोंग कर रहे हैं, उनसे अगर बात करने का मौका मिले, तब एक प्रश्न अपनी दीदी की ओर से जरूर पूछना कि प्रभु राम के अस्तित्व को नकारा, भारत की सेना के शौर्य को धिक्कार कर राहुल गांधी और उसके नेताओं ने देश की संसद में भारत की सेना से प्रमाण मांगा उनके पराक्रम का. मैं उस महाराष्ट्र में काम कर चुकी हूं जहां पर 26/11 का आतंक हम सब ने अपनी आंखों से देखा. हम सबको याद है, पाकिस्तान से आतंकवादी आए, मुंबई की सड़कों को लहूलुहान कर दिया और दिल्ली में बैठी सोनिया मैडम की सरकार चुपचाप तमाशा देखती रही. हम सब महाराष्ट्र में इस बात के साक्षी हैं. नितिन जी को याद होगा, गृह मंत्री को उस वक्त कांग्रेस की सरकार में कपड़े बदलने से और प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करने से फुर्सत नहीं मिल रही थी और यहां पर जनता त्राहिमाम कर रही थी कि किसी को तो भेजो ताकि हमारी रक्षा हो सके. और उस शाम जब मुंबई लहूलुहान हो रही थी, तब मीडिया के माध्यम से पता चला कि कांग्रेस के युवराज किसी जश्न में शामिल थे. वो व्यक्ति जो मुंबई जब लहूलुहान हो रही थी जश्न में शामिल थे, वो भारत की सेना से उनके पराक्रम का तब प्रमाण मानते हैं जब भारत की वायुसेना पाकिस्तान में आसमान चीरते हुए आतंकवादी कैंप्स को ढेर करती है। आज चाहती हूं उनसे पूछा जाए कि क्या यह संभव था जब कांग्रेस की सत्ता थी कि विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन को भारत की सरहद पर पाकिस्तान हाथ जोड़ते हुए वापस छोड़कर जाए? अरे ये 56 इंच की छाती वाला है जिसने 56 घंटे में विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन को भेजा।
How we are going to come out of that distressful situation full of scandals, a weak economy, very low self-esteem of the nation and our people, very poor image of the country across the world, very little respect for an Indian passport, and to sum it up, a very low confidence about the future. And I remember at that time talking to Arnab, talking about how we would take the country in the post-2014 period under Prime Minister Modi's leadership to greater heights of development, how we would find the right pathway to make sure that the country progresses fast to meet the aspirations of 1 billion plus people. And I think the Prime Minister's focus on the 3 tracks. 1, developing the strong macroeconomic fundamentals. 2, ensuring social welfare reaches the last man at the bottom of the pyramid. And 3, ensuring that we have the enabling infrastructure. And infrastructure is not just about roads and railways or even ports and airports, on each of which tremendous work has happened in the last 10 years. But infrastructure to engage with the world in terms of digital connectivity, infrastructure to ensure that our women, our sisters, daughters, get equal opportunity so that they can get out of the rigmarole of day-to-day living.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pride to announce the Union Home Minister and Minister of Cooperation, Shri Amit Shah Ji, is among us now. On behalf of the Republic Media Network, I extend our deepest gratitude to him. Our deepest gratitude to you, sir, for sparing your precious time to be here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of the Home Minister, we have a special performance today. Dr. Subhadra Desai, Hindustani classical vocalist and author on Indian music and culture. She's been performing at home and abroad for more than 2 decades. Dr. Desai is at present the Chair Professor of the Department of Hindustani Music at the University of Silicon, Andhra, based in California. Today she is accompanied by Shri Chetan Nigam on the harmonium, Shri Gurbej Singh on tabla, Shri Nirav Desai on manjira, while Rekha Pandey and Swati Bhagat are on tanpura and will be providing vocal support. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Subhadra Desai performing the iconic devotional song Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram.
सीताराम जय जय रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम 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 पतित पावन सीताराम पतित पावन सीताराम।
Thank you, Subhadra ji, for that absolutely soulful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Subhadra Desai. As we clear our stage, it is now time for perhaps the most awaited session of this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have among us India's much admired Honorable Griha Mantri, Shri Amit Shah ji, one of Bharat's most resolute nationalists in recent history. Ladies and gentlemen, the defender of Bharat's destiny, Shri Amit Shah.
जय शिवाजी जय 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 भवानी प्रचंड आवाज से बोलिए भारत माता की भारत माता की भारतीय जनता पार्टी जय श्री राम जय जय श्री राम।
हमने मानने वाले कहा था अयोध्या में राम मंदिर बनाएंगे और 22 जनवरी को वहां पर राम लल्ला विराजमान होगा। जो कहते थे कि हम नहीं समझते हैं, मैंने कहा कि अगर मन खुला रखोगे और मन भारतीय रखोगे तो समझ में आ जाएगा। मन अगर इटली का है तो कभी समझ में नहीं आएगा। सीए देश का कानून है, इसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता और हम सीए को लागू कर रहे हैं।
मुझे बताओ युवाओ, ये कश्मीर हमारा है या नहीं है? जोर से बोलो, है या नहीं है?
जम्मू एंड कश्मीर के पीए को आप भारत का हिस्सा नहीं मानते हो क्या? एग्रेसिव ना हो, जान दे देंगे इसके लिए। क्या बात कर रहे हो आप? एग्रेसिव होने की क्या बात कर रहे हो?
ने 370 सीट की टारगेट फिक्स की है और एनडीए का अपना टारगेट 400 का है। सवाल मेरा यह है अमित शाह जी कि ये जो टारगेट है, ये लक्ष्य जो है, ये सेंटिमेंट्स को लेकर है, उसके आधार पर है या फिर कोई स्टेट टू स्टेट डिटेल्ड पॉलिटिकल मैपिंग भी की गई है? इस पर आप अगर कुछ हमारे साथ जानकारी हमें साझा करें तो वी कैन स्टार्ट विद दैट।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी राजनीति में विजय प्राप्त कर सत्ता प्राप्त कर लंबे समय तक सरकार ये बनाने के लक्ष्य से नहीं है। हम राजनीति में जब से हमारी पार्टी की स्थापना हुई तब से आजादी के आंदोलन के वक्त से जो लोग भारत को जानते थे उनकी कल्पना के भारत बनाने के लिए हम राजनीति में आए हैं। लाखों लोगों ने बलिदान ऐसे भारत के लिए नहीं दिया था जिसकी दुनिया में कोई पूछ न हो, ऐसे भारत के लिए नहीं दिया था जो असुरक्षित हो, अशिक्षित हो, इसका 2/3 हिस्सा दारुण गरीबी में अपना जीवन व्यतीत करता हो और विश्व में इसका कोई सम्मान न हो, ऐसे भारत के लिए आजादी का आंदोलन नहीं लड़ा गया था। आजादी का आंदोलन एक सशक्त, समृद्ध, सुरक्षित, शिक्षित और विश्व गुरु के स्थान पर बैठे हुए भारत की रचना के लिए लड़ा गया था और उसी लक्ष्य के लिए हम राजनीति में हैं और उसी लक्ष्य के लिए हम काम कर रहे हैं। जहां तक ये सीटों का सवाल है, जब से हम पार्टी बनाए तब से लेकर आज तक 1950 से आज तक हम जो कल्पनाएं लोगों के सामने रखे थे, हमारा एजेंडा लोगों के सामने रखे थे, इसकी पूर्ति के लिए जब इस देश की जनता ने पूर्ण बहुमत की नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार बनाने का मौका दिया, मोदी जी पर भरोसा किया, मोदी जी को 2 टर्म पूर्ण बहुमत का सरकार दिया, तब ये 10 साल हमने इसके लिए काम किया है। और मैं मानता हूं कि आजादी से लेकर अब तक के इतिहास में ये 10 साल भारत के विकास की दृष्टि से, भारत की सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से और भारत के विश्व में गौरव को बढ़ाने की दृष्टि से ये भारत का स्वर्णिम काल रहा है। मगर मैं आज ये भी कहना चाहता हूं देशवासियों से, ये फुल स्टॉप नहीं है, ये शुरुआत है। अच्छा समय आने वाला है और अच्छा समय आने वाला है और इसके लिए ये जो प्रयास हमने 10 साल किया है, जो प्रचंड जन समर्थन देश भर में आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, एनडीए को मिल रहा है। मैं देश के कोने कोने में गया हूं। चुनाव के पहले ही मैंने 136 सीटों का विजिट करा है। मैं आपको बता सकता हूं कि देश के कोने कोने से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के समर्थन में जनता खड़ी है। इसी के आधार पर हमने 370 के आंकड़े का लक्ष्य रखा है, 400 पार के आंकड़े का लक्ष्य रखा। ये लक्ष्य हमारा वास्तविक भी है और मैं आज बड़े विश्वास के साथ देश की जनता को कहने वाला हूं कि आप एक बार आपके मन में जो आशीर्वाद पड़ा है, प्यार पड़ा है, उसको मत में परिवर्तित कर दीजिए। 400 पार देखते देखते हो जाएगा और एक मजबूत सरकार बन जाएगी।
अगला सवाल मेरा अमित शाह जी शब्दों के संयम पर है। वैसे नेताओं का स्टैचर जितना बढ़ता है संयम भी बढ़नी चाहिए, मगर लालू प्रसाद यादव जी ने हाल ही में एक बहुत ही विवादित बयान दिया था जिस पर पिछले 2-3 दिन से इस पर ही बहुत डिबेट हो रही है। उन्होंने कहा था कि मोदी जी का परिवार ही नहीं है। उन्होंने कहा कि मोदी जी का परिवार ही नहीं है। हर चुनाव के पहले क्या जानबूझकर ये सेल्फ गोल किए जाते हैं? पिछले 3 चुनाव में पहले हमने देखा चाय वाला, फिर हमने देखा चौकीदार चोर है और अब ये कि मोदी जी का परिवार नहीं है। तो पिछले 3 चुनाव में कुछ ऐसे ही दिखने को मिला है, तो ऐसे विपक्ष पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, इस तरह की बातें वो ही लोग कर सकते हैं जिनके पास और कोई रास्ता नहीं बचा है। ऐसी ओछी बातें कर देश की राजनीति को, उसके स्तर को गिराने का जो काम कर रहे हैं, हर बार जनता उसका जवाब देती है। परंतु मैं एक बात बताना चाहता हूं, मैंने मोदी जी को बहुत करीब से देखा है, कई सालों से उनके साथ काम किया है। लालू जी ने एक महीने में सही ही कहा है कि मोदी जी का कोई परिवार नहीं है। परिवार जिनका होता है वो बेटे बेटियों को प्रधानमंत्री बनाने का प्रयास करता है, मुख्यमंत्री बनाने का प्रयास करता है, सत्ता पर बिठाने का प्रयास किया है। इस व्यक्ति ने 40 साल से केवल और केवल देश की जनता के लिए काम किया है। 23 साल से मुख्यमंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री रहने के बाद भी मैंने एक दिन छुट्टी लेते हुए उनको नहीं देखा है। सुबह 5 बजे से रात को 1 बजे तक अहर्निश काम काम काम, एक दिशा में काम और सेल्फलेस काम करते हुए मैंने देखा है। और इसी का परिणाम है कि उनके नेतृत्व में इतनी बड़ी कैडर खड़ी हुई है, इतने सारे नेताओं की श्रृंखला खड़ी हुई है, एक मजबूत भारतीय जनता पार्टी खड़ी हुई है और देश आज दुनिया में सर्वप्रथम बनने के लक्ष्य के साथ संकल्प लेकर 2047 में विकसित भारत, आत्मनिर्भर भारत का आत्मविश्वास भरकर देश आगे बढ़ रहा है। पूरी दुनिया कोई भी समस्या हो, पर्यावरण की हो, आतंकवाद की हो, इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग की हो या दुनिया में आए हुए विवादों और विवादों की समस्या हो, हर समस्या में दुनिया राह देखती है। देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी क्या कहते हैं और जो कहते हैं वो ट्रेंड बनता है, जो कहते हैं उसको पूरी दुनिया स्वीकार करती है। और मैं मानता हूं कि लालू जी कभी ये राजनीति नहीं समझ पाएंगे, कि परिवारवादी पार्टियां कभी ये राजनीति नहीं समझ पाएंगी, क्योंकि इनके जीवन का लक्ष्य कभी भी देश नहीं रहा है, देश का गरीब नहीं रहा है, देश की जनता नहीं रही है, देश का सम्मान नहीं रहा है। उनका लक्ष्य केवल और केवल अपने बेटे बेटियों को राजनीति में उच्चस्थ स्थान पर बिठाना रहा है। वो सहन ही नहीं कर सकते कि गरीब घर का बेटा, चाय बेचने वाले का बेटा, जिसका कोई राजनीतिक बैकग्राउंड नहीं है, कोई जाति का बैकग्राउंड नहीं है, वो इतने बड़े देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनेगा, 2 बार बनेगा, 3 बार बनेगा और सफल प्रधानमंत्री बनकर देश को महान बनाएगा। वो सहन ही नहीं कर सकते।
अमित शाह जी, एक गंभीर मुद्दा है जो इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज, जो जांच एजेंसियों के साथ जो अभी हो रहा है, और ये सेंटर स्टेट रिलेशन से भी लिंक्ड है। हाल ही में बंगाल में संदेश खाली में ईडी की टीम जब गई तो उन पर हमला हुआ और हमलावर ने कबूला कि हाँ, हमने हमला करवाया, हमने लोगों को लेके हमने एक मर्डरस अटैक करने की कोशिश की इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज पर। और ऐसे लोगों को समर्थन भी मिलता है वहां के जो रूलिंग पार्टी है स्टेट की। ईडी के समन भेजे जाते हैं मगर नेता हाजिर नहीं होते हैं। इससे एक बुरा ट्रेंड देश पर भी जाता है। अरविंद केजरीवाल को अब तक 8 समन भेजे गए हैं, 8 समन। और कई राज्य ऐसे भी हैं जिन्होंने अपने रूल्स को चेंज करके सीबीआई को नहीं घुसने दिया। यह बहुत सीरियस मामला है और अगर यह झगड़ा और बढ़ जाए तो इसके बहुत इंप्लीकेशंस हो सकते हैं। तो आप इसको कैसे रोकेंगे?
आप पत्रकार हो, आपको लगता है कि ये समस्या बहुत बड़ी हो जाएगी, देश गंभीर संकट में आ जाएगा? मुझे कोई डर नहीं है। डेमोक्रेसी में हर चीज का जवाब जनता दे देती है, जनता सब देखती है। अगर बंगाल में किसी के घर से 52 करोड़ रुपया इकट्ठा मिल जाता है, झारखंड में किसी के घर से 355 करोड़ रुपया कैश मिल जाती है, 25 मनी मशीन कैश गिनते गिनते गर्म हो जाते हैं और ये कहते हैं हम पर एक्शन न लो। क्या कह रहे हैं? मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि यूपीए सरकार के खिलाफ 40 केस सिर्फ यूपीए को रजिस्टर करने पड़े। हम ऑपोजिशन में थे, संसद में मामले उठाते थे, पीआई लगाते थे, कोर्ट ऑर्डर करती थी, उनको जांच करनी पड़ती थी। उस वक्त तो आप ही सत्ता में थे भाई। और आज देश में अदालतें हैं, अगर किसी को अन्याय हो रहा है तो अदालत में जाइए, अदालत सुनेगी आपको। मगर वास्तविकता यह है कि 12 लाख करोड़ के घपले घोटाले कर कर अपने घर भर कर बैठे हुए लोग जांच से डरते हैं और इसीलिए ये हवा खड़ा करते हैं एजेंसियों का। मैं आज उनको कहना चाहता हूं, 12 लाख करोड़ के घपले घोटाले किए, सैकड़ों जांच आपके सामने हुई, जेल में जाना पड़ रहा है। 23 साल से नरेंद्र मोदी सत्ता पर है, मुख्यमंत्री भी रहे, प्रधानमंत्री भी रहे, 10 साल से हमारी सरकार है। एक 4 आने का भी आरोप नरेंद्र मोदी पर हमारे विरोधी भी नहीं लगा पाए। हमने पारदर्शिता से शासन किया है। और मैं आज फिर से एक बार कहना चाहता हूं विपक्ष के मित्रों को आपके खोखले प्रचार के साथ जनता आने वाली नहीं है। आप इससे एक्सपोज हो रहे हो, आप कानून का साथ नहीं दे रहे हो। अगर आपको कोई ग्रीवेंसेस है तो अदालतों में जाना चाहिए, वहां से प्रोटेक्शन लेना चाहिए, मगर आप कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहे हो, वो तो ठीक नहीं हो रहा है। मैं किसी व्यक्ति के बारे में नहीं कह रहा हूं। जहां तक संदेश खाली का सवाल है, मैं मानता हूं संदेश खाली की घटनाओं ने बंगाल के शासन को 100% एक्सपोज कर रख दिया है। एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री के राज्य में जिस तरह से धर्म के आधार पर महिलाओं का शोषण हुआ है, वो सहन ही नहीं किया जा सकता। हम इसके खिलाफ लड़ेंगे, एड़ी चोटी का जोर लगाकर लड़ेंगे और बंगाल में हम परिवर्तन कर रहेंगे।
आपने संदेश खाली पे जो कहा, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अमित शाह जी। सब लोग सुनना भी चाहते थे और आज आपकी जो मैसेज है बहुत क्लियरली जा चुकी है। मैं आपको कहना चाहूंगा कि संदेश खाली के महिलाओं के साथ जिस तरह का अत्याचार हुआ है, और ये अब नहीं, 1-2 महीने से नहीं, ये कई सालों से चल रहा है। और जब हमारी टीम भी वहां गई तो हमारे रिपोर्टर भी अरेस्ट हो गए और रिपब्लिक बांग्ला ने जब सच दिखाया तो हमको भी कुचलने की कोशिश की गई थी। मगर आपने जो आज मैसेज दिया है बहुत बड़ी बात है। बंगाल की परिस्थिति पर मैं चाहता हूं थोड़ा और आप बताएं, आप बंगाल की लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पर संदेश खाली ही नहीं, उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? हर दिन ऐसे न्यूज में इस तरह की घटनाएं आ रही हैं आजकल।
देखिए, बंगाल एक बॉर्डर स्टेट है। हम सब जानते हैं कि घुसपैठ की समस्या सबसे ज्यादा अब कोई एक राज्य में बची है तो बंगाल में बची है। और मैं बिल्कुल विश्वास के साथ देश की जनता को तथ्यों के आधार पर बता रहा हूं कि बंगाल से जो घुसपैठ होती है वो स्टेट स्पॉन्सर घुसपैठ है। इसमें किसी को शंका रखने की जरूरत।
स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड इन्फिल्ट्रेशन,
अपनी वोट बैंक की राजनीति को बढ़ाने के लिए, अपनी वोट बैंक को बढ़ाने के लिए राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को ताक पर रखा जा रहा है। ये बहुत गंभीर समस्या है और बंगाल की जनता भी उसको मान रही। मैं आज पूरे देश भर के लोगों को बताना चाहता हूं कि देश ने बंगाल के साथ खड़ा रहने की जरूरत है। वहां गंभीर समस्या है जी। ये बॉर्डर स्टेट को हम सब ने गंभीरता से लेने की जरूरत है। बंगाल में भी जागरूकता आई है। हम एक भी सीट नहीं थे, हम 18 जीते। इस बार हम 25 का आंकड़ा पार कर पूर्णता की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमारे 2 एमएलए थे, 77 बने हैं। मजबूत विपक्ष के रूप में हमारी भूमिका अदा कर रहे हैं। बंगाल में जो शासन है वो भ्रष्टाचारी है। बंगाल में जो शासन है वो धर्म के आधार पर एपीसमेंट करने वाला शासन है। बंगाल में जो शासन है वो न्यायी शासन है। देश की सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत जरूरी है कि वहां परिवर्तन हो और भारतीय जनता पार्टी वहां संघर्ष कर रही है। मैं बंगाल की जनता को भी विनती करने आया हूं कि आप हमारा समर्थन करिए। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बड़ी मजबूत प्रतिनिधित्व बंगाल से एक बार भेजिए। हम बंगाल को फिर से सोनार बांग्ला बनाना चाहते हैं, उसमें आपका साथ और साथ।
जी, ये बहुत बड़ी बात कही है आपने। 2 हेडलाइन तो है। पहली बात उन्होंने कही कि राज्य सरकार की स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड इन्फिल्ट्रेशन है। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है क्योंकि हर बार स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कहती है कि बीएसएफ का दोष है। और दूसरी बड़ी बात आज आपने कही कि 18 नहीं 25 से ज्यादा 42 में से आउट ऑफ 42 more than 25 seats he says is going to be the target for the BJP in Bengal. That's a big headline. अमित शाह जी, राम मंदिर, धारा 370 और अब यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड, 1 नेशन 1 लॉ, ये ऐसा मुद्दा है अमित शाह जी, जब भी हम कोई हमारे नेटवर्क पे इस पर बात करते हैं हर बार मिनटों के अंदर ये सब्जेक्ट ट्रेंड करता है। यानी कि बहुत मास सपोर्ट है। आप इधर ही हमारे ऑडियंस को पूछ ले, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के लिए टाइडल वेव ऑफ सपोर्ट है। तो एक हर बार जब, और आपको नहीं, आप ही इस पर हमें क्लैरिटी देते। राज्यों में हो रहा है, अभी उत्तराखंड की बात हुई कि एक एक करके राज्यों में होगा, मगर कई लोग चाहते हैं कि जैसे ट्रिपल तलाक वॉज अ नेशनल लेवल पे चेंज की गई, तो यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड हमारे देश में कब आएगी, इस पर प्लान क्या है? इलेक्शन अनाउंस होने वाले हैं, उसके पहले आप अगर थोड़ी क्लैरिटी दे दे तो।
दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को जी धर्म के साथ जोड़कर दिखा गया है। मैं आज देश की जनता को बताना चाहता हूं कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड सिर्फ भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एजेंडा नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एजेंडा तो है ही। जब से हमारी पार्टी की स्थापना हुई 1950 से, तब से हम कहते हैं कि हम पावर में आएंगे तो यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इस देश के अंदर लाएंगे। परंतु संविधान सभा ने भी आर्टिकल 44 में डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स फॉर स्टेट में ये कहा है कि इस देश के विधानमंडल और संसद उचित समय पर यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को लागू करेंगे। जी, अगर आप पंथ निरपेक्ष देश की कल्पना चाहते हैं, पंथ निरपेक्ष राज्य की कल्पना चाहते हैं, तो धर्म के आधार पर कानून कैसे हो सकता है? धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं हो सकते। इस देश में एक कानून होना बहुत जरूरी है। जी, और उत्तराखंड सरकार को मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की उत्तराखंड सरकार ने इसके लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट की निवर्तमान न्यायाधीश के अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनाई। लगभग 780 पन्नों की रिपोर्ट आई है, इसमें 42 चैप्टर है और उसमें से एक बिल बनाकर उत्तराखंड सरकार ने, उत्तराखंड की असेंबली ने इसको पारित किया है, जो भारत सरकार में स्वीकृति के लिए आया है। कुछ ही दिनों में इसको हम स्वीकार भी कर लेंगे और उत्तराखंड ऐसा राज्य होगा देश में जहां सबसे पहले यूसीसी लागू हो जाएगा। आपने जो सवाल किया कि देश भर में कब लागू होगा,
राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर, जी
देखिए ये बहुत बड़ा सोशल रिफॉर्म है। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड बहुत बड़ा सोशल रिफॉर्म है। हम डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री है, लोकतांत्रिक देश है। इस देश में हर चीज पर बहस होनी चाहिए। ये जो यूसीसी का बिल उत्तराखंड सरकार ने कानून पारित किया है जी, उस कानून की सोशल स्क्रूटिनी होनी चाहिए, इस कानून की लीगल स्क्रूटिनी होनी चाहिए और इस पर व्यापक बहस भी देश भर में होनी चाहिए। सभी दलों में भी होनी चाहिए, सभी धर्मों के मुखियाओं के बीच में भी होनी चाहिए। उसके बाद इसकी सोशियो लीगल स्क्रूटिनी के बाद कुछ टीथिंग प्रॉब्लम अगर आएंगे तो इसको दूर कर देश के सभी विधानमंडल इसको लागू करेंगे, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। परंतु मैं निश्चित रूप से देश की जनता को ये कहना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी मानती है कि कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी और कामाख्या से द्वारिका तक इतने बड़े देश के हर चप्पे चप्पे पर यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड होना चाहिए और ये देश एक कानून से चले।
तीसरे टर्म में हो जाएगा, तीसरे टर्म में हो जाएगा एक टारगेट।
देखिए जी, मुझे ना टीआरपी बनानी है ना मैं ज्योतिषी हूं, तो ये तो जनता को ही तय करने दीजिए आप। मैंने रोड मैप मेरी पार्टी का जो है वो बताया है।
क्या आपको लगता है, एक फॉलो अप सवाल, कि इंडिया कैन नॉट बी ट्रूली सेक्युलर विदाउट यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड? अगर हम सेक्युलर देश हैं, असली सेक्युलरिज्म तो तभी होगी व्हेन ऑल द पीपल ऑफ द कंट्री आर गवर्न्ड बाय वन लॉ।
विषय हजारों साल से भारत में नहीं रहा है। ये हमें क्या पंथ निरपेक्षता सिखाएंगे? हम हजारों सालों से इसी तरह से जी रहे। परंतु डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप के अंदर पूरे देश के लिए कानून होना बहुत जरूरी है और मैं मानता हूं कि ये जितना हो सके उतना जल्द हो जाना चाहिए।
मैं अपना एक इंटरप्रिटेशन करता हूं आपने जो कहा, क्योंकि मैं कई बार आपके साथ जो इंटरव्यू की थी 370 हटाने के पहले कई बार मैं पूछता था और इसी फोर्स, इसी पैशन और इसी स्टाइल से वो कहते थे कि हम पूरी तरह से कमिटेड है। और मुझे अभी भी याद है अमित शाह जी कि जिस सुबह 370 और 35A को अबॉलिश की गई, उस सुबह तक लोग कह रहे थे कभी नहीं हो सकता है, कश्मीर जल जाएगा। मुझे आज लग रहा है आप उसी फोर्स और पैशन के साथ यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के बारे में कह रहे हैं और हमें अभी भी उम्मीद है।
ये अर्णब बाबू का इंटरप्रिटेशन है।
नहीं, मुझे देखिए अमित शाह जी, देखिए मैं थोड़ा इनफॉर्मली आपको कहना चाहता हूं, जिस दिन आप तो सरकार के बिल्कुल अंदर हैं, आप सरकार चलाते हैं, बाहर के लोग कोई विश्वास नहीं कर रहे थे कि इतना बड़ा चेंज हो सकता है। और आपकी क्लिप जो अभी हमने प्ले की, जो वायरल हुई और अभी तक वायरल है, आपको पता है, वो पाकिस्तान वाली क्लिप की, वो ये किसी ने विश्वास नहीं किया था। मुझे लगता है चेंज तो आप ला सकते हैं एंड आई थिंक यू विल ब्रिंग द चेंज ऑन यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड।
चले, आपकी शुभकामनाओं के लिए धन्यवाद।
अमित शाह जी, बंगाल में ही नहीं पूरे देश में गृह मंत्री जी, CAA कब लागू होगा? क्योंकि अब मॉडल कोड ऑफ कॉन्डक्ट कभी भी लागू हो सकता है और आपका बयान भी आ चुका है कि CAA लागू होकर रहेगा। तो इस पर कोई टाइमलाइन आप कह सकते हैं कि कब होगा?
मैं फिर से कहता हूं, CAA ये देश का कानून है, पत्थर पर लकीर है, ये वास्तविकता है, ये लागू होगा ही होगा और इस चुनाव के पहले होगा।
इस चुनाव के पहले होगा, इस चुनाव के पहले होगा। ये बहुत बड़ी बात कही है आज। मैं तो ये कह सकता हूं कि ये हाहाकार हो गई आपने जो बात अभी कही है। गृह मंत्री जी ने बहुत बड़ी बात हम सबके सामने
प्रणव जी, तालियां बज गई, कोई धमाका नहीं है। ये बात मैं 10 बार बता चुका हूं।
नहीं, मगर आप
चुनाव के पहले CAA लागू होगा। इस देश का कानून है, इसको कोई नहीं रोक सकता।
फैंटास्टिक। तो नोटिफिकेशन बस आने वाली है, फिर आपको लगता है नोटिफिकेशन तो बस आने वाली है? देखिए, हमें तो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज चाहिए ना। आपने इतनी बड़ी ब्रेकिंग न्यूज दी है, आदत से मजबूर हम भी हैं। बहुत बड़ी ब्रेकिंग न्यूज है और मुझे लगता है सब लोग इस पर जरूर बात करेंगे और इसका प्रभाव क्या होगा, इसका इंपैक्ट क्या होगा, अगर आप संक्षिप्त में इस पर कुछ कह सके तो।
देखिए, CAA कानून कोई नई बात नहीं है
जी।
कांग्रेस पार्टी कई चीजों को भूल गई है। मत बैंक की लालच में, वोट बैंक की लालच में कई चीजें भूल गई है। जैसे UCC
जी
संविधान सभा का वादा था। इसी तरह से जब देश का दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण तरीके से धर्म के आधार पर विभाजन हुआ, तब पाकिस्तान और अब के बांग्लादेश से लाखों की संख्या में हिंदू, बौद्ध, सिख शरणार्थी आ रहे थे और मार काट हो रही थी। कांग्रेस के ही नेताओं ने, देश के नेताओं ने एक वादा किया था, आप धैर्य रखिए, आप कभी भी यहां आएंगे, आपको ये देश स्वीकार करेगा, आपको नागरिकता देगा। इस वादे पर सभी लोग वहां रहे
जी।
उनके पर अनेक प्रकार के अत्याचार हुए, धार्मिक प्रताड़ना हुई, धर्म परिवर्तन करने के लिए दबाव बनाया गया, उनकी महिलाओं को, हमारी माताओं बहनों को अपमानित किया गया। वो लोग बदलने के लिए भारत की शरण में आए और अगर आज भारत अपने वो वादे को जो 15 अगस्त 1947 में किया गया है उसको याद नहीं करता है तो वो ठीक नहीं होगा। करोड़ों लोग इस देश के अंदर नागरिकता के बगैर रह रहे हैं, जो वहां से प्रताड़ित। मुझे कोई बता सकता है, ममता बनर्जी बता सकती है कि वो कहां जाए, कहां जाएंगे वो लोग? वहां उनकी सुरक्षा नहीं है, उनकी महिलाओं को अपमानित किया जा रहा है, हमारी माताओं बहनों को अपमानित किया जा रहा है, धर्म परिवर्तन करने के लिए मजबूर किया जा रहा है। हम भी शरण न दे
जी,
हम भी उनका स्वागत न करें। भारत में स्वागत है, भारत उनको नागरिकता की भी देगा और मेरे आपके जितना अधिकार भी देगा और स्वागत करेगा।
इतनी खुलकर बातचीत हो रही है, लोग कह रहे हैं सरकार मीडिया से बात नहीं करती, बहुत एक न्यूज पॉइंट हमें मिल रहे हैं, वी आर वेरी हैप्पी। तो अमित शाह जी, आप बहुत डायरेक्टली बात कर रहे हैं, बहुत खुलकर बात कर रहे हैं और ये इसके लिए हम बहुत ग्रेटफुल है। अमित शाह जी, ये देश में बंटवारे की राजनीति पर सवाल है, ये बहुत डिबेट हो रहा है। हमारा राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि हमारा स्लोगन है, वी बिलीव इन नेशन फर्स्ट, मगर देश में उत्तर दक्षिण की राजनीति हो जाती है, कोई चुनाव के बाद बांटने की राजनीति हो जाती है, सनातन धर्म और हिंदुओं को जाति में बांटने की कोशिश हो रही है और राहुल गांधी लगातार ओबीसी का मुद्दा उठा रहे हैं। आप लोग विकसित भारत और आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात कर रहे हैं। इस तरह की डिवाइसिव पॉलिटिक्स, ये ट्रेंड क्यों बन गई है? ये डिवाइसिव पॉलिटिक्स पर आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं जो इस बार भी हो रहा है?
देखिए, भारत जोड़ो के बैनर के तहत भारत तोड़ने की एक्सरसाइज चल रही है। मुझे मालूम नहीं है ये कांग्रेस पार्टी को क्या हो गया है। इतनी पुरानी पार्टी, उनका कोई प्रमुख नेता कहता है हिंदुस्तान के 2 टुकड़े कर दो, नॉर्थ इंडिया और साउथ इंडिया, और कांग्रेस पार्टी चुप रहती है, साफ सुन गया है, ऐसे चुप रहती है। मुझे तो आश्चर्य हो गया है ये पार्टी को क्या हो गया है। इनके अलाई पानी पी पी कर सनातन धर्म का अपमान कर रहे हैं, सनातन धर्म के लिए जहर उगलने का काम कर रहे हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी रोकती भी नहीं है, ना मादा है, ना हिम्मत है, ना इच्छा है। और यात्रा लेकर निकलते हैं भारत जोड़ो की। देश की जनता ढंग से समझ ले, इनका एकमात्र लक्ष्य है सत्ता प्राप्त करने का, एपीसमेंट कर कर सत्ता प्राप्त करने का। वो भारत को एक नहीं रख सकते। भारत को एक केवल और केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भाजपा के नेता नरेंद्र मोदी रख सकते हैं। और मैं देश की जनता को अपील करना चाहता हूं कि जिन लोगों ने भारत को तोड़ने की बात करी है, जिन लोगों ने विश्व के सबसे पुराने धर्म के पुरानी संस्कृति को और पुरानी परंपराओं को अपमानित करने की बात की है, इनको देश की जनता को पहचान लेने की भी जरूरत है और दंडित करने की भी जरूरत है। आने वाले चुनाव में मैं चाहूंगा कि कांग्रेस के नेता अगर हिम्मत है तो इनके भारत तोड़ो की ये सारी घटनाओं का रिपीटेशन चुनावी मंच पर से करें। वो कोई नेता के मुंह से कुछ निकल गया इसका खंडन भी नहीं करते, पार्टी को अपने आप से अलग नहीं करते हैं। इसका मतलब आपकी पार्टी का एजेंडा ही ये है, आपकी पार्टी का उद्देश्य ही है। और ओबीसी के लिए तो बोलने का कांग्रेस पार्टी को अधिकार ही नहीं। कांग्रेस पार्टी है जिसने इस देश के पिछड़ा वर्ग को सबसे ज्यादा अन्याय किया है। 50 साल तक काका साहब कालेलकर कमीशन की रिपोर्ट को आप दबाकर बैठ गए। इसके बाद मंडल कमीशन की रिपोर्ट को आप दबाकर बैठ गए। जब मंडल कमीशन लागू हुआ देश में, राजीव गांधी ने 1 घंटा और 40 मिनट इसके विरोध में भाषण किया था। कांग्रेस पार्टी 55 साल तक सत्ता पर रही, कभी भी ओबीसी को संवैधानिक स्टेटस नहीं दिया, ओबीसी आयोग की रचना नहीं की, नीट की और केंद्र सरकार की परीक्षाओं में ओबीसी को आरक्षण नहीं दिया। ये सारा काम हुआ नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में। और एकमात्र सरकार है जिसमें 27 ओबीसी मंत्री बैठे हैं। और राहुल गांधी देश को ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरीज गिना रहे हैं, सेक्रेटरीज गिना रहे हैं जी। मैं इनको बताना चाहता हूं, अभी जो भारत सरकार में सेक्रेटरी बना है वो आपके शासन में भर्ती हुआ है, वो प्रमोट होते होते यहां सेक्रेटरी बना है। आप हमें क्या दोष रहे हो? इनको देश का प्रधानमंत्री ओबीसी है वो दिखाई नहीं पड़ता, देश की कैबिनेट में 27 मंत्री है वो दिखाई नहीं पड़ते, किसी एनजीओ ने पकड़ा दिया कि इतने सेक्रेटरी ओबीसी है वो रटे जा रहे हैं। और देश की जनता भी बहुत एंटरटेनमेंट के भाव से उनको सुन भी रही मगर वास्तविकता देश की जनता भी जानती है कि ओबीसी का, पिछड़ा वर्ग का जितना विरोध कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया है, अन्याय जितना कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया है, इतना किसी और राजनीतिक दल ने नहीं किया।
अगला सवाल आपके मंत्रालय से जुड़ा हुआ सवाल मेरा यह है कि पिछले 5 साल में गृह मंत्रालय ने FCRA यानी कि फॉरेन कंट्रीब्यूशन रेगुलेशन एक्ट को लेकर बहुत सख्त कार्रवाई की है। होम मिनिस्ट्री का अपना डेटा है कि 16,000 एनजीओ जो है उनके FCRA लाइसेंस को कैंसिल किया गया है। उसके साथ साथ टेरर फंडिंग, एनजीओ फंडिंग पर रोकने की कोशिश हुई है, लेकिन शायद पूरी सफलता नहीं मिली। इसके पीछे स्ट्रेटेजी क्या है? एक तो जो ओवरग्राउंड और अंडरग्राउंड सेल होते हैं, नेक्सस है, इसके फॉर्मूले को तोड़ने की कोशिश है या एनजीओस को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, वो कहते हैं। तो इस पर अगर आप
देखिए अर्णब जी, आप दो चीजों को मिक्सअप कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा,
FCRA को हमने कानून में परिवर्तन किया। कानून को में परिवर्तन करने का हमारा उद्देश्य था कि FCRA का उपयोग कर विदेशों से चंदा लाकर, डोनेशन लाकर इस देश की डेमोग्राफी को बदलने का प्रयास नहीं होना चाहिए। एक, सेवा के लिए अगर कोई पैसा भेजता है, सेवा कार्य के लिए करता है, व्यक्ति समूह के उत्थान के लिए भेजता है तो उसका स्वागत है। हमने कठोर नियम बनाए, ऑडिट कंपलसरी किया और ऑडिट को रेगुलर किया। इसके आधार पर ये सारे रजिस्ट्रेशन कैंसिल हुए हैं। कुछ लोगों ने तो 16,000 में से 12,000 लोगों ने स्वतः ही कैंसिल करा दिया। भारत सरकार ने नहीं किया है, वो स्वतः विड्रॉल का अर्जी डाले हैं। तो 4,000 ऑडिट के आधार पर कैंसिल किए हैं। तो जो लोग हाय तौबा करें उनको मेरा यही कहना है कि कानून की परिधि में रहकर कोई भी व्यक्ति कितना भी चंदा विदेश से लाए, भारत सरकार को कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। वो देश के नागरिकों के और देश के समाज के उत्थान के लिए खर्च होना चाहिए। देश की जनसांख्यिकी बदलने के उद्देश्य से खर्च नहीं होना चाहिए। अगर जनसांख्यिकी के बदलने के उद्देश्य से खर्च होगा तो हम कठोर से कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे, इसमें हमारे मन में कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं। जहां तक टेरर फंडिंग का सवाल है, 1914 से हमने टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी और टेररिस्टों के इकोसिस्टम को ध्वस्त करने के क्रमबद्ध कदम उठाए हैं। हमने एनआईए को, ईडी को, दोनों को टेरर लिंक्स, हवाला के जरिए पैसा आने वाले टेरर फंडिंग और नार्को टेरर लिंक्स को पकड़कर उसको खत्म करने की दिशा में एक्टिव किया है। सैकड़ों रेड्स हुई हैं और बहुत कठोरता के साथ उनके फंडिंग के फ्लो को बहुत पतला करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। ऐसी चीजें जो सार्वजनिक चर्चा में नहीं आती है, मगर मैं कहता हूं कि मोदी जी की सरकार की बहुत बड़ी सफलता है कि हमने टेररिज्म के लिए आने वाले फंड को लगभग सूखा नहीं दिया है, समाप्त कर दिया है। ये हमारी बहुत बड़ी सफलता।
इसी से जुड़ा सवाल कि नक्सलवाद से भारत को और भारत के लोगों को संपूर्ण छुटकारा कब मिलेगा?
देखिए, मैंने कहा है, पहले भी कहा है कि 3 साल के अंदर, आने वाले 3 साल के अंदर, इसका मतलब मोदी 3 में देश नक्सलवाद से पूर्णतया मुक्त हो जाएगा। इसमें कोई संशय रखने की जरूरत।
3 साल। अमित शाह जी, एक ट्रेंड और एक है, और ये इसको लाइटली भी लिया जा सकता है, मगर मैं इसको सीरियसली लेता हूं क्योंकि वी आर नेशनलिस्ट, हम राष्ट्रवादी हैं। मगर आजकल एक ट्रेंड बना है कि भारत एक राष्ट्र नहीं है। ये कॉन्सेप्ट लोग इलेक्शन रैलीज में स्टेट लीडर्स बोल रहे हैं। अभी अभी जैसे डीएमके के ए राजा ने कहा, इंडिया इज नॉट अ नेशन। मैं हिंदी में इसका, इंडिया इज नॉट अ नेशन।
अर्णब बाबू, आप लोग इससे डर सकते हो, मैं नहीं डर सकता।
नहीं, डरने की बात
ये
नहीं।
देश सालों से चल रहा है, दुनिया का सबसे पुरानी सभ्यता है। इस देश को ऐसे कुछ लोग बोलकर कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकते। जनता तय कर लेगी। देश में लोकतंत्र है, ऐसा जो बोल रहे हैं जनता ही उसको जवाब देगी।
मैं आपकी बात को मानता हूं, मगर इस पर थोड़ी सी चर्चा हुई। सेंटर स्टेट फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर, इसकी बात होती है कि अगर हर बार कई विपक्ष के नेता, राज्य स्तर के नेता ये कहे कि भारत एक राष्ट्र नहीं, तमिलनाडु राष्ट्र है, मगर भारत राष्ट्र नहीं है, तो और राहुल गांधी, आप कहेंगे उनकी बात को सीरियसली क्यों लिया जाए? क्योंकि वो विदेश में जाकर हर जगह राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं, हर जगह हम चौंक जाते हैं कि कोई भी वो विपक्ष के नेता है, फॉरेन सॉइल पे वो जाकर कहते, यूनाइटेड किंगडम में कहते हैं कि भारत राष्ट्र नहीं है, इट इज अ नेगोशिएशन। और ये सीरियसली बात, इस पर मतलब इस पर रिस्पॉन्ड कैसे किया जाए या इसको इग्नोर किया?
ऐसा है अर्णव जी, इसमें जनता को रिस्पॉन्ड करने की जरूरत नहीं, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने रिस्पॉन्ड करने की जरूरत है। नेता बदल दे, बाकी कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं।
अमित शाह जी, आजकल हर जगह और एक चर्चा है कि इंडिया डज नॉट हैव एन ऑपोजिशन। एज द मास्टर स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट ऑफ द भारतीय जनता पार्टी, एंड वी मस्ट कॉम्प्लीमेंट अमित शाह जी फॉर बिल्डिंग व्हाट इज द वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट पॉलिटिकल पार्टी। और मुझे अभी भी याद है, एक बार मैं इन्हें मिलने गया था तो इन्होंने मुझे आंकड़े दिखाए थे और समझाया था कि ऐसे विद इन दिस फ्यू मंथ्स इस प्लान के साथ कार्डर बेस, मेंबरशिप बेस बना के we will make BJP the largest political party on earth, and he has achieved it. So Amit Shah ji, that is very good, but kabhi-kabhi as in a democracy, is it not a genuine worry कि मतलब कि देश में एक strong opposition राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर नहीं है? As a political analyst आप कैसे देखते हैं इसको?
ऐसा है, मैं भी मानता हूं देश में मजबूत विपक्ष होना चाहिए
जी,
मगर मैं नहीं बना सकता। सत्ताधारी पक्ष और विपक्ष की रचना संवैधानिक है, वो देश की जनता बनाती है। हम भी विपक्ष में बैठे हैं, जनता ने हमें विपक्ष बनाया था। आज जनता ने हमें अधिकार दिया है तो विपक्ष को मजबूत बनाना या निर्बल बनाना उनके काम के आधार पर देश की जनता तय करती है। कोई सरकार तय नहीं कर सकती, कोई पार्टी तय नहीं कर सकती। हम संवैधानिक व्यवस्था से जीने वाला राष्ट्र है। मैं इतना ही कर सकता हूं कि विपक्ष निर्बल हो तो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर रोज आत्मचिंतन करती रहे, हमारे अंदर अहंकार न आए, हमारे यहाँ पर भ्रष्टाचार न आए, हमारे यहाँ परिवारवाद न आए और हम लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों को संभाल कर इसका जतन कर कर आगे बढ़ते रहें। हम इतना ही कर सकते। विपक्ष को मजबूत करना, रखना, नहीं रखना, ये सब देश की जनता को तय करना है, सब पार्टियों का परफॉर्मेंस देखकर। और देश की जनता, मैं मानता हूं कि बहुत मैच्योर डिसीजन लेती है।
जी, ये बड़ी बात है। मगर क्योंकि लोकतंत्र में एक विपक्ष होना और विपक्ष का मजबूत होना भी बहुत जरूरी है। आप आज से 5-10 साल बाद किसको विपक्ष देखते हैं? मतलब, who do you think will be the opposition to the BJP?
देखिए, इतना दूर का आकलन कोई नहीं कर सकता, सिर्फ करने के खातिर कोई कर सकता है। देश में एक प्रकार से बहुत डायनेमिक डेमोक्रेसी है जो परफॉर्मेंस को इवेल्युएट कर कर अपना मैंडेट देती है। तो देश की जनता का मूड और देश की जनता का मैंडेट पहले एक जमाने में जातिवाद, परिवारवाद, भ्रष्टाचार और तुष्टीकरण के आधार पर तय होता था। अब मोदी जी ने पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस को एस्टैब्लिश किया है। परफॉर्मेंस के आधार पर ही देश की जनता तय करेगी। जो परफॉर्म करेगा देश उसको अधिकार देगा, जो परफॉर्म नहीं करेगा वो विपक्ष में बैठेगा। उस वक्त का 10 साल के बाद का विपक्ष या सत्ताधारी पक्ष भी हमारे परफॉर्मेंस के आधार पर ही देश की जनता तय करेगी। हम अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे तो हम अधिकार में होंगे। हम में पैदा हो रही बुराइयों को अगर हम कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाएंगे तो विपक्ष अधिकार में होगा। वो 10 साल के बाद देश की जनता। मगर जी, 10 साल आपने पूछा, इसलिए मैं मेरा एक आकलन कह रहा हूं, 10 साल तक तो मोदी ही है।
हेडलाइन 10 साल तक मोदी जी हैं। ये बहुत बड़ी बात अमित शाह जी ने आज कही है और हर बात जो कह रहे हैं बहुत गंभीरता के साथ और सोच कर कहते हैं। अमित शाह जी अपने शब्दों को बहुत सोच समझ के कहते हैं। ये इट्स अ वेरी बिग स्टेटमेंट। तो ये जो बात कही, इसके साथ अमित शाह जी, हम चाहते हैं, हमने कहा था आज कि जो हमारे सेशंस में आ जाएंगे उनको एक सेंस मिलेगा। और मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये होता है कि सरकार में कैसे काम हो रहा है अगले दशक के लिए। हमारी जो थीम है अमित शाह जी, इट इज भारत द नेक्स्ट डेकेड। और आपने परफॉर्मेंस असेसमेंट की बात कही। पहली बार हमें लग रहा है कि सरकार ऐसी बनी है देश में जो अपने परफॉर्मेंस को असेस करते हैं, जिसमें क्वार्टरली मीटिंग, डेली मीटिंग, वीकली मीटिंग्स, पीयूष गोयल जी भी बोलते हैं कि मैनेजमेंट, असेसमेंट, परफॉर्मेंस, की रिजल्ट एरियाज, KRA, इस तरह से काम हो रहा है। तो आप अगर एक थोड़े एज एन इनसाइडर आप एक सेंस दे सके कि काम कैसे हो रहा है और किस विजन के साथ हो रहा है, तो विल बी वेरी ग्रेटफुल।
देखिए, आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव का मौका
जी
जब नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार को मिला, तब देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अमृत महोत्सव का उपयोग बहुत विजनरी तरीके से किया है। एक युग दृष्टा नेता ही ऐसा सोच सकता है, इस तरह से किया है। अमृत महोत्सव का उपयोग कर कर उन्होंने देश की नई पीढ़ी को आजादी के आंदोलन का पूरा इतिहास याद कराया। आजादी के आंदोलन के नेताओं का, जिन्होंने देश के लिए अपना सर्वस्व बलिदान किया, इरिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स, उनका महिमा मंडन किया। अब तक 75 साल में हमने जो अचीव किया है उसका आत्मबोध कराकर देश की जनता के अंदर एक गौरव का भाव पैदा किया। और 2047 में देश पूर्ण विकसित बनेगा, इसका लक्ष्य तय कर कर 130 करोड़ की जनता को अमृत काल में, मतलब 25 साल में देश को दुनिया में सबसे एक नंबर का देश बनाने का संकल्प लिलाकर एक पूरी 130 करोड़ की जनता को भारत निर्माण की यात्रा में जोड़ने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। आप मुझे एक दशक का पूछ रहे हैं, मगर मैं बताना चाहता हूं 25 वर्ष के बाद शायद हम तो नहीं होंगे, मगर इस देश के युवा होंगे। ये युवा देख पाएंगे कि हर क्षेत्र में भारत प्रथम होगा, भारत सुरक्षित होगा, समृद्ध होगा, पूर्ण शिक्षित होगा और पूरा विश्व जिसका लोहा मानता है, इस प्रकार के भारत की हम रचना करेंगे। और हमारी संस्कृति, हमारा इतिहास, हमारा धर्म, हमारी भाषा पूरी दुनिया के अंदर सम्मान के साथ देखी जाएगी। सबके साथ सह अस्तित्व रखते हुए हमारा जो पुराना है उसका गौरव भी हम पुनः प्रस्तापित करेंगे। ऐसे भारत की रचना ये 25 साल में करने का लक्ष्य मोदी जी ने रखा है। कोई एक पार्टी का लक्ष्य नहीं है, 130 करोड़ भारतवासियों का सामूहिक लक्ष्य है। सामूहिक पुरुषार्थ से ही ये अचीव हो सकता है और इसके लिए हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
अंत में अर्णव जी आपको जन्मदिन की शुभकामनाएं। आज आपका जन्मदिन, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Shri Amit Shah ji. You give every Indian the assurance that Bharat will be the custodian of its destiny. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We move on to our next speaker.
आते आते रेल को भी, अगर जहां से भी आए, रेल से मध्य प्रदेश से आए तो भी आज नहीं पहुंच सकते। बिहार से तो शायद कल भी समस्या, साउथ इंडिया से तो शायद 2-3 दिन लग जाए। ये पिक्चर क्लियर होते तो कह लीजिए 7, 8, 9, 10 तक का समय लगेगा जो हम सोच रहे हैं। अब जो नजदीक के राज्य थे उनसे तो हम आगे बढ़ने वाले नहीं हैं, तो दूर दराडे के राज्य हैं। राजस्थान पास में है पर उसकी भी दूरी काफी है, वो भी 7, 8 से पहले वो भी नहीं पहुंच सकते जो अभी दिख रहा हमें। तो एक तो आज जो है वो मार्च तो शुरू होगा, आज कुछ लोग कर लेंगे, 6 से बोला सा बढ़ेंगे, कुछ 7 को कर लेंगे। सरकार का देखिए क्या निर्णय है। सरकार तो एक बार बोल रही है अभी आप ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली के बगैर आ जाएं, तभी जंतर मंतर पे तो एक धारा 144 है और दिल्ली में भी लगभग धारा 144 लगी हुई है। तो इसका मकसद तो केंद्र सरकार स्पष्ट करे इसका मकसद क्या है। दूसरा, आज 23 दिन हो गया और इससे 5 दिन पहले से आपके लिए 28 दिन से पंजाब हरियाणा के बॉर्डर बंद कर रखे हैं। तो जो पंजाब की आर्थिकता का नुकसान हुआ है इसके लिए केंद्र जिम्मेवार है। जो लोगों को, व्यापारी हैं, हमारी बहुत सी वेजिटेबल सब्जियां बाहर जानी है, बहुत बाहर से माल बहुत सा अंदर आना है, हर तरह की सप्लाई है। तो जो लोगों को इतनी दिक्कत आ रही है, क्या केंद्र सरकार बताएगी देश को तो ये दिक्कत क्यों दी जा रही है।
अमित शाह जी, बंगाल में ही नहीं पूरे देश में गृह मंत्री जी CAA कब लागू होगा, क्योंकि अब मॉडल कोड ऑफ कॉन्डक्ट कभी भी लागू हो सकता है और आपका बयान भी आ चुका है कि CAA लागू होकर रहेगा, तो इस पर कोई टाइमलाइन आप कह सकते हैं कि कब होगा?
मैं फिर से कहता हूं, CAA ये देश का कानून है, पत्थर पर लकीर है, ये वास्तविकता है, ये लागू होगा ही होगा और इस चुनाव के पहले होगा।
इस चुनाव के पहले होगा, इस चुनाव के पहले होगा। ये बहुत बड़ी बात कही है आज। मैं तो ये कह सकता हूं कि ये हाहाकार हो गई आपने जो बात अभी कही है। गृह मंत्री जी ने बहुत बड़ी बात हम सबके सामने
प्रणव जी, तालियां बज गई, कोई धमाका नहीं। ये बात मैं 10 बार बता चुका हूं।
नहीं, मगर आप
चुनाव के पहले CAA लागू होगा, इस देश का कानून है, इसको कोई नहीं रोक सकता।
फैंटास्टिक। तो नोटिफिकेशन बस आने वाली है, फिर आपको लगता है नोटिफिकेशन तो बस आने वाली है? देखिए, हमें तो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज चाहिए ना। आपने इतनी बड़ी ब्रेकिंग न्यूज दी है, आदत से मजबूर हम भी हैं। बहुत बड़ी ब्रेकिंग न्यूज है और मुझे लगता है सब लोग इस पर जरूर बात करेंगे और इसका प्रभाव क्या होगा, इसका इंपैक्ट क्या होगा, अगर आप संक्षिप्त में इस पर कुछ कह सके तो।
देखिए, CAA कानून कोई नई बात नहीं है
जी।
कांग्रेस पार्टी कई चीजों को भूल गई है। मत बैंक की लालच में, वोट बैंक की लालच में कई चीजें भूल गई है। जैसे UCC
जी
संविधान सभा का वादा था, इसी तरह से जब देश का दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण तरीके से धर्म के आधार पर विभाजन हुआ, तब पाकिस्तान और अब के बांग्लादेश से लाखों की संख्या में हिंदू, बौद्ध, सिख शरणार्थी आ रहे थे और मार काट हो रही थी। कांग्रेस के ही नेताओं ने, देश के नेताओं ने एक वादा किया था, आप धैर्य रखिए, आप कभी भी यहां आएंगे, आपको ये देश स्वीकार करेगा, आपको नागरिकता देगा। इस वादे पर सभी लोग वहां रहे
जी।
उनके पर अनेक प्रकार के अत्याचार हुए, धार्मिक प्रताड़ना हुई, धर्म परिवर्तन करने के लिए दबाव बनाया गया, उनकी महिलाओं को, हमारी माताओं बहनों को अपमानित किया गया। वो लोग बदलने के लिए भारत की शरण में आए और अगर आज भारत अपने वो वादे को जो 15 अगस्त 1947 में किया गया है उसको याद नहीं करता है तो वो ठीक नहीं होगा। करोड़ों लोग इस देश के अंदर नागरिकता के बगैर रह रहे हैं, जो वहां से प्रताड़ित, मुझे कोई बता सकता है, ममता बनर्जी बता सकती है कि वो कहां जाए, कहां जाएंगे वो लोग? वहां उनकी सुरक्षा नहीं है, उनकी महिलाओं को अपमानित किया जा रहा है, हमारी माताओं बहनों को अपमानित किया जा रहा है, धर्म परिवर्तन करने के लिए मजबूर किया जा रहा है। हम भी शरण न दे
जी,
हम भी उनका स्वागत न करें। भारत में स्वागत है, भारत उनको नागरिकता की भी देगा और मेरे आपके जितना अधिकार भी देगा और स्वागत करें।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
This is the rebirth of a brand. This is a brand which has been challenged. This is a brand which has been questioned. We have been called scamsters. We have been called thieves. We have been called money launderers. And I want to tell everyone, don't you dare point a finger.
Yes, this is a very, very, very big day. It's a day which I have been looking forward to for a very long time.
After a 3.5-year-long legal battle, the truth has won. The TRP case is closed.
The court has accepted Maharashtra's state petition filed under Section 321 of CRPC that there is no case against Republic Media Network. Seeking closure of prosecution, the petition makes some damning revelations, like witnesses were either threatened or tutored against Republic. There was no manipulation of TRPs, and that's a fact which has stood test of time and law. Arnab Goswami and Team Republic stand vindicated.
All efforts to manipulate and conspire against Republic has failed.
CRP के सिस्टम को मैनिपुलेट किया जा रहा था। जितने अभी तक हमने इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया है उसमें मैंने आपको बताया कि
हजारों करोड़ रुपए की लागत से तैयार किए जाने वाले ऐसे प्रोजेक्टों का उद्घाटन करेंगे, लोकार्पण करेंगे, जिनसे जम्मू कश्मीर की बदलती तस्वीर में कई और खूबसूरत रंग जोड़ेंगे। जम्मू कश्मीर सरकार ने एग्रीकल्चर, हॉर्टिकल्चर और ऐसे दीगर शोबों में इनकलाब लाने के लिए HADP यानी होलिस्टिक एग्रीकल्चर डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम को तश्कील दिया है। 5,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से तैयार किए गए इस प्रोग्राम से जम्मू कश्मीर के 13 लाख किसान, फार्मर्स लाभान्वित होंगे।
भारत सरकार के पर्यटन मंत्रालय ने स्वदेश दर्शन के तहत प्रसाद नामी परियोजना तैयार की है, ताकि लोगों को हर तरह की सुविधा का साथ धार्मिक स्थलों के दर्शन करने के मौके मिले। इस सिलसिले में आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कुछ लम्हों के बाद 53 ऐसे प्रोजेक्टों का लोकार्पण करेंगे।
पर्यटन मंत्रालय ने ही देखो अपना देश स्कीम के तहत लोगों को देश की अनेकता का, विविधता का लुत्फ लेने और इसके माध्यम से एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का सपना साकार करने का मंसूबा तैयार किया है।
इसके साथ साथ भारत सरकार की टूरिज्म मिनिस्ट्री ने 42 ऐसी डेस्टिनेशंस को आइडेंटिफाई किया है जिनको बढ़ावा देकर टूरिज्म का दायरा वसी किया जा सकता है और साथ ही लोकल पॉपुलेशन के लिए रोजगार के जरिए पैदा किए जा सकते हैं।
दुनिया के मुख्तलिफ मुल्कों में जो भारतीय रहते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने खुद उन्हें आह्वान किया है कि वो उन मुल्कों के अपने दोस्तों को भारत आने की दावत दें। इसी के लिए टूरिज्म मिनिस्ट्री ने चलो इंडिया ग्लोबल डायस्पोरा कैंपेन तरतीब दिया है।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से गुजारिश है कि वो रिमोट का बटन दबाकर इन मुख्तलिफ स्कीमों और प्रोग्राम्स को अवाम के नाम वक्फ करें।
जोरदार तालियां स्टेडियम के हर तरफ से, स्टेडियम के हर हिस्से से, हर पार्ट से, हर भाग से जोरदार तालियां इस लम्हे के लिए। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय। और अब एक शॉर्ट फिल्म मोदी सरकार के उन विभिन्न प्रयासों को दर्शाती हुई जिनसे पर्यटन के क्षेत्र में दूरगामी परिवर्तन आ रहे हैं।
वैभवशाली सांस्कृतिक विरासत, अनगिनत ऐतिहासिक धरोहरों और विविध प्राकृतिक छटाओं का संगम भारत भूमि सदियों से पर्यटकों के आकर्षण का केंद्र रही है।
हमारे यहाँ तो हर राज्य में, हर क्षेत्र में, दुनिया के देशों में, एक एक देश में जितनी ताकत है उतनी हमारे एक एक राज्य में है। ऐसी अनंत संभावनाएं हैं।
स्मार्ट सिटी, अमृत शहर, स्वदेश दर्शन और प्रसाद जैसी कई योजनाओं के कारण देश के पर्यटन स्थलों का कायाकल्प हो रहा है। सरकार ने कनेक्टिविटी और सुगम यातायात पर विशेष बल दिया और रेलों तथा राष्ट्रीय राजमार्गों के विस्तार के साथ साथ नए एयरपोर्ट्स का निर्माण हुआ। द्वारका, काशी विश्वनाथ, महाकाल, केदारनाथ, अंबाजी और अयोध्या जैसे 180 स्थलों को विभिन्न योजनाओं के अंतर्गत विकसित किया गया, जिससे आध्यात्मिक पर्यटन में रिकॉर्ड बढ़ोतरी हुई। पर्यटन व्यवसाय से जुड़े लोगों के लिए कौशल विकास कार्यक्रम, होटल उद्योग, होम स्टे में बढ़ोतरी तथा वाइब्रेंट विलेज प्रोग्राम के अंतर्गत देश के पहले सीमावर्ती गांवों में पर्यटन को बढ़ाने के लिए कौशल विकास और रोजगार के जरिए समग्र विकास और आत्मनिर्भरता की नई राहों का निर्माण हो रहा है। युवाओं की भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने के लिए 35,000 युवा टूरिज्म क्लब बनाए गए हैं। नए पर्यटन स्थलों की परिकल्पना को मूर्त रूप देते हुए कई पर्यटन स्थलों का निर्माण हुआ है। साथ ही राज्यों में यूनिटी मॉल और ओडीओपी के जरिए व्यवसाय के नए अवसर भी बने हैं। भारत की G20 की अध्यक्षता के दौरान देश के 60 शहरों को केंद्र में रखा गया था, जिन्हें अब कॉन्फ्रेंस और इवेंट टूरिज्म के लिए विकसित किया जा रहा है। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा 2047 तक विकसित भारत के संकल्प को पूरा करने के लिए भारत सरकार पर्यटन क्षेत्र में मिशन मोड में काम कर रही है। इसे नई ऊंचाई देते हुए 1430 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की पर्यटन परियोजनाओं का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। इसी कड़ी में देखो अपना देश पीपल्स चॉइस पोल की भी शुरुआत हुई है, जिसके अंतर्गत भारतीय पर्यटक अपने पसंदीदा पर्यटन स्थलों के साथ उन नए स्थानों के बारे में भी बता सकेंगे जहां जाना उनका सपना है। इसके अलावा चलो इंडिया पोर्टल भी लॉन्च किया गया है, जो प्रवासी भारतीयों को इनक्रेडिबल इंडिया एम्बेसडर बन अपने गैर भारतीय साथियों को भारत भ्रमण के लिए प्रेरित करने का मौका देता है। पर्यटन से परिवर्तन का ये अभियान निरंतर जारी है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और अब एक और शॉर्ट फिल्म जो ये संदेश लाए हुए है कि बदलते जम्मू कश्मीर यानी खुशहाल जम्मू कश्मीर का ख्वाब पूरा करने में मोदी सरकार की नीतियों ने क्या प्रभाव डाला है।
भारत का सिरमौर कहे जाने वाले जम्मू कश्मीर में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरपरस्ती में अभूतपूर्व गति से हो रहा परिवर्तन और विकास पूरे देश के लिए एक मिसाल है।
जम्मू कश्मीर के इतिहास में ये पहली बार हुआ जब कोई सरकार उनके दरवाजे पर आई है। हम विकसित जम्मू कश्मीर बना करके ही रहेंगे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी के विकसित भारत के संकल्प एवं नारी, युवा, किसान और गरीब आदि सभी वर्गों के उत्थान की प्रतिबद्धता से जम्मू कश्मीर में सर्वांगीण और सर्वस्पर्शी विकास हो रहा है। जहां एक ओर जम्मू कश्मीर के नागरिकों को आयुष्मान सेहत योजना के अंतर्गत 5 लाख तक के मुफ्त इलाज का लाभ मिल रहा है, वहीं दूसरी ओर 16 लाख से अधिक परिवारों को मुफ्त अनाज उपलब्ध कराया जा रहा है और लगभग 9 लाख लोगों को पेंशन दी जा रही है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कुशल नेतृत्व और माननीय उपराज्यपाल श्री मनोज सिन्हा जी के दिशा निर्देश में जम्मू कश्मीर में अमन और तरक्की के स्वर्णिम युग का आगाज हुआ है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जम्मू कश्मीर से धारा 370 को हटाकर नामुमकिन समझे जाने वाले इस काम को मुमकिन कर दिखाया और आज यहाँ की आवाम को वो सब हक हुकूक मिल गए हैं जो कि देश के अन्य नागरिकों को प्राप्त हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा आज होलिस्टिक कृषि विकास योजना के लोकार्पण के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर के कृषि परिवेश में एक नए युग का आगाज हुआ है। किसानों के हितों के प्रति समर्पित भारत सरकार की नीतियों को अपनाते हुए आज जम्मू कश्मीर प्रशासन द्वारा 5,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की लागत से तैयार समग्र कृषि विकास योजना पूरे देश में अपनी तरह का एकमात्र ऐसा व्यापक कार्यक्रम है जिसमें कृषि और संबद्ध क्षेत्रों में फैली 29 महत्वपूर्ण परियोजनाएं, जिनमें हॉर्टिकल्चर, पशुपालन, मत्स्य पालन, मधुमक्खी पालन, पोल्ट्री पालन, सेरीकल्चर, मशरूम फार्मिंग इत्यादि शामिल हैं। होलिस्टिक कृषि विकास कार्यक्रम के तहत आगामी 5 वर्षों में 13 लाख किसान परिवारों की आजीविका में सुधार, लगभग 3 लाख रोजगार के नए अवसर, 19,000 कृषि उद्यमों के नेटवर्क की स्थापना और कृषि संबंधित क्षेत्रों में 2.5 लाख से अधिक व्यक्तियों को प्रशिक्षण दिया जाएगा। किसानों की सुविधा के लिए किसान साथी पोर्टल डिजाइन किया गया है जो एक वन स्टॉप समाधान है। दक्ष किसान किसानों के लिए एक अनूठी शिक्षण प्रबंधन प्रणाली है जिस
Okay, one only. Perfect. Great. So I'll speak for about 15 minutes. We'll go through very rapidly, through a very quick, basically trying to understand where the tech landscape is today and what we are thinking. That's what we discuss in the next 15 minutes. Friends, you are all aware of the India Stack. You are all aware of how our Prime Minister has democratized technology by creating a structure in a public-private partnership where the big tech and the startups, large enterprises and the small entrepreneurs, the rich and the haves, and the low income and the have-nots, they all have access to the same level of technology that we should all aspire for. That kind of inclusive thing was possible because of the India Stack, and this stack is growing day by day. I'll come to the conceptual point. How this concept was created. We have seen in many countries, some big tech companies, they monopolize technology. We have also seen another geography where the government does in the hands of a few big tech, nor should government be present everywhere. We should try to create a public-private partnership. So this example you have seen in multiple things, multiple times, but I want to explain the thought process behind it. This platform of UPI has been created by a public investment through a public company. To this join the banks, digital identity, about 50 million merchants, hundreds and thousands of startups, e-commerce companies, enterprises, and about 43 crore people, 437 million users today have already joined it. You see the structure. In this structure, anybody can start a payment company today. You want to start a payment company, you can start it today. Because of this structure, the cost of a transaction has come down from about $10 to a few cents. 800-900 रुपए से कुछ 1-2 रुपए पे cost of transaction has come down. And that has made possible a whole lot of services, whole lot of new innovations which were unthinkable in the past. And the spread is amazing. Everywhere, wherever you see the technology, the use of Digital India Stack, the DPI is today practically every part of the country. Now I'll come to a point how this combination, how this Digital India Stack is today providing multiple solutions. I'll come to the digital credit. Now digital credit, okay, so when you want to give a credit to somebody, what do you need? You basically need three fundamental things. One, whether the person can repay, what is the repaying capacity. Two, what are the documents that need to be checked. Three, whether the people who need $10 loan for 3 days are today getting the same access to credit that a big industrialist would be needing $100 million ka loan. So today, because of our Prime Minister's clear focus on democratizing technology, the big industrialist and the small micro entrepreneur, they are equal today. That's the beauty of this structure. And the world over, people are looking at this as the most inclusive example of digital technology. Most inclusive example of digital technology. I'll go to the next point, which is our future, which is where we need to really put our focus and make sure that our future is secured. About semiconductors. Very interesting. The world is today noticing this. June 23, our Prime Minister signs the agreement with the US President for a company called Micron to set up their plant in India. June 20, just mark the dates. Mark the dates. June 23 is when the agreement gets signed and the proposal gets approved. September 23 is when the groundbreaking happens. How many days? Less than 100 days. Less than 100 days. And would you believe this is the level of construction in December 23? That's the pace at which Prime Minister Modi ji's Sankalp for Vikasit Bharat is working on ground, right? This is real data, real pictures on ground, complete plant. Close to 5,000 people are working to construct it at a rapid pace, torrid pace.
नाजिम जी
जी सर।
किस तरफ? हाँ बताइए।
जी सर।
हाँ नाजिम।
मेरा नाम नाजिम नजीर है। मैं पुलवामा के सांबुरा गांव का रहने वाला हूं। मेरी जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई 2018 में। मैंने अपने घर के छत पे 2 मधुमक्खी के बक्से रखे थे और मैं उस टाइम पे 10वीं जमात में पढ़ता था। मैं अक्सर स्कूल से आके छत के ऊपर जाता था और उनका केयर करता था। धीरे धीरे करके मैंने इंटरनेट पे जाके उनके बारे में पढ़ा और जब 2018 पास हुआ, 2019 में मैंने सोचा कि इन 2 बक्सों को मैं कैसे बढ़ाऊं। तो मैं सरकार के पास गया। मुझे उस टाइम पे 50% की सब्सिडी पे मुझे 25 बॉक्स मिले और 25 बॉक्स मिलने के बाद मैंने पहली उससे एक्सट्रैक्शन की ऑलमोस्ट 75 केजी। जब मैंने वो 75 केजी एक्सट्रैक्ट किए, मैं उस टाइम पे इतना डेवलप नहीं था। मैं अपना शहद ड्यू बोतल में भर के गांव में बेचता था। उस टाइम पे मेरी पहली आमदनी थी 60,000 रुपए। जिस टाइम पे मुझे ये 60,000 रुपए मिले, मेरे घर वाले भी बहुत खुश हो गए। मैं भी मोटिवेशन से फुल ऑफ पावर हो गया कि मुझे 60,000 रुपए मिले। और धीरे धीरे करके ये सफर मैंने सर आगे लिया और धीरे धीरे करके मैंने 200 बॉक्स अपना कायम किए। वो 200 बॉक्स कैसे हो गए? मैंने उस टाइम पे एक सहारा लिया PMEGP का। PMEGP के तौर मुझे 5 लाख रुपए मिले और मैंने अपना एक कारोबार बढ़ाया। और 2020 में मैंने सर अपनी वेबसाइट खोली और वेबसाइट खोलने के बाद धीरे धीरे मेरा एक बड़ा ब्रांड बन गया। और ब्रांड बनने के बाद हमने ऑनलाइन हजारों केजीज के शहद बेचे। मेरी वेबसाइट पे 2023 में 5,000 केजी शहद बिके हैं। और धीरे धीरे करके ये सफर आगे बढ़ा सर। मैंने 2000 मधुमक्खी के बक्से बना लिए और मेरे साथ मैंने अकेला ही काम नहीं किया। मैंने सोचा खुद ही मैं अपना बेनिफिट नहीं लूंगा, मैं और को बढ़ावा दूंगा, अपनी यूथ को इसके साथ जोड़ूंगा। धीरे धीरे करके मेरे साथ लगभग 100 बंदे सर जुड़ गए जो ये मधुमक्खी का काम करते हैं। 100 जोड़ने के बाद धीरे धीरे मैं सर आगे बढ़ा और 2023 में मुझे सर FPO मिला। और FPO के मिलने के बाद अब हमारे पास सर कोई टेंशन ही नहीं। अब तो हम FPO के थ्रू मार्केटिंग लिंकेजेस, एक स्टॉल लगाने पर सर हमें एक स्टॉल में हमने 1 लाख रुपए कमाया। और वो भी सर डिजिटली। हमें दिक्कत होती थी पहले जब एग्जीबिशंस में जाते थे, 1 लाख रुपए जेब में कैसे घूमते थे सर, क्योंकि आज हमारा UPI सिस्टम है। आजकल हमारी 98% पेमेंट डिजिटली हो रही है। तो डिजिटली ट्रांसफॉर्म होने के बाद सर उसके साथ हम भी आगे बढ़े, देश के साथ हम भी सर आगे बढ़े। थैंक्स सर।
नाजिम जी, जब पढ़ाई करते थे तब क्या सपना था?
सर जिस टाइम पे मैं 10वीं जमात में था तो मेरा सपना, पहले घर वाले मुझे बोलते थे आप डॉक्टर बनो, आप इंजीनियर बनो। तो मैंने घर वालों का मैं नहीं सुनता था। मैंने सोचा सर मैं अपना दिल का सुनूंगा। तो मैं जब 2 बक्सों के पास गया था तो मैंने सोचा नहीं, मुझे डॉक्टर और इंजीनियर में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, जो मुझे खुद लगे मैं वो करूंगा। और धीरे धीरे के सर करके मैंने अपना मधुमक्खी का काम संभाला।
परिवार आपकी क्षमता को जानता था, आप डॉक्टर बन सकते थे, लेकिन आपने वो रास्ता नहीं चुना और आपने एक प्रकार से स्वीट रिवॉल्यूशन, हमने ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन सुना है, हमने व्हाइट रिवॉल्यूशन सुना है। आज मेरा कश्मीर नाजिम जैसे युवाओं के कारण स्वीट रिवॉल्यूशन का नेतृत्व कर रहा है। बहुत बहुत बधाई। अच्छा नाजिम जी, आपकी इस पहल में जैसा आपने बनाया सरकार की योजनाएं रही, लेकिन शुरुआत में शायद सरकार में योजनाओं का लाभ लेने में दिक्कत आई होगी या सरलता से आपको समझ आया, मिलता गया?
सर 2018 की बात अगर मैं करूं तो मैं पुलवामा, बारामूला, गांधरबल, अनंतनाग सब डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में गया सर, क्योंकि मेरी तड़प थी कि मैं इस मधुमक्खी के काम में काम करूं। मगर कहीं पे मुझे उस टाइम पे सपोर्ट नहीं मिला। मैं एक एक बंदे के पास गया, लास्ट में डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर के पास गया और उन्होंने मेरा हाथ थाम दिया और सफर आगे बढ़ता रहा।
नाजिम जी, देखिए, मधुमक्खी का ये व्यवसाय जो एक बिल्कुल नया क्षेत्र होता है और आप बहुत आसानी से कर सकते हैं और उसके कारण फसल को भी बहुत फायदा होता है। यानी मधुमक्खी एक प्रकार के आपका फार्म लेबरर के रूप में भी काम करती है। तो आपके मधुमक्खी के इस काम के कारण किसानों को समझ आ रहा है कि आप उनकी भी मदद कर रहे हैं।
सर बिल्कुल, जब भी हम आसपास आज मधुमक्खी डाल रहे हैं, हमारे घर वाले बोल रहे हैं आपको जमीन चाहिए हम दे देंगे, आपको कोई सपोर्ट चाहिए हम दे देंगे। आपका ही फायदा नहीं जा रहा है बल्कि हमारा भी फायदा हो रहा है। इसलिए जब भी हम राजस्थान में जा रहे हैं, हम कोटा में जा रहे हैं सर, हम यूपी में जा रहे हैं, वहां हमें जमीन मुफ्त में दिया जाता है ताकि आप यहाँ पे लगाइए, हमारा फसल भी बढ़ेगा, आपकी आमदनी भी बढ़ेगी।
नाजिम जी, आप इतना सारा करते हैं, एक सुझाव मैं देता हूं और आप ऑनलाइन भी करते हैं। सेंट्रल एशिया में जो हनी होता है, उन देशों में हनी, क्योंकि वहां भी ये हिंदू कुश पर्वत है सारे, वहां भी हिमालय की तरह ही सारी पर्वतमालाएं हैं, वहां की हनी का एक प्रकार अलग है और मैं मानता हूं कि आप ऑनलाइन उसका स्टडी कीजिए। दूसरा, वे लोग अलग अलग टेस्ट के लिए अलग अलग फूलों के बीच में अपनी मधुमक्खी का पालन करते हैं। उसके कारण जो हनी मिलता है, उसकी स्मेल, उसका टेस्ट उस फ्लावर जैसा मिलता है, तो उनको बहुत बड़ा मार्केट मिलता है। मैं चाहूंगा, भारत में भी बहुत प्रयास हो रहे हैं, उत्तराखंड में भी बहुत सफलतापूर्वक प्रयास हुए हैं और नाजिम जी आपने भी जरूर ऐसा किया होगा।
जी सर, हमारे जो कश्मीर का हनी है, बाकी जो स्टेट्स का, न्यूजीलैंड का, जो अदर कंट्रीज का हनी है, हमारे भारत का हनी इस टाइम पे नंबर 1 है। हमारे कश्मीर का एकेशिया पूरी डिमांड है सारी वर्ल्ड की सर। हमारे एकेशिया सर पहले 400 रुपया केजी था, इस टाइम पे वो 800 रुपए, 1000 रुपए तक पहुंच गया।
नाजिम जी, आपसे बात करके बहुत अच्छा लगा। आपने जो पहल की उसमें बहुत स्पष्टता और साहस चाहिए और आपको स्टूडेंट लाइफ में इतना विजन आपका क्लियर होना, ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात है। मैं आपके माता पिता को भी प्रणाम करता हूं जिन्होंने आपकी ऐसी परवरिश की और आपने हर चुनौतियों को चुनौती देते हुए, डट करके सामना करते हुए आप प्रगति कर रहे हैं। आप देश के नौजवानों को दिशा दे रहे हैं, वरना वो इंतजार करके बैठता है मेरे पास कुछ नहीं है। आपने इंतजार नहीं किया, आपने छोटी सी शुरुआत की और आप आज देश की ताकत बन रहे हैं। मेरी तरफ से नाजिम आपको और आप जैसे युवाओं को मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
थैंक यू सर। सर एक गुजारिश है मेरी सर, एक बार सर मैंने 2023 में KVIC के डिपार्टमेंट में सर मैंने वहां पे एक सेल्फी ली थी, सेल्फी विथ मोदी जी। मगर आज मुझे जी चाहता है कि सर उस सपने को भी मैं साकार करूं, उसको भी पूरा कर सकूं।
चलिए, मैं कोशिश करता हूं। मैं SP जी के लोगों को बोलता हूं, बाद में आपको इस तरफ ले आएंगे, जरूर मैं आपके साथ सेल्फी लूंगा।
शुक्रिया सर, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
अब और कौन है?
अब
हमारी श्रीनगर जिला की एक एंटरप्राइजिंग लड़की से हम आपका तारुफ करा रहे हैं, जिनका नाम है एहतिशाम मजीद भट्ट। एहतिशाम ने अपनी 3 दोस्तों के साथ मिलकर बेकिंग के शोबे में बहुत कामयाबी पाई है। एहतिशाम मजीद भट्ट श्रीनगर से।
तो आप वर्चुअली हैं?
सर वर्चुअली हैं
जी। हाँ,
SKICC में मौजूद हैं सर।
बताइए, अपने बारे में बताइए।
सर आदाब।
सर, मैं एहतिसाम मजीद रावलपुरा श्रीनगर से और मेरे साथ फरहीना बशीर बारामूला से, सईद राफिया कुपवारा से और सकीना नजीर बांडीपोरा से।
आपके बहुत
सर,
बड़ी
हम
टीम
मिडिल
है।
सर,
अच्छा,
हम
अपने बारे में
लोअर मिडिल
बताइए अतिया जी, आपने इस व्यवसाय में कैसे कदम रखा और इसको कैसे बढ़ाया?
जी सर, हम लोअर मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से बिलोंग करते हैं। सर, हम बचपन से ही बहुत पैशनेट थे बेकरी को लेके। जो ही हमारा एडमिशन फूड टेक्नोलॉजी स्किल डेवलपमेंट में हुआ तो हमें ये लगा कि हमारे इस पैशन को एक दिशा मिली है। हमारा बेकरी को लेके एक आइडिया था। एज अ फूड टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट हम बेकरी में कुछ नए इन्वेंशंस करना चाहते थे ताकि लोग इजीली कंज्यूम कर सके, चाहे कोई डायबिटिक पेशेंट हो, कोई हेल्थ कॉन्शियस हो या फिर कोई नॉर्मल पर्सन। अब इस आइडिया को एग्जीक्यूट करने के लिए हमें सपोर्ट चाहिए था। फिर गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक फॉर वीमेन स्किल डेवलपमेंट ने हमें इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर दिया, जहां हमने 6 महीने तक काम किया। इस इंक्यूबेशन में हमें पैशन, सपोर्ट और मार्केटिंग स्किल्स मिले और कॉन्फिडेंस मिला आगे जाने का। जो ही हमारा
चुनौतियां आई होगी, उन चुनौतियों को कैसे सामना किया आपने?
सर, हमने इंक्यूबेशन के बाद अपना मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट स्टार्ट करने का सोच लिया, लेकिन हमने कुछ एक्सपर्ट से राय ली जिनसे हमें ये मालूम हुआ कि ये एनओसीज पेपर वर्क हमारे लिए बहुत हैक्टिक और टाइम कंज्यूमिंग रहेगा।
सरकार की तरफ से क्या क्या मदद मिली आपको? सरकार को कैसे मदद प्राप्त की आपने?
सर, 2019 के बाद जो गवर्नमेंट ने डिजिटल सेवाएं सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम बनाया, उससे हमारी सारी एनओसीज पेपर वर्क हमें घर बैठे ही ऑनलाइन ही कंप्लीट हो गई। सर, हम 4 लड़कियां घर में, खाली बेटियां ही है, भाई हमारे कोई नहीं है, तो हम ऑफिसेज में जाके दर दर की ठोकरें खाने से बच गए और ऑनलाइन ही घर बैठे ही वो सारी सेवाएं हमें प्राप्त हो गई। सर, अभी बेक ओ क्लॉक के नाम से बागात में हमारा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट चल रहा है और लगभग 2 लाख की मंथली सेल हो जाती है। सर, 12 अक्टूबर
इसमें
2023
आपको,
जी सर, क्योंकि
क्वालिटी बहुत मैटर करता है, तो आप क्वालिटी को मेंटेन करने के लिए भी तो कुछ स्पेशल प्रयास करते होंगे।
जी सर, हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट और हम ऑर्डर बेसिस पे बनाते हैं। जितना हमारा वहां से ऑर्डर आता है और उसी हिसाब से हम फ्रेश बेकरी ही बनाते हैं। और सर, हमारा फूड टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से हमने ये प्रयास लिया है कि हम क्वालिटी पे कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करेंगे। तभी 1 साल में ही हमारी मार्केटिंग इतनी बढ़ गई है कि आज लगभग मंथली हम 2 लाख कमाते हैं।
एहतिसाम जी, ये स्टार्टअप की तरफ आज पूरी दुनिया का झुकाव है। टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटी में भी स्टार्टअप, और आप उसी फील्ड को प्रतिनिधित्व करती है। इसके विषय में सरकार की जो योजना है, उन सुविधाओं से आपको कितनी मदद मिल रही है?
सर, हमारी जितनी भी सरकार की स्कीम्स है, हमने अभी तक इसलिए उनका ये लाभ नहीं उठाया क्योंकि हम स्टार्टअप में अपना ही हम इंडिपेंडेंट बनना चाहते थे। और जो इंक्यूबेशन लेकिन हमें मिला स्किल डेवलपमेंट से, वहां हमें जगह और ये इक्विपमेंट्स मिले, मशीन्स मिली, जिसपे हमने काम किया 8 मंथ तक। और उस 8 मंथ में जितना हमने अर्न किया, उसी से हमने आज अपना मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट के सभी इक्विपमेंट्स लाए और ये गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा सपोर्ट था।
एहतियाब जी, पिछले 9-10 वर्ष में हमारी सरकार आपके जैसे करोड़ों युवाओं के स्टार्टअप के सपने को पूरा करने के लिए हर संभव कोशिश कर रही है। और आपने तो खुद ने अपनी बहनों की चिंता तो संभाली, आपने अपने दोस्तों को भी अलग अलग जिलों में इस काम से जोड़ा है, और मैं इसके लिए आपको बधाई देता हूं। हमारी सरकार की कोशिश है कि हमारे युवाओं के आइडिया को संसाधनों और पैसों की कमी ना हो। हमारे नौजवान साथी बुलंद हौसलों के साथ नए क्षेत्रों में कदम रखें, और ये सारी बहनें हमारे देश की बेटियों के लिए बहुत बड़ा इंस्पिरेशन है। जम्मू कश्मीर की बेटियां नई मिसाल खड़ी कर रही है, मैं उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
जी सर, इतना ही नहीं सर, हम जम्मू कश्मीर के सभी जिलों में अपना मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट स्टार्ट करना चाहते हैं, ताकि जो हम जैसी अंडर प्रिविलेज लड़कियां हैं हम उनको भी स्किल दे सके और वो भी एंटरप्रेन्योर की तरह काम करे, ना कि लेबर। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी,
मेरी आपको बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं, मेरी आपको बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं, और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, मैं एलजी साहब से भी कह रहा हूं कि आपके इस मिशन को जितना बल दे सकते हैं सरकार की तरफ से पूरा बल मिलेगा, क्योंकि आपके सपने बहुत बड़े हैं और अंडर प्रिविलेज बेटियों की चिंता करना ये और बड़ी बात है, इसमें एक सामाजिक दृष्टिकोण भी है। तो मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाई।
जी सर, शुक्रिया।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रधानमंत्री महोदय। और अब हमारे सामने आ रही हैं हमीदा बानो। हमीदा बानो का ताल्लुक गांधरबल जिले से है। हमीदा बानो ने NRLM यानी नेशनल रूरल लाइवलीहुड्स मिशन के तहत दूध की पैदावार में नुमाया कामयाबी पाई है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय,
हमीदा जी, मैं आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारकबादी देता हूं, और मैं आपके विषय में, अपनी यात्रा के विषय में, ये सफलता की सीढ़ियां कैसे प्राप्त की, मैं जरूर आपसे सुनना चाहता हूं।
जी आदाब सर, मेरा नाम हमीदा है, मैं ब्लॉक लाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट गांधरबल से बोल रही हूँ। सर, मैंने 12वीं पास किया था। 12वीं पास करने के बाद मैं घर में ही खेती बाड़ी के कामों में घर वालों की मदद कर रही थी। तो फिर 2013 में NRLM स्कीम आई तो मैं इसके साथ जुड़ी। तो ये सर एक ऐसी स्कीम थी जो घर घर में गई और घर घर से हर एक औरत को बाहर निकाला, आप अपने पैरों पे खड़े हो सकते हो। तो उसके बाद मैंने NRLM से जुड़कर ही लोन लिया, तो वहां से मैंने एक गाय लाई। तो और अपने आसपास के घरों में देखा कि गांव में गाय पालने का काम आम है। तो वहां देखा मैंने कि जो दूध हम इस्तेमाल करते हैं, इसके बाद कुछ दूध बचता है जो जाया होता है। तो इसी पे मैंने काम किया और मैंने 2019 में एक मैन्युफैक्चर यूनिट खोला, जिसमें मैंने इस दूध को प्रोसेस किया, जहां पे मैं एक पाउच पैकिंग करती हूं और दही भी बनाती हूं और मैं चीज भी बनाती हूं। सर, इसमें एक खास बात ये थी कि मैंने न सिर्फ अपने आप को रोजगार दिया, बल्कि अपने साथ औरों को जोड़ा, जैसे मेरी बहनें, उनको जोड़ा, जहां से मैं दूध कलेक्ट करती हूँ।
कितने लोगों को रोजगार मिला होगा आपके कारण?
जी सर, मैंने अपने साथ 5-6 बंधु को जोड़ा है। उसके अलावा अपने
अच्छा, मिल्क प्रोसेसिंग में क्या क्या करती हैं?
सर, मैं मिल्क प्रोसेसिंग में पैकेट्स बनाती हूँ, जिसमें हम दूध वगैरह की क्वालिटी मेंटेन करते हैं। उसमें खास बात यह है सर कि जो हमारा दूध वहां से प्रोसेस होता है उसमें कोई प्रिजर्वेटिव नहीं होता है, जो कोई बच्चा भी पी सकता है और बीमार भी पी सकता है, जिसकी उसकी सेहत ठीक रहती है। सर,
अच्छा, मार्केट मिल जाता है आपको?
सर, मार्केट इजी से आज मिल जाता है, क्योंकि
आपने जो पैकेजिंग की पद्धति अपनाई है, जरा उसके विषय में भी बताइए।
सर, जो हम पैकेज करते हैं उसमें हम सबसे पहले देखते हैं कि हम कैसे इसको मेंटेन करें, इसको कैसे बॉईल करें, इसको कैसे चिल करें, फिर इसके बाद इसको पैकेट्स में कैसे डालें, फिर कैसे क्रेड्स में डालें, फिर कैसे इसको मार्केट में डिलीवर करें। क्योंकि ये जो हमारा दूध है, इसकी जो लाइफ है 2 से 3 घंटे रहते हैं, 2 से 3 घंटे के बाद ये फट जाता है। तो इस दौरान हम देखते हैं कि क्वालिटी बराबर मेंटेन रहनी चाहिए। उसमें हमें बहुत सारे इश्यूज आए, क्योंकि मार्केट में बहुत सारा दूध अवेलेबल है जो प्रिजर्वेटिव है, जिसको 2 दिन भी निकलते हैं, 1 दिन भी निकलता है। तो पहले बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स आई, लेकिन जैसे ही दुकानदारों ने समझा, लोगों ने ये दूध इस्तेमाल किया, तो उनको पता चला कि सही क्वालिटी क्या है, इससे हमें क्या फायदा।
Many of those help will come at a cost and at a time they decide. I think that doesn't go with us, our schedule. So our original schedule of meeting the goal of having the human space mission is affected definitely by the availability of this knowledge. So we decided that anyway, the time is lost because of the COVID. Of course, COVID created a little bit of disruption in terms of manufacturing, getting many of the materials. Now we have to buy quite a bit of complex electronics parts and many other materials from the foreign sources, and they were not forthcoming. And some of them we had to do it our own way of doing things. So now we have reset the timeline for the first launch of the crude mission to 2025 end. And this year we are trying to complete all the development activities of all those systems which I just mentioned, then conduct unmanned or uncrewed missions, at least 2 of them, or maybe 1 more. Then also demonstrate the about scenarios, which one of them which we have just done. Then also do hundreds of similar tests in this year and early next year to give the confidence to have the crewed mission by the end of 2025. So I must tell you at this moment that it's a really challenging enterprise. First of all, we have no experience of sending human beings to space till now. And we are talking to those people who are in this domain, like our Rakesh Sharma, who had the fortune to travel in one of the mission. And he is one who gives us a lot of information from his perspective of understanding. But there is different layers of understanding. I must tell you that an astronaut layer of understanding, a technocrat's level of understanding, a certification or authorizing the whole system for launch, and that level of understanding, it's all differ. So we are collecting the best brains in this country, including Air Force and various institutions, to come together and help us to build this capability. And there are many countries helping us. Of course, I must tell you that France is helping us in a big manner, especially with the medical aspect of human spaceflight. The doctors who are dealing with astronauts in France came to India. They helped us in training and in creating the basis guidelines. And we are having now engagement with NASA. And they are going to take one of our astronauts in their flight in ISS, which will definitely give us some exposure to the way they handle astronauts and then prepare them before the launch. And all these are very important. So if everything goes very well, I am very sure by 2025 end, we will be able to make the launch. Of course, and we will not make the launch on 2025 if anything goes wrong in the travel towards that point. Like encountering failures, encountering serious design deficiencies. We will have to reset the timeline, of course, because life is very, very important and we don't want to take the risk of causing any injury to any of our astronauts.
So we are looking at a manned mission by 2025, ladies and gentlemen. I think so that's the big news now coming in. And I think so at the hands of Mr. Somnath, I would say, there was a point in time when the International Space Station, to get a part of it, or to be a part of the International Space Station, India was jostling for it. Today, ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister has already announced that we are looking forward to our own International Space Station. Nothing can be more bigger than this, so why not a little bit about the space station that India is looking forward to, and the Atmanirbhar concept to it. I think so, nothing more. No other sector has achieved as much as the Prime Minister would say, Atmanirbharta, as much as it's happening in ISRO.
See, I must tell you that after the Chandrayaan-3 successful landing, our Honorable Prime Minister took a review of our program and he was very, very happy with the type of accomplishment that we have in terms of mastering the technology required for soft landing on the moon. And his confidence on us has been so high that he said, so let's have a plan for next 25 years on what you really want to do in the space sector. We have been continuing to build our communication satellites, remote sensing satellite, and various applications, delivery. I think this will continue. That's a regular type of work which is required to be done. But there must be a very inspiring, with and type of program that is more visionary in nature. So this is the first time in the history of ISRO, a 25-year-long roadmap has been developed by the advice of our Honorable Prime Minister. And it has four key elements. First thing is, the human spaceflight program, which we call Gaganyaan, is going to continue. It's not going to be a one-time event. There is no point in sending an Indian to space and show that, yeah, we have achieved something majestic. But it must really deliver something back. No, we see that access to space by human beings are so crucial for various technology elements. For example, we look at material science, we look at drug discovery, you look at additive manufacturing in humans or organs, or if you want to look at biogenomics domain, microgravity experiments become very, very important. And this requires human beings to be present to organize experiments and do measurements and bring back those samples in a healthy condition for us to analyze in the ground and then give some outcome. So there is hundreds of such experiments taking place in the International Space Station today from various countries. Unfortunately, in India, this domain is still to catch up, and I believe it will really happen. So the goal of the Bharati Antarikshya Station is to connect the human spaceflight program and the demand for new technologies that will come out of the microgravity experiments. And once you have a space station like that, this should be possible for us to send Indian scientists up there and conduct experiments to serve those sectors of the industry. So we believe it's not just going to show that we have an international station like others, but to deliver an economic benefit out of it. The second element is to continue the scientific exploration that we have been doing so far. That's the Chandrayaan series, we did the Mangalyaan, we did the Astrosat. So these are low-cost scientific experiments we have been able to do and really bring out substantial scientific outcome. So we are now thinking about a series of missions to Moon, because Moon is a new area where it's emerging in every sector, and the new Moon economy is now taking shape all around. And we don't want to be left behind. So this is the second domain of it. The third is the human access to Moon and make an Indian land on the Moon. And it is an iconic element of the whole of this vision. Why we say it's not just landing a person on the Moon. Taking him up to there requires so many technologies need to be developed. For example, our launcher capacity must substantially increase. Today we have only 4 tons to GTO capability. It's not enough. We need to have something like 30, 40 tons of mass lifting to a low Earth orbit capability if you really want to send a human being to Moon. And once you do that, once you create that capability, your space station building will automatically happen. Let's understand the connection between these two. So the human access to Moon, the higher payload capability, building space station, scientific discovery and exploring other planets like Moon, Mars, Venus, etc. They are all connected in a manner which will improve the technical capability of space sector, which will improve the economic benefit out of it. It will also give opportunity for industries to work in this sector and to have an economic activity in and around the space sector. So this is all connected in a manner that the overall space sector, which is now opened up after the 2020 announcement of the opening of the space sector, will really bring in a lot of activity in this sector.
Since you talk about opening up the space sector also, and the kind of presence that we currently have, there was an argument, Mr. Somnath, that if we are opening it up, FDI, in the space sector, then you're essentially looking at more control from the foreign players. Is that a cause of concern, or would you say that this is pure fear-mongering that was essentially done?
This comes out of the non-understanding of the economics of space activity. See, today the overall space economy is sized approximately $500 billion US. Out of that, almost 70% of the business or the financial activity that is taking place is around the applications, or is around the hardware that are required for the ground operations, connectivity, network, and various other things. Around 15% is for building satellites, and rest is for only rockets and launch vehicles. So the overall economy is driven by application rather than the high-end sort, where the investment is very high, the return of investment is low. The rocket building and launching is not a very profitable business if you are not very good at like SpaceX. The satellite building and launching is the next profitable opportunity, but the bigger profitable venture is in terms of applications. For example, image processing and using communication services, navigation and timing services, weather-related services, etc. So if you really look at these sectors, these 3 sectors, the launching sector, the satellite sector, the application sector. So in the FDI, what we have done is the application sector is now 100% automatic. That means whoever wish to invest in the application sector are welcome to India and then create their capability. So what really means is that in India and in around India, there is so much of markets available to create the possibilities of applications and then generate the activities around it. So when you create an economic activity around the applications, naturally the demand for satellites will increase. And now in the satellite sector, we are not allowing FDI to come automatically up to 100%. So that is regulated. It's only up to 74%. So now the activities on satellites increases, then naturally the demand for launches will increase. And the launcher side, the FDI is limited to only 49%. So the foreign players cannot directly come in and then build rockets here. It's possible only by government route only, where we do the due diligence on who is coming and who are going to be the players. So we have demarcated the sectors very clearly, the launcher sector, the satellite sector, and application sector, and the FDI bounds have been put appropriately so that our interests as a nation are not compromised.
I also want to take the opportunity of asking you about Chandrayaan-3, because Chandrayaan-1 threw up the possibility of ice molecules. What is it that the world does not know about the findings of Chandrayaan-3? Mr. Somnath, we do have a habit of getting some breaking news. I'm hoping that you would be able to share with us what the world does not know about the findings of Chandrayaan-3.
See, on the Chandrayaan-3, our target was to land on the southern side of the moon, very closer to the pole. And everybody is interested in the south pole of the moon.
बोला कौन है? मैं पर हुआ क्या? बिजली का बिल नहीं भरा और पूछता है हुआ क्या? अभी बिल भर, नहीं तो काट डालूंगा लिटिल। जल्दी से ऐप डाउनलोड कर।
बिल तो भर दिया था, फिर डर क्यों रहे हो? हाँ, नकली चाकू नकली बिल। यूपीआई कहता है कोई भी अनजान ऐप डाउनलोड ना करें, अपने पैसे का ख्याल खुद रखें। चलिए, आपको पनवेल नहीं जाना है।
पनवेल? हाँ।
निकलिए।
सिर्फ बोला।
ये वीडियो शेयर करो और अपने आसपास के भोले को बचाओ।
Experiments which are done on the ground and the measurements coming from there. For example, one of the important finding was that there will be huge amount of dust there. But when we went there, we found there is no dust like what we expected to happen in the equator. And you would have seen the rover moving around, and then the clumps of materials were coming out, not in the form of dust. Then there must be a surprising question, why there is no dust there, and why dust was seen in the Apollo landing. I think you all know that we have seen those videos of other landings. There was enough dust, but there is no dust there. The presence of water, which is much more abundant than the equator, or something else that is happening there. We also found that the atmosphere of the moon at that time, though you know that there is no atmosphere there, but there is an electron and a charged particle atmosphere. It's much different from that we expected. So there are surprising things, but for time being, let me not disclose, because it has to come in a peer-reviewed journal, and normally in scientific domain, it's not just announced like a chairman coming and telling you there is something surprising here. So we go through a process of peer review, and people in that domain should certify that what you are speaking is true. And once that is done, we will definitely announce.
I'll do grave injustice if I let you go without telling the audience a few things that we generally never know about you. One, the hardship, ladies and gentlemen, that they've all gone through, not just you. I'm sure a lot of people in your team have gone through, but perhaps your story highlights that. There was a point in time, ladies and gentlemen, when Mr. Somnath was hitching a ride all the way to go to Sriharikota, taking the same train, I'm told, and also the fact that living in one tiny lodge room during his engineering days so that he would be able to cut cost and be able to complete his studies, gave up his dream of being part of the IIT. So these are some stories, and he's a great cartoonist and also a singer. I want to ask you this final question. Young minds, and that is what fuels billions of dreams of India, of Bharat. What is it that you would tell the young minds here and to the nation?
My finding about meeting young people all around this country, I have been going to schools, especially the schools from villages, wherever I am getting some time to interact. I find very, very active minds. They are not only in those Tier 1 cities or Tier 2 cities, they are everywhere in this country. The only thing that they don't get opportunity to find out what is there in this world. What are the possibilities that each one can dream about? If you can give an element of dream, a possibility of dream in their minds, I think they will work through and then find out their way. The task that we have is today for those people who have had a fortune to expose themselves to the new world emerging in front of them, is to share that with those people who are not having an access to that. Of course, the communication revolution has made the change that now many people are able to see that much better than those in our times. But still, I find the dreaming possibilities are limited by the exposure that young people are not having in those villages and those localities where that type of access is very limited. I want to tell you that when I was a student, I have not seen anybody a higher official in my life, in the whole of the school life, other than a school teacher. I have not seen an engineer in my life when I was a student. I saw an engineer much later when I went to a city. So that should not happen to the new generation. They must see the emerging India. And you must find way to communicate with them and show them there is so much a possibility for any young fellow in this world, girl or boy, to aspire for. If they are good at it, if you are good at studies, good at entrepreneurship, there must be a possibility for him to grow in life. I think this is something that we must show. And I'm very happy the Chandrayaan 3 has shown this example to the Indians. I think if I go to a village, I think they know about it, quite a bit of them. And they are inspired by our work. And they think that it is possible for Indians to do that. And I tell them, Look at this Chandrayaan 3. It's done by Indians. It's not a borrowed technology. We have done it all by ourselves in India. And this gives them a great confidence. And I have a photo of a small girl which I met just last week in a school. She was clinging to me and she's telling me, I want to be the first woman who will go to moon when you will land on the moon on 2040. And somehow you make it possible for me. You know, she's telling me that. And this is a great thing to happen. And if you can inspire people, I think their life will change. And my life changed because I got inspired by people like that. So let us give it back to them.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Every time that I speak to Mr. Somnath, he always says, the credit does not go to me individually, it goes to the entire team ISRO. So through you, sir, on behalf of everyone and on behalf of Republic Media Network, I would say salute to every scientist of ISRO for doing what you have done and for making Bharat extremely proud.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity. And I think the ISRO is now being looked upon as a torchbearer of the technology prowess that India is having. I think the work that is well laid out for the next 25 years is really challenging for us. And I wish all the very best for the team ISRO. And your blessings are very much needed for the task that is laid in front of us. And we are not going to rest until we achieve some bigger milestone that we achieved till now.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for galvanizing the spirit of every Indian and making us believe more than ever before that Bharat will lead discoveries on space science and exploration. Congratulations to our interstellar pathfinder, Mr. Somnath. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. We've got a lot more coming up, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Mr. K.V. Kamath in the house. We also have the former president of the Maldives, Mr. Mohammad Nasheed here. So please be seated. We move on to our next session. And we've got the time to welcome the doyen of Indian private banking, the legendary Mr. K.V. Kamath. He's been Bharat's most dependable troubleshooter through every banking crisis, from using his personal interventions to turn the tide between a deal and no deal, to grooming the next gen of private banking talent of India, to infusing technology and digitalization into Indian private banking. Mr. Kamath today will give us a perspective on how Bharat will sail through the jet stream. And we've got a short audiovisual here that we'd like to share with you quickly.
India will become a global financial center in the coming years. That is because the growth that we see in India, continued 10% growth momentum and acceleration in terms of economic development, would make this a very large economy, which will warrant its own global financial center. But leading to it, we will have to take several steps. These would primarily include deepening of our various markets, whether they be currency markets, debt markets, or equity markets, and providing freer flows into the country and out of the country. I think once this happens, India will become a major global financial center.
There was never a better time to have been born an Indian, and I mean it with all sincerity, because no other country has today a runway of another 25 years, whether it is in infrastructure, whether it is in manufacturing, whether it is in every area of operation, and all this happening at a time when technology is changing at a dramatic pace and will drive everything that we do.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. K.V. Kamath, the pillar by himself, the doyen of Indian private banking, who will be in conversation with the business editor, Republic TV, Sharmila Bhaumik.
Connected from what is happening in the West and drive our own agenda. Again, to paraphrase what the Honorable Prime Minister says, Atmanirbharta. I think Atmanirbharta is a core component of why we have done as well as we have done to the crisis. I'll give a data point. I think COVID was a crisis everywhere, but we came out of COVID with probably 25% better productivity at our manufacturing level than we ever had. So I think Indian industry, Indian entrepreneurs, the Indian spirit learned to manage change. And I think we have we will not let it go.
Right. So the theme of today's summit is Bharat, the next decade. We see the growth map for India charted out pretty well. But what are the factors beyond CapEx which can actually put force behind this growth?
I think there's a combination of several things that is required to drive this whole thing. And primarily there is, I would say, talent. People need to get together to drive progress. And of course, CapEx follows. And the people equation, as I see, is, let me just fix this. Sorry about that.
No, not a problem.
The people equation, as I was saying, is the key to growth, apart from the CapEx that you mentioned. And there are a whole lot of drivers that we never imagined would propel us. And I would add digital is the third key to our CapEx in hard infrastructure, CapEx in manufacturing, digital India, and talent. I think these, put together will drive us forward. Just to put it in context, on the manufacturing front, the large industries now, by and large, can meet their growth aspirations through internal cash generation. That is cash that the company throws up every year. It was not so just 20 years back. 20 years back, they said, we'll put up 1, 2 will come as debt. No longer. They say that we can put up the entire investment. Infrastructure is where I think most effort is now being put, and government leads. And government has been leading, for example, in the road sector. It's entirely government-led. In the rail sector, entirely government-led. But then as you go along to other sectors, let's say telecom, private sector is leading. Ports, airports, private sector is leading. Power, again, government and private sector is leading. Green energy, again, I would say joint efforts by government and this. So there is very interesting play that is happening in terms of sectors that need government support are getting government support and government push. Other sectors are encouraged to be driven by private sector. And then comes digital, which we have actually not counted so far. My assessment is that at this point in time, probably digital is contributing 8 to 10% of our GDP. In a full, I would say, developed stage, and that stage, given what heard the honorable ministers say, I think probably is 5 years away. A full digital force in India, that should contribute between 20 to 30% to the GDP, not of the GDP, to the GDP. Now you're looking at the last numbers, 8.4% was the number, and a lot of people are surprised, and most analysts had the number much lower. I was not surprised. I was expecting that number. And my own assessment is that the base is now going to be reset. So 8.5% is now going to be the base level of growth. And to that, I would add that 20-25% that will come from digital India. It's all its avatars as it well, everything, not just digital finance, but the entire digital spectrum. And if you add that 20-25% to 8.5%, you are well into double digits. Now you are well into double digits, the Viksit Bharat dream comes true because you are compounding every 7 years then in terms of your GDP. So 4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16 in 2 turns, just 2 turns. And you are then into a different orbit, as it were. So I'm extremely bullish that what we have seen so far is not a flash in the pan. A lot of steps have been taken. Industries have become much more efficient, much more productive. And now they have the full support of the government. Interest rates have been kept, I would say, at a very nominal level or attractive level. And you have got a growth runway. Because there is so much to be built in India that the 25-year runway, which was first, again, in a way, identified and articulated by the Honorable Prime Minister, appears absolutely something that is doable. You look around and we can see there is enough effort we need to put in for next 25 years. Because a lot of growth stories die down or peter away because there is nothing to invest on. But we will have a very long runway to invest on. So I would think that we are on the absolutely right track and we should progress on this track for the foreseeable future.
So while we are very bullish on this entire digital story of India, we have recently been, witnessing some negativities emerging out of this because of lack of regulation, the entire fintech industry, which has tremendous potential. But what do you think, to your mind, needs to be done so that stuff like Paytm doesn't recur in this country?
I won't talk of any companies, but let me put it in the regulatory context, because we have grown through regulation, at least in my career, over 50, 52 years, but at least last 30 years I've seen it at close quarters. I think the regulator knows the pulse. The regulator has got everything that needs to be regulated out there and is on top of the situation. Now, if we have slipped as a company, it is a regulator who will point out to us that you have slipped and corrective action has to be taken. And this is true anywhere in the world. We are no different in terms of regulatory action. So if digital businesses find that they probably have not met the expectation of the regulator, it is for them to correct, not for the regulator to ease regulation, because regulation is out there for a good purpose and we will have to meet it. And I think business people are smart. They will very quickly course correct, read the regulator and do what is right for their companies and for the nation. Banks have done it for all these years. So I don't think there is anything lacking in regulation. Regulation is in sync with what is happening around the world. And I think we will course correct where required.
But is there a sort of pressure on the existing banking system because of the fintechs to digitalize very fast? Because a lot of funds are being exhausted by the banks also to go take to the digital route very fast.
Indeed there is pressure. In fact, if I were a CEO of a bank today, I would be scared. I would be scared at the pace of change that is happening. Let's not make it into a long this one. Let's take just one piece. Banks made their money on what we called payment transactions, because in the payment transaction, you had a float. The float, you didn't pay interest. That was a large part of what you lent, and that earned you returns. So that float has virtually vanished, because with the UPI and the payment systems that we have today, it is straight through. So the bank doesn't have a float. So there is disruption in one key area of banking. And of course, then you will look out for what are the other key areas. For example, just one more area, lending. Lending to the retail public. Again, what the Honorable Minister put out earlier today, just 2 sessions back, where he said that common street vendor now gets funding, all through a digital platform. So again, the retail side of the business is, I would think today, in the hands of digital players. So if the banks don't correct on these two, one, you don't correct on your payment architecture, and B, you don't correct on your retail lending architecture, you are then left with possibly only the corporate. But the corporate also is going to go to the capital market. So banks could be under threat unless they reinvent themselves. But I'm sure they will.
So the biggest story out of India's financial markets, it's recently hit the 4th level globally. But what is this good news for the banks? Because again, people would want to invest more in the markets, so there will be less savings. What is your take on that?
No, I think savings can be in several ways. Savings could be through a bank account, so the bank deposits. Savings could be through a mutual fund account, and savings could be through long-term savings, through your pension and or your insurance that you put in. So, and all these are holistically required, in a holistic way, required for a country to grow. You can't just have bank deposits, because the nature of bank deposits is short-term. Short-term doesn't really lend itself to, funding long-term projects. So you have a basic conflict. So to lend long-term projects, you require long-term funding, and that comes from pension and insurance and the mutual fund route via the equity and so on. And that's now happening. And that's growing at actually at a pace faster than banks. So this is again a shift that is happening, which is good for the country, because you'll get the type of funds that you require for growth, and not just end up having short-term funds, which when you lend for long-term, creates an imbalance, as it were, or in banking parlance, we call it an ALM mismatch. So I think things are happening in a very holistic way now, and which again gives me confidence that 8% plus growth, plus is digital, should be achievable.
So artificial intelligence is a huge buzzword worldwide, but for the banking system, it's a mix of good and bad, because just as a lot of the banking work and interfaces are going to be automated, I believe there will be also job erosions. How is our Indian banking system adapting to AI?
That's an interesting question, because I thought the same thing 25 years back. So we built a lot of back offices because he said the branch is not going to do the work, the back offices will do the work. And within 5 years, the branch didn't do the work. We thought the back office would do the work. The back office didn't do the work. It became straight through. Because when you transacted your, what you transacted hit your account, and then basically the account got squared up. So you did not need a back office to do the work for you. So this is natural progression. And in all this, the banking employment has not stopped. It has not come down. It's only increasing. Banking attrition has not stopped. It is now 20-25%. So you need more people as you go along. And when we imagine in India today, which is a 4 trillion economy, and just imagine it at 8 trillion, your banking needs are not going to double. They're going to probably triple. And then you take one more turn from 8 to 16, you can imagine the sort of change that's required. And the change is not linear. This is just doubling of GDP, but the actual requirement of effort in terms of banking, in terms of technology, people, is probably going to be 3x at each turn. So I think there's going to be a huge driver here.
So the next decade, I mean, how are Indians going to bank? Because, is it entirely going to be a digital experience? How are we going to become financially inclusive through the digital play?
I think it's going to be almost entirely digital. I can't see anybody going into a branch to withdraw money anymore. It will be a digital experience. I would dare say that you will not even go to an ATM to withdraw money. We talk of 5 to 7 years from now. Your wallet is your phone is your instrument for transaction. And it is not just banking. The entire financial services play is going to be on this. Whether it's your mutual fund, whether it is your insurance, or whether it's your pension, everything will be in your... and today, actually, you can open a bank account in less than 5 minutes with just your device. You don't need to go into a bank. So who would want to go into a branch? So some of the, I would say, challenges that are there with digital, I think in the next 1 year will be eased out to make everybody comfortable to use digital. So I see a digital India going future.
Mr. KV Kamath is open to one question from Mr. Pai. He has a request for you. So if you can take that question, sir.
This is a question for you. Do you think in the next 5 years, we will have enough surplus and abundance of capital in this country for investments, for all sort of businesses?
Yeah, Mohan, that's again a great question. Answer is yes. The answer is yes, because you today have clean balance sheets. Corporates have clean balance sheets. The top 150 corporates have no debt in this country. Banks have clean balance sheets. Nowhere in the world, I'll repeat it, nowhere in the world today do you have banks with as clean balance sheets as we. NPAs less than 0.5% and capital adequacy of 17 to 18%. Nowhere. I don't see a shortage, particularly when we grow at 8% plus.
So artificial intelligence, digital India, very good news for the Indian economy, and we are doing a couple of things right. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. KV Kamath.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamath. That was really an insightful look into the future of Indian private banking and the contours ahead. We're now moving into our next session, and we've got time for the Union Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas and the Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, here with us. Mr. Puri is the change maker of New Bharat. He's setting a new pace, and one that has taken India out of the era of policy paralysis to delivering the reality of deliveries in record time. From reshaping urban Bharat to building the Bharatiya cities of tomorrow, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri has been a trailblazer that has simply ensured that Bharat gets it done. Today, the Honorable Minister will be delivering his insightful vision statement on setting a new pace and how India's pace in decision-making and precision in execution will shape the decade ahead of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the agent of change, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri.
The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. Today, you have demonstrated, and this I think is a very great quality of the Honorable Prime Minister, and I have to be very careful with my word. He knows how to convert a challenge into an opportunity. No other country in the world does this. Do you know that? Yes. Today, no matter where somebody is, the Prime Minister is committed to take each one of you. Between 2011 and 14, we created only one unicorn every year. This figure rose from 2015 onwards. We had 4 new unicorns in 2015, 8 new in 2018, 9 new in 2019, 10 new in 2020, and a whopping 42 new unicorns in 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, the agent of change, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri.
Yes, sir, certainly.
So the oil price has been touching highs since the invasion of the Ukraine by Russia.
The impact of all these tensions on the oil and gas markets and what will happen if Russia actually does attack.
Price of Russian oil. The G7 group of nations, as well as Australia and the European Union.
Good afternoon. What I'm going to say to you over the next 20 to 30 minutes is, in my view, something that I would describe as the anatomy of a crisis. When we face difficult situations in our lives, when countries face those situations, you end up using words like disruption, which in the English language may have a nuance, but I think that doesn't capture the enormity of the challenge which people have to face. If you're driving at 110 kilometers and you find a boulder in the center of the road, that's a crisis for you. You have to navigate it around it. Now, I think what this first slide intends to convey is that after 1973, this development, Russia, Ukraine, I'm choosing not to use any political descriptions, whether it was an attack or the military invasion, whatever. I'm leaving all that out. I'm talking about the hard facts. It created a disruption, or in my view, a crisis which is equal to the 1973 crisis. Why is the 1973 date important? I was still in the university. I was on the teaching faculty of a Delhi University college. Price of crude went up globally from $1 to $3, 3 times increase. What happened in 2022, February? Just to give you a background, we can go to the next slide. Roughly, the world consumes about 100 million barrels of crude oil in a day. Russia, at that point of time, was producing 11 to 13 million barrels. Now, if one country which is producing 11 to 13 million barrels goes off the market, the availability comes down from 100 minus 11 or 13. As it is, Venezuela was under sanction, Iran was under sanction. So if you compound that, you would come to a situation where the global energy situation suddenly changes. So what happened in the world when this happened? One neighboring country, Pakistan, spiraling energy prices, forced people to shut off electricity at 8 p.m. I leave it at that. Sri Lanka, worst economic crisis yet. Then prices went up 80%, 100%. I'm not going to go further into detail. Next slide. What were the options before us? In the period before the Russia-Ukraine development, we were importing on an average something like 5 million barrels of crude oil in a day, which was equally divided between 5 of our suppliers: Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Iraq, and 1 million barrels or 800,000 from all the rest put together. Came this development, and suddenly we found ourselves having to navigate a very difficult circumstance. The options for India were very clear. Either we fall in line with this new development and stick to our original suppliers, in which case the oil price would have gone up. Can we go to the next slide? The one after that? Yeah. No, the one with the $137 per barrel. Now, typically, how does the oil trade work? You have established producers. A large number of the established producers are as part of a cartel. It used to be called OPEC. Then it became OPEC Plus. And then there is the world outside. They will tell you, if you ask them, you know, you should reduce the price. I never do, because it's a sovereign right. They have a resource. It's up to them whether they want to sell or leave it underground. They will say, no, we don't deal with price. We only deal with the amount of production we undertake and what we pass on to the market. Now, an undergraduate student of economics will tell you that if you reduce the amount of availability, the price has to be sensitive. So price went up to $137 a barrel, and gas prices went up to $73.56 per MMBTU. Now, even in a small disruption, the actual impact is not created by the buyer and seller. There is something called, where is that paper trade? Paper trade in oil is 30 times higher than physical trade. Now, I would have liked half an hour to explain this to you, but I'm going to simplify it. There are a lot of guys sitting there. When they see this happening, they are able to play the futures and ensure a market which, you know, the poor buyer or seller have very little actual dealing with. So this is the kind of disruption which can take place. Next slide. Now, we had 2 options as per the previous slide. This gentleman, put this gentleman here. He's an US official. Why am I quoting him? Not because he's any authority, but not also because he's a friend. He used to be a counselor in the US mission when I was Joint Secretary on the Americas Division. No, I'm quoting him because it comes from a respectable, credible American official. One of the false narratives we were being subjected to, oh, you're buying oil from Russia. So to which my response was, so? So once my colleague, the External Affairs Minister, was going to Washington, and he called me, he said, what do I say? I said, if they raise the issue with you, you tell them that they buy more in an afternoon than I buy in a quarter. Now, it so happens that as External Affairs Minister, he gets to take the, association with that kind of a statement, but make no mistake, I am the linear progenitor of that view. And then I said something in addition. I said, listen, wait a minute. What are these sanctions about? Fuel. Now, India is not only the world's largest democracy, if Arnab forgives me, it's also the most robust and loud democracy, and I'm not referring to effective TV channels. I'm just saying it's also the mother of democracies. What is the prime responsibility of a democratically elected government? And I'm talking about Modi ka parivar here. And I think the Honorable Prime Minister assumed responsibility and led from up front. Because a democratically elected government has to ensure availability, affordability, and sustainability, which means transition to green fuel. Next slide. So what did we do? You can please have a look at this. This chart is particularly interesting. In Delhi, over a period of November 21 to November 23, price of petrol came down by 11%, 11.82%, nearly 12%. In Spain, it went up by 12.7%, Italy by 11.23%, France by 16.17%, 21.25% increase in the United States. Now, you can tell me that you are probably comparing apples and oranges. Not really. We are looking at the base price and increases, and at a period of relative economic turmoil. What would we do? And what have we done? And I think this is where the Prime Minister deserves not just full credit, but the more appreciation you give, it's not enough. Why? We saw the crisis. You had to ensure availability. We said it doesn't matter from where we import. We diversified the sources of our imports from hitherto 27 countries. We took it to 39. Then, that's the first one, diversification of crude oil imports. Then we stepped on the gas on biofuels and alternate energies. I was part of the government in a different capacity as a civil servant. In the 10 years before 2014, we tried our best on biofuels. And we wanted only 1.5% biofuel blending in 10 of our states and union territories. What happened? We barely reached 1.4%, not 5%. Along came Mr. Modi and said, this has to change. You have to devise an ecosystem whereby 10 and 20% biofuel blending can take place. So he sets a target for November 2022 for 10% blending. Result, we do it 5 months in advance. He sets a target for 20% blending for 2030. We are confident enough to do it 5 years in advance. We will do it by 2025. So ladies and gentlemen, my submission to you is we are doing 12% blending. We have saved 41,000 crores on imports, as a result of which we've been able to hand over 42,400 crores to our farmers. So we've also converted Andatas to Urja Datas, that those who were providing us food are now providing us energy. Price stabilization. On 2 occasions, November 2021 and May 2022, the Honorable Prime Minister directed that we reduce the amount of excise duty that we charge on petrol and diesel, and we did it. I think you have a slide which, yes. Central excise duty cut 13 rupees per litre for petrol, 16 rupees per litre for diesel, reduced twice on such and such days. Revenue foregone 2.2 lakh crores. But that was compounded by the BJP state-ruled states also reducing their VAT. Result, India's petrol and diesel prices were amongst the lowest in the world. What was the impact of that? The impact is, if you compare a BJP-ruled state and a non-BJP ruled state, at that point of time, Lucknow and Bangalore, a difference of rupees 5.37 per litre. And nobody fills a tank with just 1 litre. You fill it with 30 or 40. You see the price impact there. Similarly, Guwahati and Kolkata, Panaji and Amravati, Lucknow and Amravati, this is diesel. So these are self-explanatory. Please move on. I just want to come back to the slide where, I'll come to the neighborhood in a minute. Come to the slide which shows that the domestic situation, what we were able to, not this one, yeah, no, this is the next one, the good corporate citizens. Now, when you reduce excise duty and your revenue foregone is something to the tune of more than 2 lakh crores, somebody has to take the hit. Government is foregoing revenue. You want to ensure availability and affordability at the retail point. So what happens? Our OMCs, or oil marketing companies, played the role of good corporate citizens. They could have said, we are answerable to our shareholder, we are answerable to our boards, and we will not. No, they came forward and said, we will maintain the price line, which meant that they took under recoveries both in petrol and diesel. Yes, they incurred losses. Yes, they incurred losses. In the case of gas, I think they incurred a loss of 28,000 crores. When the situation improved, we stepped in, told the finance ministry, got government approval to reimburse them about 22,000 crores out of the 28,000 they had lost. They didn't crib, they went along. On petrol, I think they lost about 30,000 crores. And, we said, no, you said marketing decision, etc. But he said, we'll help you. We'll help you because we will provide you equity so that, your revenues are sustained. So that operational profitability. Now, I just want to tell you one story. He is fast-forwarded because I think, when I became petroleum and natural gas minister, actually I should be called the energy transition minister, but I don't know. Let's leave it at a terminology. BPCL was up for what you call disinvestment. That's when I have heard the word divestment. Also, I have my learned friends that tell you we also use the word privatization, etc. And I think what that tells you, BPCL has achieved 75% of the anticipated disinvestment proceeds with a mere 9 months of a single year. In other words, if you were to sell it at 30,000 crores or something, the profit in the first one, profit after tax, is nearly 22,500 crores in 9 months. See the change. Now somebody asks me, people are very happy. They want to think, oh, the market ke karan hua. Show them the slide, the market slide also. So when I'm asked, and I have no humility in pointing this out because the credit goes to these guys, saying, yeah, the market has risen, that's what they have risen. Hey, wait a minute. Market has risen where? 39%. Whereas BPCL risen 43%. GAIL 70%. HPCL 72%. ONGC 125%. IOCL 153%. EIL 189%. And Oil India 215%. So other than the market, somebody must have done something right. And I tell you, I am very happy. I'm very happy to say I had nothing to do with it. But at least the oil marketing companies give them credit. So when I use the word, when I use the word good corporate citizen, that is what good corporate citizenry is all about, with a helpful secretary and a helpful minister. Let's go forward. Now, biofuels, I'll skip. 2 decisions which we took, I think, bear some mention. One is that the previous period, by the previous period, in calendars you have before Christ, and I'm not going into that. I'm not going into that. One thing that Modi ji's government has been characterized by is absolutely bold decision making. Let me give it to you in a nutshell. Total amount of sedimentary basin we have is about 3.5 million square kilometers. When I became minister, I said, hey, what's the point of having a sedimentary basin if you can't get to the sediment in the basin? Sorry, I just play with words. Now, what we did was, thanks to the Prime Minister and very bold decision making, 1 million square kilometers of that sedimentary basin, which was a no-go area, has been opened up for investment. And what you're seeing today as a result is that new finds there. Now you'll see the story unfold. So that's the one. Recently, I was with the previous one. I was with the Prime Minister in Begusarai, and this last one was one of the projects there, because 35 kilometers, I think, off the coast of Kakinada in Andhra Pradesh, we found oil, which was found earlier, and that, what is it called, an FPSU? It was ready, the fully loaded ship was ready to take off. Now, it had been loaded. We were waiting for the Prime Minister to have an event, and he flagged it off. Now, what I want you to note is, at a time when we've got massive import dependence, this facility will produce 40 to 50,000 barrels of oil in a day, as early as the next 2 months. It will also produce gas from there. So, this is going to increase our domestic production by 7%, just this facility. Now I want to go to biofuels. I've already done, but I just want to give you one comment. What does SAF means? SAF means sustainable aviation fuel. Now, as you know, some time ago, I had flagged a flight from Pune to Delhi. I think it was Air Asia, which used 1% sustainable aviation fuel. The world itself knows that as we go forward, not only because of ICAO in the International Civil Aviation Organization, but otherwise, we will have to go into sustainable aviation fuel. But if the European Union mandates a 5% blend, which it is likely to do, there are only 2 countries in the world, I submit, where sustainable aviation fuel in that quantity can be produced. One is Brazil and the other is India. So I went to Pune. It was 30 degrees Celsius, and I'd come back from minus 18 degrees in Davos the previous day. So the climate change impact apart, I went to a place where they actually inaugurated a sustainable aviation fuel pilot project. I've given you a flavor of this. I want to now go to green hydrogen for a minute. You don't have green hydrogen here? You do. Now, why do I always go on saying that green hydrogen is the fuel of the future? 2 reasons. Because green hydrogen typically requires an ability to produce clean, green solar energy at competitive prices, and it requires electrolyzers. We have demonstrated that you can bring down the cost of clean solar energy from 25 cents a unit to 3 cents a unit. Then you need an electrolyzer. I'm going to fast forward this. During the India Energy Week in Bengaluru in February, the Honorable Prime Minister visited a stall put up by BPCL where a domestically produced electrolyzer was available, which cost 30% less than any imported one. This is the kind of innovation which is taking place in our country. Gas, I want to come to a previous slide where we'll talk about gas. Now, one of the, let me simplify this. There are 2 kinds of gas that we are dealing with here. I know there are many other kinds of gases, but they're outside our purview this afternoon. The 2 I'm dealing with is the gas, liquefied petroleum gas, which comes in a cylinder, which is made kache tel se, crude oil. And then there is the natural gas. LPG is one thing we have had. It started in the 50s. Today, 60 years later, in 2014, we only had 14 crore cylinders connections in the country. Today, the Prime Minister's policies have led that 14 crores to become 32 crores. We introduced an Ujjwala scheme for our economically weaker sections, and we've already done more than 10 crore connections under Ujjwala. So that is affordable cooking gas so that our sisters go away from, fossil fuels, from coal, wet wood, etc., kerosene in the kitchen. But you also have natural gas. What used to happen is that their earlier pricing, that slide with the floor, we used to base it on 4 hubs. And there used to be a 1-year time lag between the determination and the price. So we stopped that immediately, put in a 15-day period, removed the hubs, tied it to the Indian crude basket, introduced a floor and a ceiling. And today, suddenly, the natural gas prices are down. This is the kind of innovation that the Modi... See, when we talk of Modi ka parivar, it is ultimately that parivar which is the beneficiary of this thing. I mean, to some of my King Kong friends developing these highly successful people, gas prices probably will not matter. But believe me, to the common man, it did. When he went for the Ayodhya Ram temple consecration, he visited the home of a beneficiary of Ujjwala, Meera Manji. And this was a household which had been a beneficiary of some scheme. They got Ujjwala on then, and also some of the other schemes. That is where it matters the most. Okay, fast forward now. I think I'll need to... Next. For a minute to some of these. Compressed biogas, we are making very impressive strides. I think I'm going tomorrow for an inauguration of a plant in Gorakhpur. My oil marketing companies, we are very proud of them. 100 plants they're setting up in UP itself. Another 100 are already set up, but we have to scale this up. Because compressed biogas is something that we have available in plenty. It's only a question of operationalizing those plants. Electric vehicles, I don't need to tell you, it's a story open in every press. Every manufacturer is bringing in newer models of electric vehicles. The debate is whether it's electric vehicles with fossil fuels or electric vehicles with ethanol. My view is give it a little time, it'll be electric vehicles with ethanol. Fossil fuels, I've already told you, net zero, I'll come in a minute. I want to spend a minute on the Global Biofuels Alliance. Today, if there is any form of clean energy which lends itself to implementation on a large scale, I think it's global biofuels. I have an industry in Pune, which has an industry group, which has already set up 1,000 biofuels plants in 100 countries. And all the biofuels plants running in our country, including the 2G1, are indigenous manufacture. Except the 3G1, which uses waste gases from a refinery in order to be able to, that is an American technology, but all the rest is domestic. So I was telling my friend who's now dealing with climate change, etc., that actually that is the place to go to. Countries in Africa, Latin America, they should emulate the example of countries like Brazil, which have great successes in biofuels. And I think biofuels, the story has just started. When we go into sustainable aviation fuels, we'll go through. But just a word on green hydrogen, because I skipped it. Why will green hydrogen succeed in India? Because you need an environment where there is local demand, local production, and local consumption. And India satisfies that along with countries like China and the United States. Fast forward. Well, I think it's pretty clear that our rate of energy consumption is about 3 times the global average, which is a sign that the economy is firing on all 6 cylinders, which is also a sign that the economy, you know, when energy consumption reduces, you are sure that something is going wrong. That's the case of the world's second largest economy, where there's suddenly plateauing demand or reduction of demand. And finally, how much money do you need? Well, we are taking the mix of gas in our energy mix from 6% to 15%. It will require something like $66 billion in the next 5 years or less, and believe me, it's happening. And we set up an India Energy Week, which we had the 2nd edition in Goa. A standalone campus is being created there. It'll be one of the world's best conference tourism sites. It's a 250-acre plot. This year, we only used 18,000 square meters. Next one, which we have after the next one is in Delhi, the one after that in 26, will be, I think, something like 75,000. It's already a global event, and it's going to grow bigger as we go along. Okay? We will become the refining hub of the world. Why? We've already got 252 million metric tons per annum. We are taking it to 310 metric tons per annum soon, and the Prime Minister talks about 450. I've always been advised to slow down. Will you read so many of refineries? Yes, we will. Because I think all the world's refineries will not be operational. There'll just be 3 or 4 refining hubs in the world, and India will be one of them. Next is thank you very much.
Minister Puri, good afternoon this side. When Minister Ashwini Vaishnav was making that presentation, I thought not many TED-talking ministers in the world, but it seems all of them are in the Council of Ministers of the country, you know. Fantastic Goldilocks moment for Indian economy, and some of which you captured in the presentation. I have a political question. I'm a political journalist.
I would be surprised that working with my college friend Arnab and a channel like Republic, that you would confine yourself to energy. The questions have to be political.
Yeah, I mean...
but energy is political also.
It's absolutely
Just
political.
imagine if prices had gone up,
yeah,
and availability had not been there, what kind of politics the opposition would have subjected us to.
But it's so fantastic. That's why I'm trying to focus on politics, because somehow, it's my reading, maybe many might agree here, it's sort of getting boring because it's so one-sided. Your 2 predictions for the 2024 general elections, because we thought that it's getting a little boring because it's so one-sided.
So basically, for those of you who didn't hear him totally clear, he's asking me to make a prediction for the 2024 election. I'll tell you something. Anyone who watches my social media feed or what I've been saying, I start by saying I'm not a soothsayer, I'm not an astrologer, but I have a reasonable and long-standing experience in predicting elections, and I don't predict them out of a crystal ball. I predict them on the basis of what I see on the ground. In 2014, I had said that the BJP under Mr. Modi will get an absolute majority. After many years, came true. In 2019, I had predicted that we will cross the 300 mark, and we did. We reached 303. Before I make a prediction, let me say something that I have seen on the ground. The real story in the 2024 elections is the complete change narrative and the groundswell that I'm seeing in parts of the country which you normally do not associate with the BJP. I mentioned the southern states. I see the vote share of the BJP going up considerably there, and I see the situation in West Bengal. These are 2 pointers I would suggest to anyone wanting to make a political prediction, because we can come to the predictions later. What is my view? I think in West Bengal, I took a press conference on that yesterday. I think the women voters, after they've been subjected to the kind of atrocities in Sandesh Khali, they will give an answer to the TMC from the ballot box. Point 1. Point 2, in the southern states, I spent a lot of time in places like Palakkad, other places. There's something very different happening there. I saw a report today that a former chief minister's daughter has joined the BJP. This is just a small pointer. But what I see in interaction, I've been going to a lot of events which have under 25-year-old, those who are the first-time voters. And I see a major change in response there. I did a workshop, where was it, in Bangalore. It was a workshop of BJP spokesman in training. They kind of changed the atmosphere. Exact number, I would not, I think we should wait, because an election typically has the processes consolidating about a week or 2 before that. Now we are a few days off from the election, this thing, but my prediction on the basis of the trends I'm saying, you're going to have the Honorable Prime Minister lead the country for another 10 years. You're going to have the BJP, which is already the world's largest party, also being the largest conveyor of goods and services to the common, to those who need them most, to the most vulnerable sections of society. And number 3, I think if this trend in the opposition continues, then I think a lot more people will join the BJP. Now you can ask me, is that good or bad? I frankly don't know. But I think people come to and gravitate towards a political party because they see, not only for themselves, but they see through the party an opportunity for Samaj Seva, Desh Seva. And I think Mr. Modi has been able to drive one message very firmly home, that good governance is good politics. Today we are talking to people on the basis of what they've received and on the basis of what more likely is to come in the years ahead.
And for constantly breaking the Congress whenever he has a weekend off. But I want to share with everyone today that with pride, because I am from Assam, that what you have done for the economy, society, business environment, investment, and we were just talking to Devi Shetty ji outside, the health situation in Assam, it is absolutely incredible. Viewers, I'll give you one statistic. The GSDP of Assam for 2024-25, you will know the numbers better, is projected to be 6,43,089 crores, which is a growth of 13% over 2023-24. This makes Assam, in a very competitive federal landscape, one of the fastest growing economies in the country. So I think that's a huge achievement. And
I am told that day after tomorrow, just outside Guwahati in Jagi Road, a 30,000 crore semiconductor investment is being made by the Tata Group in Assam. And I just turned the clock back, Himantoda. You've seen Assam. 10 years back, if you would mention Assam, people would say conflict, terrorism, lack of resolution, not a good place to invest. So you've changed things dramatically. Congratulations for that. Where do you see things go and how have you got here?
I think those who have visited Assam earlier and those who will visit now, they will see a complete change. Assam is one of the fastest growing economy. So far as country is concerned, I think we are in the top 3 or 4. Our GSDP growth is around, we are constantly achieving 16 to 17% every year for last 3-4 years. Economy is going up. Then Assam was known for various law and order issues, right from the days of you can start from the day of India got freedom. We had Naga movement, we had got Mizo movement, floods, emergency, language movement. But last 3 years, Assam has not witnessed even a single band agitation, absolutely peaceful situation. Recently, I have written a letter to 600 businessmen, those who have left Assam during the peak alpha period. I wrote a letter personally to them to come back to their original home. And I wrote it, I signed it to 600 persons who left Assam at that point of time, in those traumatic period of time. So things have changed. Economy is doing good. Political, social situation is good. And Assam is, I can say proudly that as of now, you can consider that this is one of the best states when it comes to social harmony, law and order, political stability, economic stability. On 13th, Prime Minister is going to lay the foundation stone for the semiconductor industry, where investment will come from the Tata Group. So Assam will be the second state after Gujarat to have semiconductor industry in my state, back in my state. So those are huge things from our point of view, and I think we'll be stronger every day.
How do you do this? Are you a likable person? Do people like you? Do you negotiate well? You seem to get your way with everything. Eventually, for example, you recently materialized a tripartite memorandum of settlement between the center, the state of Assam, and the ULFA. Now, many people felt this would not be possible. In fact, I had many members of ULFA who came to my studio. They had said, we will not surrender. We never will surrender. We will die, but we will not surrender. But while all other chief ministers failed, you managed to strike the deal. So can you tell us about what is the art of negotiation when that happens? And why did this not happen earlier?
First of all, Assam has seen a different kind of treatment from New Delhi, post-2014. Now, people realize that whatever apprehension we had, now it is not there. There was a strong sentiment in Assam that central government exploited its natural resources, and we have been pushed to the margin. Yes. In 1972, there was an agitation in Assam when Mrs. Gandhi tried to set up a refinery in Barauni, utilizing crudes from Assam. But now, day after tomorrow, Prime Minister is going to going to inaugurate a new pipeline where crude from Paradip will be pushed to Assam, and the Assam refineries refining capacity will be increased manifold. That we should be a net contributor to the growth of the country rather than being a dependent state. We should be a contributor state to the nation growth. So the perception in Assam has completely changed, and it is all along now hopes and aspiration.
Would it be the same if Assam was not a BJP-ruled state?
I think I'll not go back to the party, but this would not have been same if Narendra Modi would not have been the Prime Minister. That I can say confidently.
No, but you didn't answer my question. My question was that would things have been the same if Assam was not a BJP-ruled state and Himanta Biswa Sharma would not have been in the BJP? See, Mr. Biswa Sharma, let me expand on this. Arvind Kejriwal said in February, just this last month, he said, and I'll quote him, the BJP has waged a war against opposition-ruled states. They have created an India-Pakistan situation with us. These are Kejriwal's words last month. The center is using all the tactics to harass the opposition government. Similarly, Pinarayi Vijayan said in Kerala, and I'll quote him, we are beginning a reunited fight that would herald the dawn of ensuring equal treatment to all the states. So we have lost a balance in center-state elections. That's the basic point that they're making?
Arnab, if you are going to do such a huge excise scam, then should not be a war against the Delhi government by the central government? What is the demand of Chief Minister of Kerala? Allow me to borrow money. Who will repay? So the question is that these people are accusing Prime Minister Modi because he is standing for justice, he is standing for transparency. Now in Assam, if you come back to my state,
let's go back to Assam.
If you come back to my state, then if a Prime Minister starts visits to a remote northeastern state, which always in trouble, twice a year, he starts spending his time for the development of Astalakshmi, knowing very well that there is no much dividend he has to accrue in terms of politics because we have hardly 14 seats. So even then, Prime Minister is doing for the Northeast because we are in a frontline state so far as India-China is concerned, or a bordering state, or we can be in future a good center for entire South Asian state. Assam can be a basically nucleus for our Southeast Asian outreach. So when opposition state accuse, it is more on a political arena. But you have to analyze Prime Minister from his larger vision. Is it not Delhi who has able to host the G20 summit? Prime Minister could have taken it to Gujarat also, but he has done that in Delhi. Is it not indirectly helping Kejriwal in enhancing the stature of Delhi? So what he has not done, what Prime Minister has not done for the Delhi in last 6, 7, 8 years. अगर असम में इतना करते थे, हम तो कहाँ पहुँच जाते थे? So you cannot, if a chief minister spend money for his own bungalow, 50 crores, 60 crores, then that is a personal issue. That is nothing to do with the citizen of Delhi. But so far as citizen of Delhi, you can change everywhere. The Bharat Mandapam is for the people of Delhi. G20 summit was for the people of Delhi. So everywhere Delhi is doing.
Mamta says you're not releasing the funds, you're making it extremely difficult to release the funds.
I think all these are political rioting. How can you not release fund? There is a set formula. The Finance Commission give you a set formula. Every month, on 10th of every month, central government release by 11 o'clock whatever dues to us. There is a set formula that this % of the money will be devolved to the
letters
state.
of usage from BJP-ruled states? Would you demand proof of usage from BJP-ruled states?
Every morning.
Are you put to the same kind of scrutiny that Mamta Banerjee
There is
is?
no need of scrutiny. Every month on 10th or 11th, Nirmala Sitaraman or Ministry of Finance gives a tweets. She she elaborated how much fund has been released to which state. And you will see that every state is getting money. I don't know what more money Mamata Banerjee are asking from Delhi. Whatever is due to us is religiously released on 10th morning by the government of India. Whether it is a Bengal, whether it is Assam, in one stroke, they release to all the states of the country. There is no such system in the central government that morning they will release to Assam, evening they will release to Bengal, next day they will release to Tamil Nadu. There is no such formula. Whatever we should get, we get it on 10th of every month in the early morning. I don't know what they are keeps on saying. And you call one day the opposition chief minister with us, then we will show them that whatever you are getting, we are also getting. There is no privileges. When central government deal with the state, it has to be based on certain formula. And people are getting money according to the formula.
Hemantata, I have had the privilege of knowing you personally for a long time, and I have watched your career. Now, you come across, and everybody who's listening here, बड़े balanced व्यक्ति हैं, ठीक से प्लान कर रहे हैं, स्ट्रैटेजी है, असम की इकोनॉमी बढ़ रही है, मैं भी हिंदी में ट्राई कर रहा हूँ, कुछ ग्रामेटिकल मिस्टेक हो तो बता दीजिए।
होना चाहिए मिस्टेक थोड़ा।
मैं दिल साफ है, जबान साफ नहीं हो मगर दिल साफ है, तो मैं कहता हूँ कि लोग कहते हैं कि देखिए ये डुअल पर्सनालिटी है हिमंत बिस्वा शर्मा का। Let me explain that you have a dual personality. एक तो as a chief minister, very good, very rational, thinking ahead, inviting investment, talking to the right people. You know, you're running the state very well. But when it comes to, and I'll speak directly, when it comes to the Muslim community, then people feel you are anti-Muslim. Are you anti-Muslim?
I mean,
क्या आप anti-Muslim हैं? Let me, इससे मैं घुमा फिरा के सवाल नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ।
आप देखिए,
आप इसको सोच लीजिए।
आप देखिए, I am anti-OAC or anti-Rahul Gandhi. But when it comes to the Muslim people, I'll request you, give me a camera and a cameraman. Let us together travel to the Muslim population in Assam, and you will see how much love and affection I have from them.
नहीं, but that is ये तो आप कह रहे हैं. But आपकी जो विचारधारा है, see, I'm not saying, I'm asking you, you don't be defensive on it.
कौन सा विचारधारा?
आपका विचारधारा जो आप जो बोलते हैं, जिस तरह से बोलते हैं आप, जिस तरह से आप बातें करते हैं,
दो शादियां नहीं करना चाहिए.
नहीं, आप बोलते हैं मदरसा बंद कर दो.
बंद करो ना.
मदरसा बंद कर दो. नहीं, हमेशा हर जगह जाके किसी और को ठेस देना और कहना मदरसा बंद कर दो. आसाम के पॉपुलेशन में कितनी परसेंटेज मुस्लिम, मोर देन 30%. आप जाके बोल रहे हैं मदरसे बंद कर दो.
आप देखिए,
मतलब आप किसी को
नहीं, आप मुस्लिम बोलने से किसको मानते हैं? मेल एंड फीमेल दोनों को मानते हैं.
मुस्लिम, हाँ जी,
मुस्लिम मेल और फीमेल दोनों को मानते हैं ना. तो मैं जब बोलता हूं कि भाई आप दो शादी मत कीजिए, तो मेल नाराज हो जाता है, फीमेल तो खुश हो जाते हैं ना. हमें जब जाके बोलता हूं कि आप तलाक मत करवाइए, आप सब्सिस्टेंस दीजिए, कोर्ट से जाके आप डाइवोर्स लीजिए, माँ तो खुश होता है ना. एट द एंड ऑफ द डे हमारा तो जन्म माँ का कोख से ही तो हुआ है ना.
आप देखिए बात को घुमा रहे हैं, आप बात को घुमा रहे हैं.
मैं नहीं घुमाया.
तो वो
हमारा
वो कहेंगे मेरी मर्जी है. हिमंत बिस्वा शर्मा हर दिन सुबह हमारे एक कस्टम को अटैक करते हैं.
नहीं, ये कौन सा कस्टम? किसने बनाया हुआ कस्टम? कुरान ने तो ये कस्टम नहीं बनाया. होली कुरान में ये कस्टम नहीं लिखा गया है. ये कस्टम, ये 200 दलाल जो होता है वो बनाने वाला कस्टम है. जो कस्टम हजरत मोहम्मद बना के गया है, कुरान शरीफ में है, इसको आप सम्मान करना चाहिए. एंड वन शुड रेस्पेक्ट द होली बुक्स ऑफ एवरी रिलीजन. लेकिन जो बीच का दलाल लोग हैं, उनका आप क्यों इतना मानते हो?
किसको आप दलाल?
जो लोग बोलते हैं कि मुस्लिम बहनों का तलाक का बाद उनको सब्सिस्टेंस नहीं मिलना चाहिए. ये किसने कानून बनाया? ये कानून किसने बनाया? ये कानून तो कोई रिलीजियस टेक्स्ट में नहीं है. ये
कानून है असम मुस्लिम मैरिज एंड डिवोर्स रजिस्ट्रेशन एक्ट ऑफ 1935.
कानून मेरा असेंबली ने बनाया था, मैं असेंबली में ही खत्म कर दिया. जिसने बनाया उसी ने खत्म कर दिया।
तो अगर कोई कहे हेमंत दा, देखिए अगर कोई कहे ये अप्रोच जो है, नहीं जो एक मिनट, ये जो अप्रोच है, सॉरी मुझे ये एक मिनट,
नहीं देखो थोड़ा सा मैं आपको एक बात बोल के, आप बोलिए, मैं आपको एक
मेरी बात बोलने दीजिए।
ये जो मुस्लिम रजिस्ट्रेशन कानून था,
मुस्लिम मैरिज एंड डिवोर्स रजिस्ट्रेशन एक्ट 1930,
ये हजरत मोहम्मद ने नहीं बनाया था, ये सैयद सर मोहम्मद सादुल्ला ने बनाया था जो सीएम था
जी।
तो मैंने सादुल्ला का कानून को मैंने निरस्त कर दिया, लेकिन आई हैव नॉट टच एनीथिंग ऑफ होली कुरान।
मगर आप ओवरनाइट नहीं कर सकते हैं ना, वो कहते हैं आप एक में बात करने दीजिए, मैं उनकी बात रख रहा हूं, ये मेरी बिलीफ नहीं है, ये कोई गलत फहमी नहीं हो लोगों में। वो कह रहे हैं कि ये तरीका होता है, एक मिनट मेरी बात सुनिए हेमंत जी, एक तरीका होता है, एक अप्रोच होता है। ये हिमंत बिस्व शर्मा का अप्रोच अनडेमोक्रेटिक है जो चल रहा है। हमें बुलाइए, हमसे बात कीजिए, बदरुद्दीन अजमल को बुलाइए, उनकी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है, लोगों से बात कीजिए, कमीशन लगाइए, लॉ कमीशन लगाइए, रिकमेंडेशंस लीजिए, तरीके से बात कीजिए। ये जो आपका माई वे और द हाईवे अप्रोच हो गया, नहीं माई वे और द हाईवे अप्रोच जो आपका है, वो लोग कह रहे हैं आप कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि मैं खुलकर कह रहा हूं आप पोलराइज करना चाहते हैं वोट को।
देखिए,
यू वांट टू पोलराइज द वोट्स।
I'll tell you.
Is it?
I'll tell you 2.3 point clearly. ये कानून में क्या लिखा था कि छोटे बच्चा का भी विवाह होते हैं तो जो काजी बोलते हैं दे कैन रजिस्टर द मैरिज एंड दैट मैरिज बिकम लीगल। ये कानून में वो लिखा हुआ था। हमने जो बाल विवाह का खिलाफ काम किया, हाई कोर्ट एनलर्स मेनी ऑफ देम ऑन बेल सेइंग दैट इन मुस्लिम रजिस्ट्रेशन एक्ट registration of child marriage is genuine and it is a bona fide, it is legal, so you cannot arrest. So then हमने जाके कानून को जो असेंबली ने पारित किया था उसी असेंबली से हमने खारिज किया, और बाद में खारिज करने के बाद सबसे तो मशवरा होते ही रहता है।
खारिज करने के बाद आप बात करेंगे। ये ऐसी बात हो गई कि 370 निकाल दीजिए, उसके बाद आप बुलाइए हुर्रियत को,
बात कीजिए, पहले बात मत कीजिए, कंफ्यूज हो जाएगा।
अब व्यूअर्स, दिस इज, आई मीन, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट भारत द नेक्स्ट डेकेड।
आप कभी भी जब निर्णय लेना होता है, अगर 370 कानून को खत्म करने का पहले अमित शाह जी सबका साथ चर्चा करते थे, क्या 370 विलुप्त हो जाते थे? ये कोई बात आप कन्विक्शन और प्रिंसिपल में चलो कि ये देश में चाइल्ड मैरिज नहीं होना चाहिए। दैट इज द मेन कन्विक्शन। वंस यू हैव दैट कन्विक्शन इन योर माइंड, रास्ता में जितना भी रुकावट है हटा के चला जाओ।
और कोर्ट में चली जाए, बात कोर्ट में चली जाए तो
कोई इशू नहीं है। आपको कन्विक्शन,
कोर्ट्स तो हर चीज में घुस रहे हैं आज।
नहीं, देखिए, कोर्ट का अपना एक अंदाज है, हम कोर्ट का बात कोर्ट में डिस्कशन कर लेगा, आपको तो वो कोर्ट में चलेगा। बट आपको एज ए, मेरा जो मानना है कि हमारा पहले कन्विक्शन होना चाहिए कि 370 जाना चाहिए। फिर अगर आप वो कन्विक्शन में फार्म है तो कैसे जाना चाहिए, लोगों को मत बुलाइए, खत्म करने का बात बुलाइए, भाई खत्म कर लिया, अभी बात करो कैसे क्या आगे करना है।
This is a remarkably unique approach.
नहीं, वही न्यू इंडिया है।
हाँ, this is the new India.
न्यू इंडिया, यही न्यू इंडिया है।
I tell you, this is the different level of political incorrectness.
देखिए,
but I like your style. देखिए, जो भी है बोल रहे हैं, ये नहीं कि इधर भी उधर भी थोड़ा इधर।
लोग बोलता है कि सरसा करो, हर किसको सरसा करे? When you know their point of view, हम हमारा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू जानता है, उसमें तो कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं हो सकता है ना कि ठीक है आप 18 साल छोड़ दीजिए, 16 साल में रजिस्टर करवा लीजिए। कोई बोलेगा 12 साल, कोई बोलेगा 18 years, देन यू कम इनटू कॉम्प्रोमाइज ऑफ 16 years। ऐसा डिस्कशन नहीं होता, यही गलत है भारत का। आप पॉइंट ठीक कर लीजिए कि ये देश को विश्वगुरु बनाना है, ऑन दैट वी आर यूनाइटेड। जब बनाना है तो मोदी जी को छोड़ दीजिए ना, बना लेगा। तो फिर आपका साथ चर्चा करने से
आपका स्टाइल कुछ अलग है। देखिए, आपको मैं बता रहा हूं, राहुल गांधी जी आपके दोस्त आए आसाम में, और आसाम आपने कुछ, आपके झगड़ा हो गया, आपने उनको रोक दिया, आपने उनको जाने नहीं दिया, ये वो, उन्होंने आपको कई कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स दिया। उसके 2 दिन के अंदर आपने पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी को बीच से तोड़ दिया आसाम में, और आपने कहा ये मेरा रिटर्न गिफ्ट। यू सेड व्हाट इज इट? इट इज माय Return gift to
वही
Congress.
मैं बात बोलिए, रिटर्न गिफ्ट ही बोलिए. बर्थडे में गिफ्ट देने से आपको यू गेट अ रिटर्न गिफ्ट ऑल्सो ना.
But क्या चल रहा है आपके
आप देखिए राहुल
It's a long
गांधी-
rivalry.
नहीं, मेरा बात अलग था. मैंने राहुल गांधी जी को बोला था, आई हैव रिक्वेस्टेड हिम थ्रू डिफरेंट चैनल, कि जब राम मंदिर का उद्घाटन हो रहा है, प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो रहा है, वो समय आप आसाम का मंदिर में मत आइए. Then it looks like there is a competition between Ram and Sriman Shankardev. I made him a very, very bona fide, genuine request. Please avoid 10 to 12 p.m. When there is a Pran Pratishtha Mahotsav of Ram Mandir, you do not enter Ma Kamakya temple or you do not enter the Bhattadrova Satra. Come after 3 hours. He become arrogant. नहीं नहीं हम उसी समय जाएगा. हम बोला चलो अभी देश के गांधी का शासन चल रहा है क्या, हमने थोड़ा दिखा दिया है कि ये अभी देश गांधी का अंडर नहीं है.
This is a big statement.
नहीं, arrogancy has no place when it comes to Ram Mandir, when it comes to हमारे आस्था. अगर मेरा घर में कुछ था तो आप कर लो, मेरा कोई आपत्ति नहीं है. But you cannot put Ram against Assam. You cannot put UP against Assam. You cannot put Ajodhya against Sriman Shankardev. Those are bad tricks he wanted to play. So, मैंने आप बोला कि आपको आसाम आने का इतना सखी है. After लोकसभा इलेक्शन में आपको आसाम बुलाता हूं. In fact, police has given him notice also. He will come back to Assam. Let him then visit every temple. But ये गांधी वाला रूप नहीं चलेगा.
आप उनको इनवाइट कर रहे हैं और ये भी बोल रहे हो द मोमेंट ही कम्स आप उनको अरेस्ट करेंगे.
वो भी तो जेल भी तो एक देखने का ही चीज है ना. उसमें क्या है?
ये थोड़ा सा देखिए, लोग पॉपुलर है, मुझे पता है, सब इधर ताली लगा रहे हैं. आपका और योगी जी का स्टाइल जो है ये बुलडोजर टाइप का अप्रोच है.
कोई बुलडोजर नहीं है. जेल क्या? कैन आई पुट इनटू एनीबॉडी जेल? द कोर्ट विल पुट इनटू समबॉडी जेल. मैं तो जेल में डाल ही नहीं सकता हूं. तो इफ समबॉडी गोज टू जेल आफ्टर लीगल ऑब्लिगेशंस, लीगल प्रोसीड्यूर, तो उसमें हाउ कैन वी स्टॉप इट? आपने आसाम जाके यू ट्राई टू ब्रेक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर. मैंने आई विल पुट ए चार्ज शीट इन द कोर्ट. इफ कोर्ट पुट यू ऑन द जेल, हाउ कैन आई हेल्प यू? आई एम नोबॉडी. चीफ मिनिस्टर कैन नॉट कंट्रोल कोर्ट.
मतलब एक सीरियस क्वेश्चन. ये ठीक है, it's a different approach. I mean, this is the approach, and he says this is the approach of New India. The response seems like you are getting more popular with these things.
No,
I don't have any problem with it. I also have this approach.
No, this should have been approached before.
That's good. No,
अगर ये अप्रोच हो जाते थे तो आपका राम मंदिर 75 साल पहले हो जाते थे. मतलब people has to be decisive. नहीं तो काम नहीं होगा. You have to be decisive when it is a conviction. The conviction is shared by the people of India. Then you don't stop.
I understand. You have worked very, 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 very hard to bring the Northeast completely into the mainstream. If there is one leader in the last few decades who has removed to a large extent this sense of alienation of the Northeast, the word alienation in the Northeast. Earlier in 1980s, MPs from Assam would always come and say, Center, please give us royalty, please give us royalty. That's changed. Was Manipur a setback? I'm asking a straight question on Manipur. Because you said in August 2023 that the situation from Manipur will only come from the heart and not from bullets. And everybody is aware he's the chairman of the Northeast Development Alliance, a congregation of all the NDA parties in the entire Northeast, not only Assam. Now, there was a narrative during the crisis in Manipur, which is a serious ethnic crisis, that the BJP failed. And they said the Manipur crisis reveals the limits of BJP's politics in Northeast. There was an ethnic crisis in Manipur, but it was used to say the entire approach to Northeast, the lookist policies of the Modi government has failed. First, how do you react to this typecasting? B, was there any mistake made in Manipur, and is there a solution in sight?
You see, every states of Northeast are not same.
Yes.
So, in the Manipur crisis also, the crisis is between the two communities. But the most important fact, you will not heard even Meitei criticizing BJP, Kuki also not criticizing BJP. Because they have reconciled to the fact that it is our issue. And when they met us, they said that we are not in a happy mood, but kya kiya jaye? This is our issue.
What are you maintaining back
I'll tell you. Suppose now government of India is saying that we are going to fence Indo-Myanmar border.
Right.
Now, on this, Meiteis are welcoming, but Naga, Mizo, and Kuki are opposing. So, because they have their people in the Myanmar and they want a free movement. There are a lot of contradiction in the Northeast. And these contradictions are not creation of BJP. These
emerging markets, Russia, China, and bring them all together on all key issues confronting the world. Whether it was strong, sustainable, inclusive, and balanced growth, whether it was accelerating the pace of sustainable development goals in the post-COVID era, whether it was a green development pact for climate action and climate finance, or whether it was reform of the multilateral financial institution, or technological transformation and digital public infrastructure, or women-led development, in all these issues. And there were 83 paras in all. 83 paras. India was able to bring consensus on all these issues for the first time in G20. On all these issues. And more important than that, we were confronted with a very major challenge of an ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, where United Nations had failed. The G20 of India succeeded in bringing consensus on the issue of Russia-Ukraine. This was unparalleled, and this could happen because of India's hard power and soft power built during the last decade, and because of the stature and standing of the Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. We could take a lot of risk, we could be gutsy, we could be bold, we could be courageous, largely on account of this leadership. And it's important to dwell a little bit on this, because if you look at the last decade, India has carried out a vast range of structural reforms in its economy. It's brought in GST, one tax across the economy, is brought in a modern bankruptcy law, is brought in the Real Estate Regulation Act to save middle class of India, is brought in the finest corporate tax rates, it's focused on ease of doing business, and scrapped a vast range of rules, regulation, procedures, and processes, and scrapped almost 1,500 laws. The structural reforms were accompanied by digital transformation of India. 1.4 billion digital identities, 550 million bank accounts were opened during 2015-17. When we started opening bank accounts in 2015, only 18% of the women in India had bank accounts. Today, 91% of the women have bank accounts in India. This has not happened anywhere else in the world. And then we linked up both the digital identity and the mobile number, which enabled us to do fast payments. Today, we are the world's #1 in real-time fast payments in the world. We do 46% of the real-time fast payments. Last year, we did 128 billion fast payments in the world. China was second with 26 billion fast payments. That was the difference. From 128 billion India, China 26 billion. And then we had a number of our startups doing cashless, paperless credit, number of young startups doing wealth creation by taking stock market to rural areas, tier 2, tier 3 cities, and number of startups giving insurance in 1 minute flat on the basis of your mobile. So fast payments in 30 seconds, wealth creation in 30 seconds, and digital insurance in 1 minute. That has been the transformation of India. And this is all open source, open API. This is globally interoperable. And unlike the rest of the world, where data is monopolized by the big tech, Amazon, Google, Facebook, and Amazon in India, and in China by Tencent and Alibaba, in India, the data is owned by the citizens of India. And they give permission which is technically made possible by their consent on the mobile, on the go. So our model during G20 was accepted as the best model in the world, the definition of digital public infrastructure, and the framework was accepted. And today we've taken it to 20 countries of the world, and tomorrow we'll take it to the rest of the world, because 4 billion people of the world do not have a digital identity. 2.5 billion people do not have a bank account. 133 countries in the world do not have fast payments. So India's model will be taken to the rest of the world to transform the world. And that is why during COVID, we could do 2.2 billion COVID vaccination, and we could, instead of giving large packages, we could put money straight into the bank account of these beneficiaries. Whereas in the United States of America, 9 million checks came back, and Germany struggled for 18 months to create digital identities. So ladies and gentlemen, structural reforms, digital identity, and the third was in infrastructure, the push towards infrastructure. Creation of 40 million houses, of 110 million toilets, of 30 million electric connections to households, of 253 million piped water connection, and almost 80,000 kilometers of road. That's been the story of infrastructure creation in India. And that's why the Bank of International Settlement said that what India has achieved in 9 years would have taken India 50 years to achieve in the normal course. Instead of 50 years, we could do it in 9 years. And therefore, this infrastructure creation the government was able to do because it took its spending of capital expenditure for 1%, from 1% in 2014 to 4% till in the last budget. And this shows government's determination to create world-class infrastructure. And the fourth key point is what India has done for climate action and to build a sustainable and a clean India. We have not contributed to greenhouse gas emissions in the world. Our CO2 emission is only 1.3%. Our total emission is 1/10 of the United States of America. But as a responsible nation, India took over the responsibility and created 187 gigawatts of renewable energy. We are the only G20 country to achieve its NDC targets 9 years ahead of schedule, and we've done it at record low prices. We brought down the price of renewable from 21 rupees to less than 2 rupees. In addition to this, we were able to provide over 110 million of our women cooking gas connections so that they need not burn firewood. We could provide 30 million households electric connection. And now we are moving towards green hydrogen so that we can green up all the hard-to-abate sectors of steel, cement, refinery, fertilizer. And instead of being a fossil fuel importing country where we import 180 billion worth of fossil fuel, by the time we become 147, We should be an energy exporting country of exporting green hydrogen or in its liquid form ammonia to the rest of the world. So from an importer of energy to an exporter of energy is our plan. Ladies and gentlemen, what we've achieved in terms of structural reforms, in terms of digital identity, in terms of climate action, and all these have been done with speed. And the focus has constantly been on implementation, implementation, and implementation. So this has enabled us to build our hard power and our soft power. And ladies and gentlemen, it's important that as India accelerates the pace of its growth in its Amrit Kal period and accelerates it to the growth of 8 to 9%, because India is the only country which is growing at 8% plus in the last 3 quarters of its economy, and as it accelerates the pace on the basis of these transformations, India is heading to be the 3rd largest economy in the world in the next 5 years, surpassing Japan and Germany, and will be a $35 trillion economy by the time it becomes 147. And that would mean that if we would have raised the per capita income of every single individual from $2,500 to close to $18,000 per citizen, and the quality of life of every citizen would have improved. And therefore my belief is that in a globalized economy, it's the economic growth which gives you the hard power, and it's your belief in your civilizational strength, which we embodied in G20. We did not copy the rest of the world. We did not copy the West, but we went back to our civilization, the roots of our civilization, to say that we are Vasudev Kutumbakam, that we are one earth, one family, one future. We may have different political ideologies. We may have political differences. We may have geographical differences, but we all come from one cosmos. And therefore, on account of this philosophy, this ideology, and this civilizational ethos, we could achieve consensus on all complex issues confronting the world. And ladies and gentlemen, as we aggressively push for growth, as we aggressively push for reforms, as we aggressively push for digitization, as we aggressively push for infrastructure creation, and as we could push for sustainable growth because of climate action and climate finance, India will be in the forefront. And therefore, we will have the responsibility of leading the world. It's important to realize that in the global GDP today, if you look at the global GDP, America's share of the global GDP has remained constant at about 25% in the last 2.5 decades. Europe's share, and it's important to understand this, Europe's share has come down from 30% to 15% and will come down even further. In the last 3 decades, due to China's acceleration of pace of growth, its share had grown from 3% to close to 18%. But China's growth has now slowed down and India's growth has accelerated, and therefore India's share will now grow from 3.5% to, in the coming till 2047, it will accelerate to close to 20% of the global GDP. And therefore, in the years to come, India will be providing 30% of the skilled manpower to the rest of the world by the time we get into our Amrit Kal period. Imagine all your electricians, your plumbers, your carpenters, your hospitality managers which were trained in Lausanne, in Switzerland, will be all trained in India, and they will be running all the top hotels of the world. So the Indians will be skilled for the rest of the world. And the challenges of India will be to do very, very smart urbanization to improve our learning and health outcomes, to ensure that our agriculture productivity rises so that we can continue to accelerate the pace of our growth. So as many people have commented, this is not merely India's decade, this is India's century. And it is incumbent upon each one of us to ensure that as disciplined Indians, we ensure that we accelerate the pace of our growth, we become responsible citizens, and we ensure that India continues to grow and accelerate its pace of growth in all these aspects of structural reforms, digitization, sustainable growth, and infrastructure creation. The important challenge is that the center has done its bit. It's now for the states to accelerate reforms in all these areas. Now the responsibility for the next decade will be on many of our states. If our states start growing at rapid rates of 10% plus, India will grow at 11% plus. And therefore, it's not merely that the western part of India or the southern part of India accelerates its pace of growth, but the northern, the eastern, the central part, the southern, the western, all India must grow. And it's important that all these structural reforms which have been carried out by the center, the next phase is carried out by the states of India. They become the agents of change and they become the key drivers of growth. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm absolutely convinced that this is not merely India's decade, this is India's century, and it's for all of us to work together to accelerate the pace of our growth during the Amrit Kal period. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kant, for sharing your robust look into the future as far that India has come and also how far we ought to go. As we navigate the complexities of the next decade, it becomes increasingly evident that the landscape of healthcare is undergoing profound transformation. With advancements in technology, shifts in demographics, and changing societal expectations, the way we approach healthcare delivery continues to evolve. So it's time now to hear from the people's doctor, the revered Dr. Devi Shetty, who joins us to deliver his vision statement on how he sees the future of healthcare pan out in India. Dr. Shetty has led the movement to address the immediate challenges and has also anticipated and adapted to future trends, ensuring that our healthcare systems on the ground are robust, accessible, and equitable for all. Dr. Shetty presents his futuristic vision on putting care into healthcare, a journey through which Bharat seizes the opportunity to reimagine healthcare, leveraging innovation and collaboration to create a healthier, more resilient future for generations to come.
500,000, 1 million, 2 million. There is no single country, large country in the world, even as big as United States and as rich as United States, is able to offer tax-free healthcare to the citizens free of cost with the taxpayers' money. So that is the first difference. Second difference, every country which is offering free healthcare has a very high tax to GDP ratio of 25% to 45%. Our country has a tax to GDP ratio of 11%, 11.5%. It's simply not possible. And the third reason why India can't dream of free healthcare is because these countries are already spending more than 10% of the GDP on healthcare. And we are hardly spending 1.5% of the GDP. We need to look at some other option. And the other option is universal health insurance to everyone at a price what people can afford. Now, you must be thinking, if health insurance is the way forward, why this transformation has not happened? This hasn't happened because of the trust deficit. People do not trust health insurance for three reasons. First, in the delivery of healthcare in India, there are three important stakeholders. First is the hospital, second stakeholder is the health insurance company, and the third important stakeholder is the patient. Hospitals do not trust the health insurance company. Health insurance company doesn't trust the hospitals. And the patient doesn't trust both parties. And these two parties don't trust the patient. So we have a situation wherein the three important stakeholders of delivering healthcare do not trust each other, and that business cannot be scaled up. But it is going to change when the hospital become health insurance provider. Today, about 16 to 18% of the heart surgeries in the country is performed by us. More people develop heart attack, it is better for my business. I have absolutely no incentive to prevent people from developing heart attack. But situation will change when I become a health insurance company. Today, when I tell a patient that you need a bypass grafting, first thing what goes to the patient's mind is it really required, or he wants to make some money out of me? Whereas when I become a health insurance company and tell the patient you need a bypass, he will happily agree because I'm going to pay for it. Now, is the hospital going to become a health insurance company? Yes. Thanks to IRDA, which is the Insurance Regulatory Authority, it took us just 4 months to get the permission from IRDA, which would normally take more than 2 years to become a health insurance company. And all this transformation has empowered hospitals like us to become a health insurance company at a pace what is unbelievable. And this is new India, and this is what is happening, where future is going to be dramatically different than what it is today. Now, how will the health insurance help? India has about 300 million households. If people trust the health insurance, top 100 million families can afford to pay whatever the premium is. Next 100 million families work for the first 100 million family directly or indirectly. If they can nudge the second 100 million families to buy the health insurance, because I would like my driver, my cook or the gardener, everyone to buy the health insurance, because if they don't have the insurance, when they fall sick, I have to pay for it. I can't just ignore it. So by nudging, 200 million families will get insured. When 200 million families get insured, we will become the world's largest health insurance market. We will become the world's largest healthcare market when the cost of everything in healthcare will come down dramatically. Now, how will the insurance help? Health insurance will help every aspect of healthcare. Surgery is the most unwanted stepchild of modern healthcare. Every government is talking about, developing countries' government, talking about malaria, TB and HIV, and they spend millions of dollars in treating them. Malaria, TB and HIV every year kills 3 million people. But lack of access to safe surgery kills 17 million people across the world. Now you must be thinking this must be one of those complex heart and brain operations. No, I'm talking about bellwether surgeries. Surgeries like cesarean section for obstructed delivery. Surgeries like the burst appendix surgery and surgery for compound fracture. These are basic surgeries which can be done, which is not available. Now, India with a population of 1.4 billion needs 70 million surgeries a year. Now, I want to ask you, do you know how many surgeries are done in India today? Only 20 million. We need to do nearly 4 times more surgeries than what we are doing. And this is what is required. And once the health insurance becomes popular, all these numbers will become a possibility. If the healthcare of the country has to be transformed, we need to wake up the sleeping giant. The sleeping giant is the government hospital, which has over 7.5 lakh beds. These government hospitals are located in the best location. They are most well equipped. They are very spacious, but the productivity is very poor. Now, if these hospitals can be converted like an academic institution for a postgraduate training program under the National Board of Examination, believe me, transformation will happen. Thanks to the Ministry of Health, now this transformation of government hospitals becoming a postgraduate institute is happening. Like, why postgraduate institute will make a difference? The entire National Health Service of England is managed by postgraduate residents, mainly from India. I went to England not with the intention of treating a white man. I went there to learn cardiac surgery. In the process, 7 years I took care of all of them. And today, the younger doctors from India are going there for learning. Now, if only we can convert all our big government hospitals as a postgraduate institution, we will have amazing skilled doctor workforce. The other important thing what the policymakers have to do is to the Ministry of Health of every state must ask one data from every government hospital. That is, number of surgeries done in those hospitals. If you monitor the number of if a hospital is doing large number of surgeries, that means their outpatient is very efficient. That means their blood bank is working. That means their lab is working, nurses are working. Because if these things are not there, they can't do the operation. So, and the other thing what the government has to do, Ayushman Bharat spends thousands of crore rupees. If the good number of Ayushman Bharat are diverted to government hospitals and Ayushman Bharat pays the money, if this money is given to the staff as an incentive for doing the operation, like some amount of money for the doctors, nurses, technicians, housekeeping staff, the money will come back to the government and this will transform the quality of care in a government hospital. The world's largest healthcare provider of the future will have no beds. It is going to be a software with few beds attached to it. The transformation what you have seen with Airbnb, then the Amazon and all these organizations where software is the main asset, same thing will happen in Indian healthcare and the global healthcare. The question is, everyone thinks this software will be developed by US. It is not going to be developed by US. This is the picture of US healthcare. You look at in US, the software called EMR, Electronic Medical Records, cost over $1 billion. It is very, very expensive. And these are built for the laptop and the desktop. They are not built on a mobile platform. Doctors look at the laptop and desktop 5 to 6 times in a day. They look at the mobile phone 200 times in a day. If you want the doctor to take care of the patient, develop the EMR for the mobile phone. So in US, as I said, their software doesn't work on the mobile device. But America is a very innovative country. They have put their desktop on a trolley with the wheels and they lug it around the hospital and they call it as a mobile platform, which is computer on wheels. So the large number of American hospitals communicate with a pager. You can see the doctor intensive care unit still using a pager. In India, if you want to see a pager, you have to go to a museum. So this is the advantage we have. I am convinced that the most modern electronic medical record, which understand how the doctors work, linking the doctor's patient's machine, will be developed in India. Because we are a country which is blessed with amazing software engineers. You just tell them one problem, they'll come up with 10 solutions. India is going to be the production house for the global doctors. It took 70 years to build 55,000 medical seats in our country. And our government, in the last 7 years, doubled the number of medical seats from 55,000 to 108,000. In just 7 years, we have doubled the number of undergraduation seats and the post-graduation seats. Now, for a country like India, when we produce doctors, we cannot think of what is the Indian requirement. India, when it manages the skilled workforce, we have to look at the global requirement, because an American doctor will never work in England. An English doctor will never work in America. But an Indian doctor is happy to work in any part of the world. And British Medical Journal published an article from Harvard which clearly mentioned that the American patients who were treated by Indian doctors lived longer than the American patients who are treated by American doctors. This is the brand which India has as healer of the world. Now, if we want to increase the number of doctors, there is only one country in the world which can just one government order can add 70,000 undergraduation seats to produce 70,000 additional doctors a year just by allotting 100 extra seats to existing 700 medical colleges. All they have to do is allow the medical college to take extra 100 students. Now, how this will work? Our medical colleges have an intake of 100 or 200, but they are occupying 20 acres of land with phenomenal infrastructure. If they get extra 100 seats, the preclinical work can be done in the existing place. For a clinical work, they can adopt a government hospital. And all this can be done with very little investment. Now, one question what the experts will ask is, where is the faculty? Existing hospitals, medical colleges don't have faculty. How are you going to get the faculty? All we have to do is to redefine what faculty is. In a simple term, I'll explain to you what is the current definition of faculty is. Let's look at faculty to teach cardiac surgery. Now, when you talk about cardiac surgery, generally about 3 or 4 names come to your mind. One is Dr. Naresh Trihan of Medanta. Other senior cardiac surgeon is Dr. Ramakant Panda from Bombay, who are operating on very influential, wealthy people, and people who were never operated by them also claim that they were operated by them. They are very popular. And also they name me as a surgeon who always operates on the poor people. We do one of the largest number of surgeries, and all 3 of us, according to the current guidelines of the Medical Council, cannot teach cardiac surgery because we have never worked in a medical college of India. So, if you are not allowing the top surgeons of the country to teach cardiac surgery, and that is a definition of faculty, there will be shortage of faculty. You change the definition, then you'll have enough faculty to run any number of medical colleges. So another important policy what the government has to look at is government should come up with an aggressive task of earning $100 billion of remittances every year from the healthcare workers. Now, we look at Satya Nadella from Microsoft, we look at Sundar Pichai of Google, and Arvind of IBM. We all think that they are the CEOs of these big American companies. Every American company CEOs are Indians. Why? They are brilliant people, no doubt, but the board of these companies made them as the CEOs not only because they are the brilliant people. The people in those companies who are building the product of the future, which will define the future of all these companies, are Indians, and board knows that the Indian knows how to get the best work out of the other Indians. That is the reason why they have become the CEOs. Believe me, the hospitals of the future across the world, the doctors, nurses, technicians, administrators, everyone will be from India. They have no choice. The reason is Indians are genetically designed by God as the healers. Who wants to work in a building where from morning till evening patients are only complaining, they are in pain? Indians are genetically made to work in those places. So it is a matter of time. We will be forced to manage hospitals outside the country. Now, for that to happen, we need to take one policy decision. That is, we should allow every 100-bed hospital to become a nursing college. If we allow 100-bed hospital to become nursing college, every year we'll be able to train few lakh young nurses. And these nurses, because they are working in a hospital, when they come out, they will be very skilled. You always hear the complaint that the nurses who are graduating, they have no skill. The reason is, if you look at a pilot training institution, at the age of 18, some boys and girls join a pilot training institution. At the end of 10 months, these students of a pilot training institution are given a license to fly a plane with passengers in it in 10 months. But a girl coming out of the nursing college at the end of 4 years, she may not be skilled even to check the blood pressure. What is the difference? The difference is, if a nurse has to be trained, she has to be trained in a hospital. And most of the nursing schools are not part of the hospital. You cannot train a swimmer in a classroom. You want to train people to swim, they have to get into the water. Now, why we need to aim for $100 billion of remittance a year? This is because when these remittances coming from the nurses, doctors, technicians working in US, European hospitals, where does the money go? When a software company earns 100 billions of profit, that money goes to the shareholders. When $100 billion of remittances come to India, that money goes to millions of households, poor households in rural India, where the nurses come from, directly to their household, transforming their life. This is the power of remittance compared to the money earned by a company. This is the photograph of a young nurse who was trained by us in Bangalore. She joined us as a A&M, then a GNM she did, then BSc. When we started our hospital in Cayman Island, she joined the hospital as a nurse. There are over 100 nurses who are trained by us working in our hospital in Cayman Island, and they are sending home every month over 1 lakh rupees. And they are only in they're 23, 24-year-old. Tell me which profession in India, at the age of 23, 24, a girl from poor family can afford to earn and send home over 1 lakh rupees a month. There is only one profession, that is nursing profession. And this is what we have to accomplish. So I would like to end my talk saying that nothing is more powerful than the idea whose time has come. And I am a kid who was born in India soon after the independence. So as a kid, I was passionate about reading the newspaper. And there was always a news that any overseas delegate coming to India, the one statement they all used to make is, India is the country of future. And that used to make me very happy and proud. But I waited for 70 years for the country of future to announce its arrival. Thanks to Mr. Modi and his very passionate government, now I can hear the knock on the door. Few more steps, we will be there, and the world will never be the same again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shetty, for that deep dive into the intricacies of healthcare for the next decade. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a jam-packed schedule for you now, as we have our guests who will join us before the Prime Minister's session. We have Mr. Harish Salve, the legal luminary, who will join us, followed by the Union Minister for Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs, Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani, who will join us. We also need to request for your cooperation for our last session, which features the Honorable Prime Minister of India. Security protocols require us to empty this hall so that they can run their sanitation protocols before the Prime Minister joins us. So please.
How this concept was created. We have seen in many countries, some big tech companies, they monopolize technology. We have also seen another geography where the government does everything. This is a very unique case in India because of our Prime Minister's clear thinking process that neither should we leave our destiny in the hands of a few big tech, nor should government be present everywhere. We should try to create a public-private partnership. So this example you have seen in multiple things, multiple times, but I want to explain the thought process behind it. This platform of UPI has been created by a public investment through a public company. To this join the banks, digital identity, about 50 million merchants, hundreds and thousands of startups, e-commerce companies, enterprises, and about 43 crore people, 437 million users today have already joined it. You see the structure. In this structure, anybody can start a payment company today. You want to start a payment company, you can start it today. Because of this structure, the cost of a transaction has come down from about $10 to a few cents. 800-900 रुपए से कुछ 1-2 रुपए पे cost of transaction has come down. And that has made possible a whole lot of services, whole lot of new innovations which were unthinkable in the past. And the spread is amazing. Everywhere, wherever you see the technology, the use of Digital India stack, the DPI is today practically every part of the country. Now I'll come to a point how this combination, how this Digital India stack is today providing multiple solutions. I'll come to the digital credit. Now digital credit, okay, so when you want to give a credit to somebody, what do you need? You basically need 3 fundamental things. 1, whether the person can repay, what is the repaying capacity. 2, what are the documents that need to be checked. 3, whether the person is actually the person you are talking to, right? Identity. So when we look at this, you look at the right hand side of this. Payment history, the cash flow, transactions, that becomes the collateral if you don't have any other collateral, right? Somebody who doesn't have a property or some gold to put as collateral in loan can today create, using the UPI, a cash flow history, payment history, that becomes the collateral. Use Aadhaar structure for getting the identity verified, totally digital. All document verification can be done on DigiLocker, right? All the 3 things which are needed, whether a person can pay back or not, whether the person is exactly the person you are talking to, whether the documents can be checked or not. Now comes the account aggregator structure in between. So on this side is the people who can give credit, the loan, and on this side are the people who need a loan, right? A small micro enterprise on the streets of a city, right? चाय बनाने वाला ये व्यक्ति, भोपाल का है फोटो, right? देखो आप इसके कितने सारे आगे लगे हुए हैं. ये तो मेरे ख्याल से किसी बड़े अमेरिका के स्टोर में जाओगे तो जैसे दिखता था ना कि वीजा का एक लगेगा, मास्टर का एक लगेगा फोटो, वैसा ही यहाँ पे यू कैन सी वेरी क्लियरली देयर आर सो मेनी मल्टीपल QR कोड्स, पेटीएम का भी, फोन पे का भी, भीम का भी, सबका. दैट्स द पावर, राइट? So the account aggregator basically intermediates between the people who need loan and the people who can provide loan. And the fundamental structure is what is the payment history. So UPI gives that, verification is done online, and in a very, very privacy protected method, people who need $10 loan for 3 days are today getting the same access to credit that a big industrialist would be needing $100 million ka loan. So today, because of our Prime Minister's clear focus on democratizing technology, the big industrialist and the small micro entrepreneur, they are equal today. That's the beauty of this structure. And the world over, people are looking at this as the most inclusive example of digital technology. Most inclusive example of digital technology. I'll go to the next point, which is our future, which is where we need to really put our focus and make sure that our future is secured. About semiconductors. Very interesting. The world is today noticing this. June 23, our Prime Minister signs the agreement with the US President for a company called Micron to set up their plant in India. June 20, just mark the dates. Mark the dates. June 23 is when the agreement gets signed and the proposal gets approved. September 23 is when the groundbreaking happens. How many days? Less than 100 days. Less than 100 days. And would you believe this is the level of construction in December 23? That's the pace at which Prime Minister Modi ji's Sankalp for Vikasit Bharat is working. On ground, right? This is real data, real pictures on ground, complete plant. Close to 5,000 people are working to construct it at a rapid pace, torrid pace. And today people are giving examples of many other geographies. Announcement is, okay, after 2 years, 3 years, maybe, somewhere the construction will start. No, not in India. And in India, announcement happens, within 100 days, construction also starts. I'll talk a little bit about chip designing, chip architecture, the whole value chain, how our Prime Minister has given us a clear mandate that don't look at simply setting up a fab, don't look at simply setting up a plant. Think of the entire value chain and think of a 20-year roadmap. Then only we'll be able to do justice to our country's talent and to our future. We have close to 3 lakh design engineers. So building upon this, manufacturing is the next logical way. So I'll talk a little bit about how chips are made. So this is sand, right? This sand is molten to make silicon ingots. This is an ingot. This will be cut to make wafers, right? वैसे आलू से सोना बनाने वाले कुछ लोग हैं. On this wafer, you basically apply multiple layers of photoresistors and metals and try to create a structure where exactly what you want to publish gets published, right? Exactly what you print gets printed on. And it's a very, very fine work. It really requires very, very significant precision. ये नाखून की नोक है, इसका 1 लाख गुना फाइन काम इसमें होता है. So this is what happens when a wafer comes, then you sort it out, you pick the small little die out of it, then you make the chip using that die. That's the complete value chain. And that goes into multiple things, practically everything that we use, right? This becomes the circuit which goes into chips, which goes into practically everything that we manufacture. Now, our focus is, our Prime Minister's clear vision is, we must create this entire value chain in India. We should not leave ourselves vulnerable to any supply chain shocks in future. So, from getting the ingot done, from getting the wafer manufactured, to getting the wafer fab done, to getting the entire operation in a proper mechanism, and getting the final chip done, we are working on practically every aspect of this value chain, right? And today, because of the recent approvals by Prime Minister Modi ji, today we have the complete value chain from chip design to chip fabrication to getting the ATMP done so that it can be converted into a usable module which goes into practically everything, right? So when we look at this, the design, fab, ATMP, below that we are looking at augmenting our talent pool. We are a talent nation. We are a nation which has practically designed every complex chip in the world, but for somebody else. Now is the time when we should design our own products. From being a back office, now we are transitioning to becoming a product nation. From being a GCC, we are now transitioning into having our own products, our own IPR, our own contribution to the world as complete chipset. Along with comes the entire supply ecosystem, which is close to 16,000 items go into making a chip. I was looking at the periodic table. Science wale kaun hai yahan pe? Quite a few, right? Periodic table. Sare ke sare elements are used in this. Practically every element, maybe some of them maybe not used, but practically every other element is used in chip making. And this goes into everything that you see here requires a semiconductor, right? This guy would be needing something like 30,000 chips, right? Vande Bharat. This would be looking at something like 3,000 or 4,000 chips. That's the magnitude of semiconductor requirement. Very fortunate to have a very visionary Prime Minister who has given us a clear mandate of using technology. I gave these 3 examples today to share with you where we are today, what we are thinking in the coming days. In Prime Minister Modi ji's 3rd term, India will emerge as a major product nation, as a major manufacturing hub, and a major technology power. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you to the Minister. Mr. Minister, we talk about how the country is changing. That we have such a qualified person like you making, it's amazing. The kind of talent that has been brought into the government by the Honorable Prime Minister, but also the honesty, integrity and professionalism with which the Honorable Minister has made this presentation for all of us. I think he deserves a standing round of applause for that. Thank you, Ashwini ji.
Thank you.
All the best to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Vaishnav ji, for that enthralling masterclass.
You're always very generous.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving into the next session, and we've got with us the Chief of ISRO. So please